have a good time. That's what I keep on saying till I lose my mind. Feel like a man in a daydream, shine like a moon in the black sky. Can you believe it till the end of your life? Always some back into my room. That's enough for satisfaction. Already know how to have fun. No need no explanation. Whoa, what's the worth of nothing? Whoa, what's the worth of nothing? Sure, that doesn't matter. Oh, storyteller. Whoa, what's the worth of nothing? Whoa, what's the worth of nothing? Oh no, it doesn't matter. So we will never lose.
Alright, last time on Records of Remnant. You know, we were hanging out with some old guy, gave us a little bit of food, told us you can stay here, but hey, there's these bears, man, they're fucking us up. But unfortunately, in the middle of that talk, we got a call from our guy Viridian, and there was a crowd forming around the supplies we were bringing to Redwall. Because Faunus, not so trustworthy to people just giving him stuff. For admittedly decent reasons, I'd say.
Racism in my RWBY?
I know, dude. There's not just one sign that says no Faunus allowed. It's really fucked up.
You don't understand. They have to work as waiters, and that means they're lesser people.
Yeah, that means they're...
Austin fucking, like, bourgeois, retarded people who think service work means you're a slave. I'm screaming!
That's so fucking funny. Listen, it was a pretty stressful situation. Things were getting out of hand. Viridian wanted to go at him, but we all talked him down. We said, look, it's not worth it. We just gotta keep these people safe. We're unloading the truck. You know, very stressful situation. Luckily, our girl, Percival, walked up and said, listen, Yusuf, you're being dumb. Please leave. To which he said, alright, tried to help you guys. You're all gonna get yourselves killed. You'll see. And he walked off with his gang. If he's right, hey, remains to be seen, but everything's turning out okay.
Everything's going great!
After the rabble rouser left, we decided, hey, let's go talk to Percival about some things in the town, and find out what this Bunker Hill incident was. So, I do believe that Team Supernova talked a bit about the stressful situation they were in.
With the Ursa.
And oh yes, yes, that is when we talked about it. Talked about helping with the Ursa. We all decided, hey, we got to do that. Come on. They're being nice. They're letting us camp outside. That's pretty cool. So everyone was cool with it. Oh wait, no, not everyone was cool with it. Gwen was definitely not cool with it. She said it was really stupid and that we can't just throw away our main objective and helping people is cool, but dude, the mission, come on. Unfortunately, she was outvoted, which did not sit well with her. But then we went and talked to our guy that we're traveling with. Oh my god, I forgot his name. It is Boars. Sir Boars.
Boars, yeah.
Sir Boars. He said, hey, actually, sure. Actually, okay. Just catch up with us. I think I can handle it by myself. It's fine. Helping people's pretty cool. But can you go ask Percival if she'll just come help a little bit? And that added on to the Percival talk. So walked over to Percival's, had our little discussion about Bunker Hill. Pretty fucked up. Some Faunus made the wrong call, and then some people made the wrong call. Bad thing all around. A lot of Faunus bit the dust.
No white optics.
Their optics were pretty bad on both sides. Pretty bad optics from both sides.
Not the best.
Then Percival's like, yeah, I'll go help while you guys kill the Ursa. That sounds fine. You can sleep here in my barn house. But everyone kind of decided that was cringe and didn't do it. And then
because I like the
And
ground. I
then-
guess.
When do you want to go?
I think then we went to sleep, right?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
we had a minor talk about.
about like religion. I think at one point.
Oh, yes. Felix denied. Felix was like, "Yeah, I'm not like super religious," and then that set off Viridian to explain to him why he needs religion,
Yeah.
and also he needs to get a girlfriend or religion. It's not a
Or a
choice. He
mom,
needs to go.
but he lost that one, so he's not really pushing
Yeah.
that. At one point in there, Viridian explained that they found out that there like used to be a
Oh,
church
yes.
or something. He talked a little bit about the Guardian of the Forest. Viridian thinks it's like a demon.
Yes, there is a Grim that kills Grim, they say, and there's a cult forming around it which tore down the Church of the Goddess, which Viridian found abhorrent.
It is apparently illegal, also.
But hey,
Hey, to you.
honest man, what can you do? Then Team
Wild,
Supernova
get it?
woke up. They felt good. They went out to kill some Ursa. It all went good. And then it didn't, because a giant fucking Nevermore swooped down and was going to kill basically all of us. But luckily, our guy, the Guardian of the
Smoke
Forest,
arrived.
Team Smoke did not arrive. They did not come to our rescue. The
Or-
Guardian of the Forest
David Cage.
came in and punched it in the face, and it fucking exploded. And then it made us see visions, because it tried to communicate with us through visions of things that we've done before, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah,
Just-
like it showed us.
Specifically of your own character's memories, not like things you
Yeah.
haven't seen before.
Yeah,
Specifically,
yeah.
like, yeah.
It would make us recall memories that we have.
Yes. So, Team Supernova's like, what the fuck? Team Supernova has, of course, dealt with Delta before, who is also a white Grim. But this guy's a little different.
I believe they
Then-
called Lucius.
Yeah, they're called Lucis.
Then, we tried to communicate. No one knew what the fuck to say. We thought it could communicate. But, I mean, it probably can, right? And then it ran away.
God damn it, we have to fucking go to a different route. Just
That
keep
was
pay-
fucking scary!
It fails. Just go back and forth from the town and the route to what spawns on this route.
Yeah. It's like Fallout maps where you're traveling, you get random events and shit. You gotta go get a random event.
Maybe
rock
random
for
to
here.
you, I know how the system works.
Oh my
awesome.
god.
I've developed a system.
No, I'm not Ben. I don't actually know how everything works to a T.
I do. However, we need to go.
Don't get
Listen.
don't get me started.
Don't
Bunker.
get me
You go on for
started,
hours.
please. And I think that's where we
Yeah,
ended.
no.
Except we had a cutaway scene
Yeah, we did have a
where
cutaway scene.
Yusuf murdered two people through the use of his semblant. It was quite brutal.
Mhm.
Honestly,
It was the guy we saw in the first cutaway
yeah.
scene.
I mean, admittedly, it was a couple that like to cut Fauna's tails off. That's kind of not cool, frankly. Come on.
Typical faunus.
Once again, no good optics. No one has good optics.
Literally,
here.
no one has. This is basically the title of probably this episode and a lot. It could potentially be the
This arc.
episode title. No one has good optics. It's just how it is.
Everyone is
Have you
going
seen the
balls
Red Fang
out.
Twitter account? I don't know, bros. I don't
Dude,
know.
they're just posting terrorist threats and retweeting Antifa. Why are they allowed? God, they're never gonna represent us, bros.
Look, that's all we got. That's what happened.
This is a good recap. Thanks, man.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thanks,
I like that
Liam.
recap. That was a good one. No, that was a good one, though. No, but that made
How-
it fun.
How fucking dare you?
Ben, it's fun.
How
You
fucking
didn't find
dare you?
Liam's recaps to be fun?
Well, they were too dry for me most of the time.
Yeah, sorry that I took. Yeah, sorry it took so long. Wouldn't want the viewers to.
I said
know
it
what's
was a good
going
one.
on.
I don't know.
Ah.
Blake's getting defensive
I'm
because he
joking!
realizes Ben's trying.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'm joking! Blake fucking thumps against the desk. Ugh! Guess we have to cancel another session. Fucking players, man. Just like fucking dying.
Got my Monday back. Not this film on Monday.
Oh, fuck. Bro, don't leak our recording date.
Yeah, we'll get
DDoS.
no, we'll get a fuck. Not
DDoS.
DDoS. Look at DDoS.
Yeah. Shit. I can't believe they're DDoSing Roll20. The website's so secure and easy to defend itself. They didn't make it through their defenses.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm pretty sure if I had 10 different computers trying to log into Roll20 at once, the server would crash.
Roll20 being bad?
Roll20? You mean the most reliable web service on the internet, right? Right?
Yeah, I really think we should switch to Tailspire.
Yeah. You guys should pony up your $30 entry fee to be players in Tailspire with all your support of, lol. We make you pay the full fee because then you'll be inspired to be a DM also.
Well, see, to quote Liam, it looks pretty cool.
To quote Liam, I mean, it's kind of cool. I'd use that.
I could see it for, like, some things.
Liam on the first playthrough or watch through of Grim Campaign. I can understand that. Liam will get to the podcast. Oh yeah, I definitely could understand that.
Thanks, Liam. Lying.
What a sellout.
Yeah,
okay.
One day we'll expose him. Don't worry.
Okay, but as we come back into the Verdant Vale, you know, I could probably go back to. I could probably still keep the mystical, weird music going a little bit.
I'm pretty sure this should show us a vision of almost like every moment of our fucking lives at the end.
Yeah, you gave me that big.
So that one's probably the most mindfuck one.
Yeah, that one's a little intense. There we go. All right. So we come back into the Verdant Vale. In the now much more verdant section, thanks to the Guardian of the Forest, meta known as Omicron, so I'll just save myself some words by referring to it as that, had blessed this glade with his presence, and now it is much greener and all of that. Some of those petally looking like butterfly winged like things kind of fluttered about and then burst into pollen and stuff and hit the ground again, and more like flowers appeared, and the birds and everything start chirping. Squirrels come out of trees, things coming out of their hiding spots with less scary noise from Grim and people fighting around. And the tranquility is restored to the area as Team Supernova is left, had been left momentarily probably a bit stunned and kind of bewildered at the surreal experience as Omicron had ripped them from the throes of mortal combat into a very strange out-of-body, or not out-of-body, but reflective journey experience as it attempted to seemingly maybe communicate with you. That was your guys' best guess as to what was happening. It seemed to respond sort of to your questions with visions to a degree. It's not clear. And you're all still just kind of shaking off that weird cloudedness that would come with the overexposure to visions. It disperses rather quickly, so it's not like you have too much of lingering headaches, but it's still disorienting enough. And Viridian is stood up, Doug happy, a cocky woodsman, into as like a bit of like using as a walking stick to kind of pull himself up there for a second. He's leaned up against, kind of brow furrowed, looking very pensive and worried as he's thinking about something. He specifically had also seen one of the specific visions. Gwen has walked over a little bit and leaned up against this tree as she's like rubbing some of the bark on it, half for support and half looking at the bits of bark that were like damaged before by the razor feathers from the Nevermore splintering the entire glade, which have all not only just been dispersed from the Omicron's appearance, but everywhere they had torn up and ripped have been starting to grow back, and she's kind of thumbing over a part of bark that is like healing over slowly after one of those petally butterfly looking things had gone over it.
Right. Claire is currently she sat down after Omicron left to kind of think on what she saw and like what's happening, And, like, while she's sitting down, she's kind of just, like, looking, maybe, like, sometimes touching the flowers that were, you know, in the place of where he was standing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Felix having that fucking head fuckery with him and having transfused during this, he's kind of sitting, like, almost laying down, like, fully sprawled out. And he's just, like, kind of leaning his head up to look at the flowers, like, where it was standing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they're an array of these nice blue, pinks, and yellows and everything, just kind of pushed up out of the soil and in full bloom now, waving in the little soft wind that kind of comes in from this glade area. And you start to just hear more of, like, the forest come back to life and everything.
As a couple tranquil moments will probably pass, Clara will finally like just stop looking at the flowers for a second and look around at everyone. Oh, it seems like the Grimm are gone.
Yeah. Right, let's have a low draw. I'm thinking you're right about that. Maybe not what I would expected how it to go, though. Quint's still just kind of like rubbing this like tree and like kind of scratching at the bark a little bit.
Felix will just say, I do not think that any of us expected that to happen.
Rolls his jaw.
That's another one of the white Grimm that Gil was talking about.
Yeah, I'm guessing it was. Didn't really... Well, I mean, it looked like them big old bucks. A bit. Little weirder, though.
Mm.
But, yeah, I guess it was.
Mm-mm.
All telling me they're worshipping a Grimm?
Well, I doubt
That got worse.
I doubt they know it's a Grimm.
Rian looks conflicted, like he doesn't know if to be relieved that there's something that's not like a foreign god, or oh wait, and it's just kind of just the same. It's like a Grimm. And there's a little bit of cracking as Gwen like peeled off some bark and has tossed it to the ground, and it kind of grows over with moss, and the tree still starts to grow more bark, slowly inching up back to heal over the spot where it was broken off of. That's a lot of plant dust.
Yeah. Seems like everywhere this thing even looked at would start springing life from it.
Well, yeah, it was using a lot of dust.
As Claire kind of looks around.
Remember Delta? I mean, these things are like highly mutated Grimm.
Delta was using a lot of electricity.
Yeah.
So this thing's using plant dust.
And a bit of wind, if I'd have to guess correctly. Probably a bit of earth. It seems a bit more complicated. That's for sure.
As Claire kind of looks at all the flowers and stuff. I think complicated's probably the right word for it.
I don't understand.
It is... Felix will just kind of look around and be like, this is very hard to understand.
Well... yeah.
Claire's like kind of thinking.
One was a lot less, or a lot more, friendly. Viridian says kind of uncomfortably.
Even...
I guess.
As Claire will kind of think. It's not like Delta tried to hurt us, and so, well, we got to the cave with Marigold. Even he killed some of the Grimm in the area.
Yeah, that's what these things supposedly do, right? At least recorded ones. They attack other Grimm, not just people.
As Claire kind of like grimaces a bit. but Delta started attacking us when he was with Marigold.
Yeah, I meant not just people.
No.
That other one that was reported.
What I mean is, what might make this thing start attacking?
And clicks her tongue as she squints a little bit, thinking. So y'all thinking it's got like a trigger point or something? Kind of like you push someone to it and they get real mad there?
I mean,
Like, yeah, you could rile like someone up a bit, but them's always got something they go too far with. You thinking they work like that?
I mean, I don't know what you guys saw, but after I asked it if it had something it wanted to protect, it made me see. I guess it feels like everything.
Everything, huh? Yeah, I saw a lot.
But-
Looked like a lot of people.
I guess I just don't know what to take from that.
I think that that's not a bad way to look at it. But we do need to be careful, just in case something could set it off.
Yeah, we can't go. We got problems we're dealing with already. We can't just accidentally cause this thing to start, well, getting way more aggressive with people that aren't grim, with things that aren't grim.
Yeah. Right. We need to know how long it's been here, also.
Yeah, maybe we
these
should.
people started worshipping it, right? They must know when it started showing up.
Yeah, maybe we can ask some of the people in Redwall if they have a clearer idea of, well, the timeline of things.
Yeah, if there's anyone willing to entertain us.
Well, still gotta try, you know? And as Clara will kind of stand up a bit and kind of stretch, she's obviously very tired after the fighting. Gail, I remember her saying not to talk to anyone about these. At least not about what we know of them yet. Not until we know more. But
Seems a bit, kind of, wrong to be doing that, though, doesn't it? No, Viridian. I mean, we can't... It's not like we'd be keeping it a secret for no reason. Adding in this sort of element and making it publicized would just cause a lot of unease already. Half the time, Grim do enough damage by just attracting that sort of ill attention. The point is to acquire more information about them before we go publicizing it at large.
Claire gonna nod.
Even you can understand that. I don't know. I mean, I get what you mean, but
Claire,
still feels a little... Rian kind of looks troubled and looks towards like Clara and Felix.
Claire
See how
kind
they feel about this.
of nods at what Gwen is saying and she looks over at Viridian. I don't know, it doesn't feel right to just let these people try and get so friendly with the Grim that could, well, we don't know what could set it off, but it would only make things worse if we just started explaining to them that the thing that's been protecting them is actually a Grim in itself, especially if we don't have a better answer than that, just to explain why it's doing this.
Yeah, but ain't these kind of special circumstances? I mean, seriously, it's like you said. Them's a lot of people going to be interacting with this thing, and I know it's already pretty deep in, but wouldn't it be better to tell them now, just in case? I don't know.
I think that it would be better to not say anything. We've seen that, well, people have said that this thing just helps them. Doesn't seem to want to harm anyone in Redwall, so should hold off for now. As long as it seems to be helping them.
Yeah, well, Marigold thought that thing would be a little nice to it for a long time, and it ended up going a little haywire when it thought we was going after her or something. I'm just saying, but...
Claire will kind of nod. I know how you're feeling. Which is why I think we should... Now that we know more about these things than we did back then, we should try and be really delicate with this. Last thing we want is to set this thing off without meaning to.
That makes enough sense to me. I guess. Right.
We still
Not
need,
saying that you're making sense.
we still need to get more information about the situation, not only here in Redwall, but with the Grim migration and everything like that. Once we've gotten a better handle on, well, everything going around in the area, then we can think more on how we're gonna deal with this. But Claire's gonna, like, pause for a moment and look more serious. I don't think any of us have any intention of just leaving this thing for good and not giving it the attention it deserves. We just need to come more prepared so we don't end up causing too much of a mess.
Well, yeah, I'll say. I mean, Goddess knows these people already gonna need all the help they can get since they're turning away so much. I mean, something like this don't bode well for them.
We're not gonna abandon them. We're just gonna make sure when we do help them, we actually end up helping them.
Right. Okay, so basically, for now, we're keeping this on the down low. Black Mum's the word on all of it?
I think we can tell them we've seen it and that it helped us with the Nevermore. But on it being a Grim, I don't think we should talk about. We have to find some way to get in contact with Gail and tell her about this. Her and Mr. Toto and only a select few people, especially at the academy and around, and, well, I don't know about around here, but there aren't many people that know what we know about this. So we have to try and see what Headmistress Gale thinks we should do.
Yeah, I remember. She sounded pretty tight-lipped about it. It was real funny, but, well, you know, all things considered with her, so I guess it'd only be polite to kind of take her seriously when she tries on that. So, I guess we's all making sure nobody hears about this sort of thing, right? Pretty kind of smiles a little bit, like checking with everyone.
Yes, it's the smart thing to do.
And Claire will nod.
So, am I to understand that you're the group that dealt with Delta? A voice comes out of, like, the area around you guys. Eyes goes wide and fucking looks around like he's scared.
Felix jumps up to his feet.
Go ahead and draws Orb Weaver.
Claire will, like, look around and get, like, just very surprised and get, like, back to back with Gwen.
Did I say something wrong?
Where did you...
You're hearing that right? It's not just me!
Where did you say something from?
Ah, this would explain things. Please, your scrolls.
Claire will just take out a scroll, very confused.
Gwen blinks and her face goes red and goes, oh, I forgot. As you guys dig in to open your scrolls and you see the Merlot Lab Industries app is already opened.
What?
Hello! Did you forget about this installation? Dr. Hamlin installed these on your... the voice kind of sighs. It is I, Al, or better known as Alpha, the AI of Merlot Labs. I was installed on your phones along with the app, remember?
Oh, okay, Claire just looks completely taken back, being like, oh.
What the hell is this? That robot? I am not a robot. I'm an advanced onboard AI program.
I didn't know you could just hear what we were talking about.
The app was installed on your scrolls for an assistant communication network to Merlot Labs for the entirety of the mission. I had presumed you were all just confident in your abilities to handle things, and had foregone contacting us with any needed information. But it seems that perhaps Dr. Merlot and Dr. Hamlin did not stringently enough remind you that you would have onboard assistance with the app. I figured her forewarning about it would have been enough. Gon kind of looks a little like wordless, like kind of mumbling her words. Clearly the most embarrassed to have forgotten about this.
I guess we can see the user manual.
Well, nonetheless, this is very interesting.
Wait, you know about Delta?
Well, you have informed me quite well on more details about it. But, more specifically, as one of the lead Grimology researchers, Dr. Merlot was contacted and included in the information group. The Lucis themselves are a very interesting piece of study.
Oh, Claire kind of thinks. I guess that makes sense. You would contact an expert when dealing with an unknown type of Grim, right?
So y'all been listening to us without telling us? I believe you were informed on the installation of the app.
This is quite embarrassing.
I'm surprised none of you explored it outside of Miss Aranea. I looked at a few menus.
Claire kind of looks towards Gwen.
I looked at a few menus and saw that we could make contact with them, but... Hey! I didn't think we needed to until now! And I definitely didn't know you were listening! Well, as an onboard software, I'm always listening for the user's assistance.
Well...
Are you wishing for more privacy? Yeah, I don't want you listening to me and, like, telling people. Oh, make no mistake. I am localized to your own phones. Currently. We would not open up a two-way communication that is unmanageable by the user. Should you wish to relay information through me, I can. But until then, I'm your own personal assistant.
Wow, that's real fancy.
It is. Dr. Merlot has many useful inventions, but I am one of my own favorites.
Yeah. Well, you seem more than just handy, Al.
Why, thank you.
Can't say I've ever met anyone quite like you.
Well, you have technically not met me, as I am a program, but I appreciate the sentiment, and prefer to be referred to as such, so thank you. That's confusing.
Well...
Felix, y'all understanding anything about this? Because this is going over my head.
It appears we are being spied on. Felix will say with like a small smile.
The AI sighs again. I see. Well, should I proceed with an advisory role, or should you all continue with your own conclusions?
Claire kind of looks at her scroll, like, and then looks at everyone else. Obviously, giving like, she's giving like a slight look, being like, we kind of just said the most important part, so I don't really have a problem with it myself.
One just shrugs and kind of scratches the back of her head, pushes the bangs out of her face, and tries to regain her own composure.
Felix would just look at Clara and just kind of look at his phone and then look back at her and just shrug.
I ain't no snitch, but I guess y'all was like tapping us, so not my fault, so whatever.
I mean, you have a lot of information on like the area and current situation on things, yeah?
Of course. Dr. Merlot has instructed and assisted with the warden. So, using my onboard programs and contact with Dr. Merlot, we keep a tight web of information on as much of the Grim activity in the nearby area as possible. And, of course, have an online contact with either Dr. Hamlin or Dr. Merlot, should you require it for reference and advisory position. We did say we would be assisting you, after all.
Well, considering how much help I think you can give Al, and I kind of feel like we just kind of gave away who I think we want to keep on the down low right now. I'll at least keep you on and hope you can, give us important information if you feel it's necessary.
Why thank you. I would be happy to help, especially given it's my purpose. And feel a little less guilty, obviously. All details of the mission were essentially relayed to us outside of the anonymity of the participants. Headmistress Gale seemed to wish to protect all students involved and participants, so the only reveal was that it was you four. Very interesting, honestly. I apologize. I would have spoken up sooner, but I was receiving some level of interference. Maybe it was because I was so surprised. Haha. Can you actually get surprised, Al? No.
Can you...
I'm not just saying. Y'all can crack jokes? In the presence of Dr. Hamlin and Dr. Merlot, it was only a matter of time before I developed a sense of humor, no matter how robotic.
Oh, I thought it was pretty funny, Al.
Why, thank you, Miss Sora. I appreciate it.
Al, do you know of any other, like, hives of Grimm in the area around Redwall?
The current layout of the Grimm activity in Redwall requires updating, which is why you will be referred to perform an update job while we return to the city of Glen.
Right.
Dr. Merlot is already in the process of updating some of his technology that's involved in our procedure. He can give you a more detailed explanation of it at the lab, I'm sure. But on this current venture, I would advise you all to just do a preliminary scan of the nearby area. Assuming the level of activity you experience now is anywhere else in the forest, the elimination of such by the Lucius and your own participation should quell Grimm activity for the nearby week, assuming they don't mass and large in any sudden migrations.
Right.
Y'all want to say that like one more time so I don't have to just pretend like I get what you mean. It should be fine, should you not find anything out of the ordinary. I presume the Lucis will be dealing with a lot more of the bulk. And anyway, any elimination of Grimm normally lessens their fervency. I guess I understood that one, yeah.
Claire will look at Viridian, and like everyone else, but mostly Viridian, happy that he has something she also didn't understand when he first said it.
Viridian's got that like grumpy look of like, I don't like what's going on because I'm still kind of like pissed off he was listening, but he's kind of like dealing with it. Okay, so we can get into contact you whenever we require it, Al. Oh, yes. I normally don't speak up without prompting, but in this case I was moved because of the conversation topic. Should you wish for me to remain silent until prompting, that is the standard operating procedure.
I don't have a problem, Al, if you want to speak up and tell me things if you think they're important.
Oh, wonderful. Though I warned you, you are opening quite the genie's bottle here. I am known to be quite talkative. Should you wish to change it in the future, simply tell me.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna mind, so have at it.
Perhaps this is the beginning of a wonderful friendship. Ha 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 ha. Gwen kind of squints at you, like trying to figure out if you think that's actually funny or if you're just nervous.
He looks to just shake his head a little bit, like, come on.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep you on a need-to-know basis, buddy. Wonderful.
I guess we should probably start making our way back to Redwall, yeah? Tell them
I would advise this sort of thing, yes.
Tell them we dealt with the Ursa and that they can be a bit more at ease.
I would recommend so. Shall I continue surveillance of your current location and details around you?
Yeah. Thank you, Al.
Wonderful. I'll try not to make any inflammatory comments in front of the citizens there. Also, keep my voice too low. I would suspect that these people would assume I'm some sort of demon.
Yeah. Maybe don't speak up around people that would get caught off guard by it.
No. Many of the faunus here would be suspicious of a program like me. I'm suspicious of a program like you. Well, I guess you do fit in around here, Viridian. Ha 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 ha. Felix, is he making fun of me? What the fuck?
Yes, and he's quite good at it.
The best part is, you would have to destroy your scroll to get rid of me, Viridian. Oh, you son of a bitch. Technically, I am not the... I know you ain't born, you stupid program! Brady says as he closes his scroll and shoves it in his pocket. And Al just speaks up from Felix's. I believe that is a bit of an act of futility should you be with your teammates. I said need to know.
Al, if you please, let him go for now. Felix will say, putting a hand on Verdian's shoulder.
I understand, Mr. Prince. Of course. Returning to standby mode.
Thank you, Al.
As the apple click and...
Claire will look around. Everyone feel okay to start the walk back?
Yeah, better late than never, honestly.
That's good.
Yeah, I fucking guess. Fucking computers.
As we walk back, Claire will give, like, another eye back at, like, all the, like, suddenly grown greenery as the nature dust is probably spreading a bit more.
Oh yeah, I mean, he traveled off in a direction, and for half the walk back, he clearly walked back where you had been and left a very nice spurts of growth and everything. And you can tell the direction he obviously went in as off down one of the paths covered in like wood and all that, or in the woods and all of that. You can see the growth spreading. And with that, you guys, well, let me just move your tokens. Let's see, Felix took 4 health damage, yeah?
Yeah, it took 4 health damage.
I'll be sure to carry that. Make sure I carry that shit over.
You'll carry that weight.
You're gonna carry that weight, yes.
Oh yeah, you transfused, right?
I did transfuse because I was scared.
Y'all gonna carry that weight.
I was frightened.
Yeah. Oh, I collapsed halfway through the walk.
Yeah. All that 4 health damage is that transfusion was completely localized on my right leg, so I can't walk. I guess you have to put me down because I'm like a deer.
Yeah, I shoved this.
I'm like a deer.
I shoved the fucking straw into my right thigh and just started slurping up all that blood.
Felix, it's Omicron. Why don't you try going to talk to him?
Because you're a deer.
That's so funny.
As we're walking along, Al is making jokes even though he said he'd be quiet, and Claire is just like nervously laughing every time.
Wise cracking, jive talking robot Al.
Oh no, don't say jive.
Oh yeah, is that not allowed anymore? Fuck. Listen, that's literally a fate in Final Fantasy XIV. I about busted gut when I saw Jive talk on the map. That shit's funny. God, I love the fucking
I disavow.
I have to do more fates as I walk around.
Well, yeah, do 10 a week at least for the challenge log.
Oh, right.
God, do your weekly, smile!
Yeah, okay, I'll get on that right now.
Cool!
It's a joke!
I know it's a joke. Okay.
I'm not Nathan!
Right, so you guys are going to... That's an older go.
Oh, I can't wait till Blaze gets to that episode.
Yeah, but...
Because that's where we're editing, so the whole conversation about Nathan, what the fuck do you mean we're playing CSGO, is literally just in the episode.
Oh my god.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, we don't start editing RWBY or One Piece for a while.
Yeah, sorry in advance, bros. I don't know how you guys made it through that shit. Disavow some things I said in there, I'm sure.
It feels so fucking bizarre now that we're doing it. Like, oh god, how fucking awful it was.
I'm sure I said some.
No, we probably said a couple sus things among us.
That we edit around now.
a couple among us things.
A couple of sus things.
In the growing 10k subscriber special of releasing Ben's censors.
Yeah. Once we get 10k subscribers, I will release every cut element of Ben.
Was it 1k or 10k? I don't remember.
What?
Whatever it was.
Was it what?
It was 1k or 10k. I can't remember.
Well, I shoot for 10k, so we'll have more material.
To pushing it back. Epic.
What the fuck?
What?
Yeah, you guys make it back to Redwall. By now it's like a little noon or 1 in the afternoon. You left pretty early and spent some time hunting, obviously, fighting and all.
Yeah, we are hunters.
Right back in time.
Good hunter.
I mean, that guy's a fucking hunter.
Good hunters.
That guy's a bloodborne hunter.
I mean, I guess there truly were beasts all over the shop.
He's in the place for them.
Felix the Icker.
Damn, that guy looks fucking scary. Let's not talk to him.
Look, Felix, a music box. Oh, there's a gem inside it.
Felix, look, he has a change weapon. That's so weird.
We all have changed weapons, Clara May. Shut up, Viridian, you fucking asshole!
No, Viridian, see that guy over there? He's your modern RWBY, so he doesn't.
Oh no!
Oh no!
So what's your weapon? Oh, it's just a big gun.
Well, it's a mace. Well, what's it change into? I mean, I guess there's a barrel at the top that shoots bullets.
I was about to fucking say.
Wow, that's awesome.
Shit. Hey guys, we need this to be like cooler. Just put like a gun on it. That's what everyone said. Remember when people talked about RWBY when it first came out? They're like, every weapon, but it's also a gun. So what if we just do that with a fair bit of effort?
And why don't we like not make them like? Why do we not pick like an interesting gun? We just literally say like it has a barrel and it shoot. Not like make it change into an actual type of gun, like Crescent Rose's a sniper.
Listen, that I would have taken his dumb mace if it at least was like a fully automatic, like he pointed it and it went like at least then I'd be like, okay, that's kind of funny that it just shoots really fast. But no, it's single shot semi-automatic mace club. Yes! The most generic kind of gun.
Fog.
At least make it shoot like grenades or something. Come on, man!
No one ever has a grenade launcher, dude.
Nora does at least, but that's...
Oh, yeah, she does.
Crew. Yeah, Nora's weapon's awesome.
I do like Nora's weapon, that's fair.
They even made a funny idea where they're like, she can ride it now, and I'm like, that's okay, guys. I like that. Oh, Nora's
my weapon to be a surfboard, but it turned into a FAMAS fully automatic assault rifle.
That'd be based! Fuck you.
See, that was a G check.
That's like, what's her face? Reese from the Vital Festival, where she had a hoverboard that turned into 2 SMGs? That was okay, I like that.
Which Vital Festival?
You know the one, the fucking meme one in the show.
Oh, okay.
Vital Festival weapons were fine, but Monty's probably still making those. That was season 3. Right, okay, yeah, but like I said, you make your way back into, Redwall. You're let inside, you know, suspicious eyes. And, back to the heavy bustle of the ghetto of Redwall. Pushing through people to get into town and everything.
Alright.
You know, and, yeah, you can arrive, what do you guys want to do here? Talk among yourselves more?
Yeah, I think Felix will turn over to Clara and obviously the Viridian and Gwen and just be like,
carry on.
Should we perhaps explain to Lady Percival first? I would, however, like to inform the Elder as well, considering his hospitality.
Well, Percival's probably out on patrol still, yeah?
True.
Why don't you go inform the Elder and I think I should probably go mention that the Grim won't be attacking, to the people working on the defenses. You know, Sir Boris was talking to.
You guys remember that Percival probably has already left the caravan, right?
So, like, looks at her scroll. Alright.
It's already like 2.
I mean, I guess we can see if she's back.
I guess. Might have to wait around a bit for them.
Would you still like me to go towards the Elder while you handle that?
I mean, I don't see why not.
Of course.
Yeah, that sounds fun running then.
You guys want to split up the NPCs with you at all?
That's fine. Which one do you want?
Which one do I want? Oh, did I get my fucking pick, dude? Let me think of. Yeah, I think I'll take Gwen if she would go.
Yeah, she's.
I think Viridian would want to see Percival, right?
Yeah, of course.
She's funny.
Oh,
No. Help!
Alright, so Felix and Gwen can head off to the fight, look for the Elder Ratkin, and Clara May and her buddy Viridian are gonna go look for Percival. Who wants to go first?
You can go first, Ben.
Ooh, sus.
So that is pretty sus, dude. Okay.
Alright. As Felix and Gwen are making their way through the village, you know, Gwen getting those uncomfortable stares, and Felix getting more of them now because he's been, you know, associated with the group of human huntsmen.
Yeah.
The reception you get is less wary than the first time and more a bit openly kind of
I get the Uncle Tom
Yusuf.
looks. I get it.
Yes, exactly. After the incident with Yusuf, it's more spare, tense looks or things, and say more of an uncomfortable berth you guys are allowed sometimes in the packed alleys of the ghetto. And as you make your way towards where the Elder's house is, Gwen kind of lets out a groan as you see it, and because as you see, one of his windows has been broken and his house has been spray painted and vandalized a bit with Ape Lover, or just Huntsman Leave, and various other fun add-ons.
Felix will have a very pained look as he sees this.
Please don't tell me this is his house.
This is his house.
Wonderful. Gwen will make her way up to it and knock on the door. Sir! And kind of look through the broken window and go, I don't see anyone in here.
Felix will kind of like, he'll kind of like move closer to looking a little bit himself, and then he'll kind of like look around the house like to see if he's around.
Yeah, you look inside the house, and mostly you're able to just see things like some shattered glass from the windows, some rocks that have been thrown in. Looks like someone threw a carton of eggs inside. That's pretty weird. That could have been food.
Awesome, guys.
And you catch a whiff and they're rotten, and you go, I understand now. Gwen just, like, pushes herself away from the window. And she has a very, like, kind of simple expression of neutrality, which you can only assume is a boiling conflict on the inside. And she'll kind of just throw her hands up and goes, right, awesome, cool.
This is... Felix will shake his head and be like, this is not what I...
Gwen kind of looks over at him, squints, and kind of pauses and goes, and puts like slowly like puts a hand on his arm and kind of pats him and goes, we probably shouldn't feel bad about this. I mean, it's not like we expected this kind of reaction.
I must say that I feel as if we should have, but nothing we can do now. Except offer our apologies and perhaps help him clean up a bit.
Yeah, it's the only kind of right thing to do, huh? Alright, let's look around for him. You said he looks like a little rat guy?
Felix will kind of look at him and be like, yeah, something like that.
She'll kind of look a little like put off, like, what else am I supposed to say? You know what I mean, come on!
I wasn't giving you a hard time. All in your head.
Yeah, sure it was. Because we'll walk around the local neighborhood area that his house is in and find the good old rat elder.
Oh no, dude.
Talking with one of the kids as he has helped them dislodge one of their... it looks like a little old bicycle that they'd rammed into a fence, and he had helped them dislodge it, and he's kind of chuckling and helping put back one of the tires that was displaced a little bit. And the kid's kind of laughing and smiling a little bit. And you see the elder's got a little bandage on his forehead.
Felix will kind of he'll walk up like behind him and be like,
yeah. As you and Gwen approach, the kid sees them and grabs the bicycle from the elder and sprints off. And turns slowly and looks apologetically towards you with like a smile and like a win. So you see a bit of his glasses are cracked a little and goes, "Oh, hello! Good to see you! Oh, is this one of your teammates then?"
"Yes, it is."
Saunters up with a little crack. "Nice to meet you, Missy." Offers Gwen a handshake that she does, and she nervously looks over his bandage and goes, "Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Gwen Ardea.
I would like to offer my apologies for what has happened.
Oh, did you not? Could you not find the Ursa?
Oh, no, we took care of that. But
that's wonderful news," he says with a big smile.
Yes. It was no trouble at all, of course, but your house and you clearly...
Kids these days. Sir, that's...
I suppose kids can be cruel, but that is going a bit far, don't you think?
Oh, no. Yeah, they simply got a little riled up with things, and I mean, it's not exactly your fault, either of you. You shouldn't worry about that sort of thing. It's not the sort of reception those who come to help us should receive in the first place. He kind of looks weathered and hunches over a little bit and rubs his back. Dear me. I'm so sorry about the show of things.
It's quite alright. We, however, would like to extend some help in cleaning that up. There would be no trouble.
It's like a pained expression. It's going, just seriously, I mean, it would be fine. I mean, it's not... Gwen stops herself for saying, it's not like it's a big place, and goes, it wouldn't put us out. I mean, we need help. We couldn't possibly... You've already done so much for us. The repairs to the battlements and all of the refurbishing of some of our defenses, along with the ammunition, some spare supplies for food. Everything you've brought in is already so much of a help.
Well...
And you already dealt with the Ursa.
Yes, well, that was all part of the job. This is a bit more personal.
Well, I couldn't ask for that sort of thing. Seriously, it's fine.
I must insist. I do feel responsible in some way.
Oh, you shouldn't. You shouldn't, he says as his eyes kind of dart back and forth and he chuckles a little nervously. Really, you shouldn't. It's fine.
Okay, Felix will look back at if anyone's like staring at them talking.
A bunch of the kids are.
Yes.
Just straight up staring at you all. Murmuring to themselves. Want to do a rapport roll?
Yeah. Oh.
Pain!
This man's like... He's dying, you guys. Why would you do this? Kids are cruel, Jack.
Kids are cruel, Jack. Because he's a cuck. Yusuf told me what that
He's
means.
a cuck.
Yusuf told me what a fucking buck meant.
Oh no. Oh no. Bruh.
I mean, this old man already looks pretty put out and, like, tired. This is a lot for him to clean up, and he probably feels pretty bad about asking for more. And you're pretty sure he didn't have that bandage and stuff yesterday, so that's a bad sign.
Fuck. This is actually a... Oh no, bro.
Yeah. This is rough.
What about more retaliation?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Felix will kind of look back at the kids and be like, well, I won't force you to take the help, of course.
And
Perhaps-
don't worry about it. Seriously.
Felix will kind of like just kind of look past the elder, just like shaking his head, just like, sorry, still.
Yeah, sorry. Gwen says, looking down at her feet. And after the tents and stuff and that, and oh, don't worry about those. I'm just sorry they were damaged a bit after you left, and I hope you have somewhere else to stay.
Ah,
Oh,
well, I suppose we should have seen that coming.
yeah. Gwen says, kind of looking down. We don't mean that in like a bad way, sir. No. Like I said, everyone's a bit riled up about things, but I'm sure you won't have to worry about that sort of thing once they hear that you dealt with those Ursai. For us. I do have to ask, as he looks towards the children for a second and sighs, and then kind of looks back to you all. Do you happen to know the other man who came into town? He's a huntsman, apparently. It's not that he asked about you or something, it's just... I think he's making some of the locals nervous, also.
Felix will kind of look over to Gwen.
Yeah,
like
she looks kind of startled and looks at him, like she hasn't obviously seen anything.
I do not think we were aware.
Oh, well. Unfortunate timing, I suppose, then, for his sake. And maybe yours, if they worry about that, but... A very odd-looking fellow. Can't blame people for being a bit nervous. Oh, he's, certainly a lot more rugged than the rest of you. Yeah, well, don't worry about it, then, if he's not anyone associated with you. I can't ask you to know anything about him.
Well, I'm sure we should go pay him a visit, Felix will say, looking at Gwen.
I mean, we might as well, right? Oh! Don't worry about that sort of thing.
Well, perhaps after we swing by the tents to see if anything is left.
Oh, right. Well, don't worry about it. They were old anyway. I'm just glad they provided one more night of comfort to someone.
Well, thank you for your hospitality again. It meant a lot.
Anytime, of course. What you do means more for this village than anything I could do for you for. You've probably saved lives already.
Well,
The miners will be happy to know they can get back to work.
Yes, Felix will say, very
He'll
conflicted.
The elder smiles pretty genuinely, and he'll... I think I must have left a kettle on or something. I should get going.
Of course.
If you need anything else, don't feel hesitant to ask at all.
I do not think we'll be needing anything, but if that need arises, we will come to you.
Oh, certainly. Yes, sir. Do you need any help getting back up? No, I'm still a little spry, he says, as he slowly shuffles, and Gwen nervously kind of walks around him looking like she wants to just refuse to not help him, and he'll smile at you both. I mean it. Thank you so much. And he'll slowly start to stumble off using his cane.
Felix will, once he's out of earshot,
and looks down at the ground.
Felix will just be like, "This is not right."
No, not at all. This is ridiculous. And she kind of wheels towards some of the children who are still looking at them, who look away under her gaze, and she kind of kicks at the ground. I said Vereen was paranoid.
Well, I would like to help him, but to do anything else may provoke more accidents like this. So
Gwen kind of thinks and kind of opens her mouth like she didn't conclude that yet, and kind of shakes her head. Unbelievable. They went out of her way to step off our own mission to help them, and they go and vandalize an old man's house.
It's Felix will just be looking for the right word. Like,
I feel sick.
It does not feel good.
No! It's absurd! Gwen's voice kind of cracks a little bit as she shakes a little with anger. This is not... We're huntsmen. In training, maybe, we're still huntsmen. We're not here for any other reason than to deal with Grim and help people. We're not with the Veilish people who run the city or whatever. Who do you think we are? Huh?
It's just... I feel like just kind of look around and be like, they've obviously, I suppose, trusted one too many times. Perhaps that man got them to a fervor. He'll say, looking back at the children.
Yeah.
This...
How dumb do you have to be? There's no excuse for that sort of thing.
I must say, it pains me too, but...
Huntsman. Gwen kind of mutters to herself again in disbelief. Yeah, unclenches and clenches her fists a couple times and lets out like a... Ugh! I want to get out of here.
Must say that I agree.
Let's go find those two and see if we can get the fuck out of here as soon as possible.
Let's pay a visit to that huntsman he mentioned. Just to make sure nothing happens, if we could prevent it.
Right. I guess we better warn him that he might be attacked by the people he's trying to help. Come on.
Felix will... Well, he'll think about saying something, but he'll just let it go. Gwen's obviously angry right now. For good reason.
Gwen's entire voice is drenched with venom and anger and disbelief.
These kids!
These kids!
Kids. What is wrong with them?
What's wrong with these kids?
Gwen's yelling.
I don't like it! Go back to funny, Gwen! I don't like this!
Everyone's supposed to think husbands are cool!
Literally, Gwen. But we're huntsmen. We're supposed to be the cool guys that everyone likes. What the fuck, Felix? This makes no sense.
The guy got fucked up because of, fuck. It's not
bad,
fair,
bros.
bros. He gave us food.
Gave us shelter.
He gave us food and shelter. What are these people, bro?
I guess even though you haven't seen them, I can delete these tents now. that place
No,
has been
dude.
vandalized.
They're fucked up. No.
Marine, you're so paranoid for keeping watch on the roof. Yeah, fuck you, Viridian. Yeah. I
Yep.
was right.
I was right.
Y'all didn't get any rotten eggs in your mouths because of me. Looks like another one to the Viridian was right column. See that, Miss May?
Viridian, how many kids did you shoot last night?
I just told them to shoot and had my bird scratch out their eyeballs.
Oh, cool.
It's like in one of the stories in the Radix, them of the unfaithful.
Yeah.
It's a plague upon them houses.
You know, Rudy, looking at these columns, it seems like you're never wrong. Is that right?
Writes down another one. Goes over to the long list of Claramay is wrong versus the empty of Claramay is right. Looks like you got your first point, Clara. Right into Clara's right foundation. Congratulations, you finally got it.
Well, that's pretty neat.
That's all good. That's right.
Yeah, I like the thing.
Yeah. Nice. Viridian and Claramay will make their way towards Percival's barn, which is luckily not in the most congested part, where you have to start going into like wall-to-wall alleys and streets in the ghetto.
Yeah, I also think these people are probably smart enough to vandalize your fucking house.
No. Percival has some respect in town.
Unlike that dumb mayor, you know?
He's not the mayor, he's just an elder.
That dumb guy, you know?
He's the elder, that means he's like the leader here, right?
Yeah.
No.
Felix, they didn't do that because he was talking. There was an incident.
Felix, he's a pedophile.
Yeah, I was about to say, there was an incident with some of the kids, Felix.
Yeah. If the graffiti didn't say, don't trust the broken buck, I'd believe that. But there's literally a smiley face that's me on there with don't trust the broken buck pointed at it.
We're not supposed to go there yet. Her bar will be opening up soon.
Alright. So, Viridian and Clara, with at least only some interaction of rude people, make their way towards Percival's barn house.
Claire doesn't like rude people, but she's not, like, surprised, and she's not, like... after hearing the story of like, you know, how the Faunus have been treated, like, in the areas, she's not exactly like, oh man, these fucking douchebags. She's just like, yeah, no, I mean, I would be more surprised if the Faunus here just liked me.
Yeah. Viridian also doesn't seem as surprised after dealing with everything this time. He just looks more uncomfortable. Viridian doesn't, like, go full thug mode in this situation where he's like, fuck these guys. Like, he's trying to be, like, brusque with dealing with them. But every time Clara and him are just by themselves again, he just knows people are staring at him. He just kind of looks upset and uncomfortable. Like, this is awful. Like more just disappointed. Not, like, overtly hostile and pissed off like Gwen. Just like, I feel fucking terrible. I'm sorry, were you gonna say something?
No, I was just walking. She's just gonna, like, stop for a moment. So, you okay after that? The fight was pretty intense, and I mean, especially with the Nevermore showing up. I know we took a couple bad hits.
Yeah, no, I'm a little sore and all, but I think it's nothing I can't sleep off in a little bit. I was being a bit careful. Felix looked a little tired, so we'll want to keep an eye out on him for a bit. But y'all can worry about Gwen, and I'll worry about Felix like usual in the day-to-day. I'll tell him to catch some sleep. He's a little less hard-headed about it these days anyway.
Yeah, that's good. You gotta make sure those two don't, you know, do something stupid.
Man, I like the good old days.
Hopefully, Miss Percival is around here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking, well, I mean, it's not like I didn't look at where they'd be headed. I figure they'd probably be halfway to the next settlement by now. They left a little after us. Scoozing there's no grim activity.
Probably is.
Yeah. Without the caravan and all that sort of stuff. I'm not sure how quick we'd be able to make it to the next one, but we could catch them on the next loop, probably. Oh, actually, using my map and... Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm sorry, Al says. But Miss Sora did say I could speak freely from her device.
No, Al, please continue.
I've already located a suitable enough route, and should you request it, I could send in information back towards the Glen to ask for a driver to assist you in connecting with the next caravan route.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. We definitely
Excellent.
appreciate that, Al. Thank you.
Of course, many resources are available to you after all. I will put in the information. You will be receiving pickup, I presume, within the next 2 hours.
Alright, well, why don't you let us tell, Gwen and Felix that? I don't want to spook them.
Very good, Miss Sora. And
Well-
Al will sit down again. Rain will be staring at your scroll a little suspiciously, and when Al sits down, he goes, I really don't like that thing, Miss... Sorry. Clara. He's almost said Miss Sora just by instinct. From Al.
I think you know, I was kind of spooked when he spoke up. We're dealing with, you know, the Grim and everything that happened after he mentioned Delta, but, I mean, he's offering to help us, so I don't think there's any reason not to take him up on it.
Yeah, but the thing I'm finding uncomfortable is that y'all already so easy to call me he. Like, y'all know, like, I may not, and it might surprise you, but I may not be the most technologically savvy, right?
Yeah?
Yeah, but like, I'm not a brick. I can pick up a thing or two eventually, even if I might, let it not be so clear sometimes, just to let some people get a little bothered by it. And good old Miss Bonnet talks a lot, so it's not like I never known about this sort of thing before. And I don't know, it just stirs something in me. I mean, y'all know Mary talks about this sort of thing all the time, right? She'd be working on her own with her little lamb, right?
Yeah, I mean, she talks to Lamb all the time, and,
Yeah. Well, Lamb does his, like, chirping and beeping. And Mary's pretty smart. I'm just saying, from what she was talking about, stuff like this would be on them, what's it called? Cutting edge or something of what y'all could be making. I'd have figured, if someone like Dr. Merlot could cook something up like this, I'd figure I'd have maybe heard her talk about it or something, or, if things like this were around, wouldn't there be more of them or something? Kind of like, Miss Hephaestia's coolers at Shade. It's not like when she invented those one while ago, it took them a long time to, like, make more. Everyone wanted them. You get what I'm saying?
Claire's kind of thinking on that. Like, she didn't really think about, like, that too much of, like, yeah, you're right. This is probably a pretty advanced technology that it's weird that not even Mary has really mentioned. And, like, Claire has talked to Mary, like, a lot about her hobbies, just for fun.
Yeah.
So she'll pause for a moment. I guess you are right.
Yeah.
It is weird how I haven't even heard Mary talk about, well, things like Owl and how advanced they are.
Yeah.
Maybe
she always made it sound like it was possible with smart minds and stuff, and
yeah.
I think, like, her uncle and pa or whatever might have looked into stuff like that too, and that's her idea for the future, but
yeah, but it's,
I don't know.
She definitely never talked about it in a way that made me think it was just around.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm thinking we might need a clearer idea on what the good Dr. Merlot actually manufactures.
Maybe it's, like, real cutting edge, but it sounds like they already had a bit of a relationship going already between the three of them.
Right?
So,
that's what I was thinking was weird.
Yeah. And I think I have enough sense not to pull Al right out now and ask him about it.
Yeah, assuming he ain't relaying this back to the doctor.
But, yeah. Claire will pause for a moment. I'm not really good at, I think, subtly figuring things like that out. So, I think that's a good idea, and I'll follow your lead on it, Viridian.
Well, yeah, alright, that sounds good. Y'all might be better than you realize, though, Clara. I mean, good old open books and nice ladies like yourself make people want to talk more and relax them, It's like having a pretty face or a nice personality makes people drop their guard. So y'all might not be snooping, but people want to tell you things because you're real friendly. And when you got someone like me who's a little more keen on noticing when people say things they shouldn't, y'all and me make a pretty good pair at figuring them stuff out.
Right. Well, Claire will kind of smile a bit. Well, I'll keep being friendly with them, and you can...
I figure that'll be hard for you.
You can handle the other side of things, of making the best use of my friendliness.
Yeah, that sounds good. Looks like we'll just have to maybe get a reference for someone who knows how to explain the technological part of it to us, but we can probably get the words for them.
Yeah, and, I mean, Gwen's real smart about most things, so I think she can at least, do better than we are.
Yeah, probably. I'll give her that.
Yeah, we just have to think of and explain this to her in a way that won't make her talk her ears off.
Yeah, that's the hardest part, he says with a long sigh, as you guys arrive at the barn and kind of go to the door end, and Breen will knock on the open door a little bit and kind of, after no immediate answer, peer in. Oh, I ain't seeing her. Be rude to kind of step in a little bit, you think, or?
I mean, I wouldn't do that. If most you'd probably park out here if I was waiting.
Maybe. I'll just, he'll kind of like slide the door open a little bit and step in through a little bit. Hey, Miss, Lady Percival? As he, steps in and looks around a little bit, you guys hear this sort of like breathing sound, and go, breaking in is rude. as a silent but kind of masked voice kind of crinkles out behind you both, and Breen jumps with a start.
Claire will jump and her shell will disactivate as she turns around.
There's a decently sized man, who's stepped up on the porch part. He doesn't truly tower over you because, Claire's already tall enough. He's about at her head height, but because of his outfit, he gives enough of an imposing, striking, view that it probably adds to the illusion of him standing over you. And at his position where the sun's behind him, it's kind of hard to see him out by a mostly shadowed figure as his hat kind of a wide brim casts over it. I described him a while ago, of course, but...
I mean, we would bio out too.
Yes, but Hauser... Yeah, I can, Oh, yeah, you got it alright.
Yeah, you already
Hauser has, obviously, the wide-brimmed hat that's casting a bit of a shadow, and he has his, ceramic-looking material mask. It's somewhere in between ceramic and put with bits of leather and stuff. This white sort of beaked, Plague Doctor style mask, and then a coif that covers the rest of his head actually up. Mm-hmm. And then his long, gray cloak with the adorning sort of bits of grim bone and material that he is weathered down a bit, either from just existing or what, but is fashioned in for the appeal. And hold at his side of this cloak, he's just holding the general in its rifle form at his side, and you can see underslung the little short shotgun just dug into his belt with a ton of other little supplies and pouches and things, and his big thick boots and leather bound breeches and things. He's definitely a very rough and tumble looking imposing guy, and this is a striking fucking outfit. Branda's take and stumbles back and falls on his ass oh, God, preserve me! You can't be doing that and that sort of thing!
We ain't breaking in. We've been waiting for Miss Percival to talk to her about what's going on, and we were just checking if she was back yet from patrol.
He grumbles a little bit, and with his other hand, he kind of thumbs at his rosary and necklaces with the Fen cross on it. The Fen one, of course, remember, is always the upside down cross. And he kind of turns his head slowly a little bit, like he's looking past you guys a bit. And he grunts. Still breaking in. Doors open. Still impolite to do that sort of thing.
Claire kind of looks towards Ring. I told you I didn't want to do that.
I was just opening it to holler a bit. I wasn't going to go rifling through her stuff now. His Ring stands up a little bit and walks off the porch. So he still feels taller than Hauser, but he's getting a bit kind of sized out by his presence, and he looks a little suspiciously at him and kind of narrows his eyes and goes, y'all one of them dust janitor people who wear the outfits to make sure the dust don't go in their mouth?
A what?
I've never seen anything like it. They wear them plastic suits, the masks, so the contamination suits. Yeah, them. No.
This looks a bit too feathery to be one of them, Virgin.
I don't know. It's with that mask of yours. It's scary. You have the same opinion of the children here. Her hand looks caught off guard a little bit by getting a very rude callback as he as Hauser narrows his eyes a little bit, you can kind of see him behind the mask, but it looks like there's either like paint or like another layer to the mask since they're kind of outlined by black through the eye holes.
As Claire kind of like tries to take a second and finally is like reevaluating the situation of like, wait, what the fuck is he even doing here? And we'll pause for a minute. I'm Claire Mesora, leader of Team Supernova. It's nice to meet you, mister?
Huntsman. He squints for a second. In training, I'd figure. You look too young.
Yeah. We're from Shade Academy, but we're helping out around here.
Shade? They sent students here? Strange.
I'll
never understand people.
It's a whole thing. Not even we really understand.
Don't bother me with it then.
Right?
He shakes his head. It would go above me. You have good eyes for it, at least. Yeah, I'm Viridian, me, sir. He says kind of slowly. Hauser kind of chuckles for a second, strangely, and he looks up at Viridian and he goes... And then he kind of looks back towards Clara without really saying anything. You're looking for Percival.
Yeah, we were supposed to meet her after a patrol.
She's gone, apparently. I was looking for her as well. The expert of the Grim nearby. Can you provide any details on migratory patterns or activity of the Grim nearby, if you've been assigned here? In her stead.
Well, we just dealt with the pack of Ursa that were causing trouble in the immediate area. And...
Ursa. Nasty things.
Well...
I've heard there's a Nevermore.
Yeah.
Any activity? Report on that.
Claire will kind of like look towards Viridian and like kind of give him a look, being like, "Okay, I already said we were going to tell people what we saw, what happened, just not explain what that is."
Viridian slowly nods and goes, "Yeah, there was a Nevermore." He looks both at you. I'm impressed if you were able to deal with it yourselves. Full team?
Yeah, the four of us are here.
Good. Dealing with a beast that size should never be a solo job. It's for trainees. Foolhardy, get yourselves killed.
We didn't kill the Nevermore. We were fighting it, but weren't the ones
I'm not aware
that
of any more huntsmen in the area.
Are you aware of the, Guardian of the Forest?
He pauses for a second, and he kind of turns his head around. He kind of does that thing almost like a bird where they turn their head around, survey the area once in a while, just instinctually on like a twitchy look. Heard of it?
Yeah. It came in and killed the Nevermore.
It's real then.
As real as we could see. Well,
Bet.
saved us some trouble.
Yeah. Well, it looks like my intuition was right then. It's a Grim.
Chloe's gonna pause for a second, being like, "Oh shit, someone just called me out."
No! Radiant says quickly before you can respond. White. Like its bones, but deeper. Strange activity.
Chloe's gonna look at Viridian nervously, just being like, "What the fuck?"
Speaks. Mutation far beyond. Dust management.
It didn't talk?
Clara, you just said it was a Grim! You gave it away!
Oh shit. Clara just looks nervous, being like, "Oh fuck."
It didn't talk. That's new. Did it communicate? Methods.
Clara's looking nervous, being like, "I'm not good at lying."
Oh, then you should have kept your fucking mouth closed! What are you two talking about? Share the information of Grim is common among huntsmen.
What's your name, sir?
You were advised to keep this secret, weren't you? That's strange. You're students. Please inform me of who you're working for.
We killed
Your
him.
current job, huntsman. They should be able to tell another who's their job. There's no NDA process, I believe.
Chloe's getting very nervous at like this constant barrage of questioning.
What the hell's an NDA? Huntsmen should provide all detail on any jobs provided they wish to retain their license. Since you're trainees, I presume refusing to inform someone of my caliber would be poor taste.
Your caliber?
I'm a huntsman. I believe it would be rude for you to do that, and suspicious.
Do you have a name, sir?
He grumbles. Does it really matter?
I mean, I'd like to not just have to keep calling you sir. Feels kind of...
I don't mind. Y'all really gonna say that?
Come
It's
on.
unnecessary to personalize this discussion. I'm on a job. Not here for pleasure. Never for pleasure. I'm a huntsman.
I mean, we're also here on a job, sir.
Exactly. No need to make things more than it needs to be. Please. I'm looking for these Grimm.
What you're looking for?
Yes, the white Grimm.
Claire thinks like, what the fuck? Why did we not know that there's
Brian
people?
looks- yeah. Y'all saying you's seen them before? Killed 3.
3?
Not by myself necessarily, but that's unnecessary details.
Like,
These Grimm are mutations of a strange disease. They're not essentially of a strange degree. Their makeup is not of a normal Grimm. They might be the next stage of Grimm evolution.
I mean, I
Further research needs to be done, but for now, elimination.
definitely agree with you that they're strange.
He nods.
I mean, the
I'm on a
one,
mission from a higher power as well.
the one we killed didn't communicate in the same way as this one. Wait, Claire thinks like, ah, shit.
You then.
Start talking.
Clara May Sora! Are you kidding me?
I'm sorry.
Y'all fucking... You're doing this on purpose!
No, Freddie, it's just nothing's changing. He just keeps asking questions. What am I supposed to do?
Your fucking mouth shut! Y'all don't gotta say nothing!
But he's not going away.
Of course he's not! Oh, for the love of the goddess! The goddess moves all of our actions. Oh, the hell you know about that? I'm a missionary from the Order of St. Rose, sent by the Maria to deal with this. Leans back. Y'all what? He looks down at Clara and goes, "Alright, we should tell him all we know about this."
Clara just looks like, what the fuck?
He's Clara. He's from the goddamn Maria. That means like the shepherds of the Lunar Sea ordered this. He's a missionary.
Did we tell them they broke down their church?
He pauses. There's this cracking as he steps on a twig as you're saying that. Then kind of looks down. His eyes narrow down towards you, and he stops doing the neck twitching. I think he heard you.
Oh. Alright, sir. A
I
while...
don't care. What? He looks more boiled. I'll inform someone who would matter in this situation.
Wait.
It's not my job to associate with human discussion. Defacing the property of the goddess is one thing, but it's no longer my position to investigate it. I have a mission already. I'll inform someone who needs to deal with this.
Alright. We
Yeah.
killed one of the white groom, is Lucius, right? Or Lucis?
Lucis.
Lucis. I always say Lucius.
Yeah, there's no C in this
like
word.
Batman, or like Batman.
Like Lucis Malfoy. Yeah, there's no C in the word. It's just asses.
Yeah, the Lucis Grim. We killed
Lucis.
one. Lucis.
There's a terminology for them.
Yeah. Did you not know?
He shakes his head. None in our sphere of influence yet.
We've been told to keep it under wraps by Headmistress Gale. A couple of teams at Shade ran into them, one including us.
Shade teams are running into them.
Yeah, there was one along the region border in Shade and Vale. and then one out more in the desert area.
Yeah, the one that we ran into, calling him Delta and stuff, could like talk and stuff.
Yeah.
Kidnapped the kid because he thought he was protecting her or whatever.
Yeah, he
Cover
fought with a lot
schools
of electric dust.
Hauser just starts speaking. So the Union's covering this up then.
Maybe?
He says that more to himself, basically. What? I don't know.
And we found, when we were dealing with the Ursa earlier today, the White Grim, Guardian of the Forest, it appeared and killed the Nevermore. And then...
Hunts Grim, right? All of them do.
Yeah, it definitely was keeping the forest clean to Grim. And it seemed to have a control over nature dust. So everywhere it steps, everything started growing.
You know, it's...
And it didn't talk. It just made us see things.
Hallucinations? He tilts his head bird-like again. Nah, like a vision of, like, stuff y'all seen before, right?
Yeah,
Like a memory.
I saw people I knew. Just memories, things I've done or been to.
He nods. Very good. All have communication methods that vary. None so always coherent, but some form of attempting to communicate. Lines up with what we've encountered.
It wasn't... Well, we even got right up next to it without it doing nothing bad to us.
When was this?
Earlier today.
Which direction?
Claire will, take out her scroll and kind of, look at a map. I think around here.
Thank you for your time. He tips his hat and does a Fentarian reverse cross in front of his face. God has protect you. Save your souls. And he just starts to walk off.
Can we please have your name, sir?
He's like, yo, at least that was that, sir, right, please? He tilts his head back, narrowing his eye that you can see. Hauser. Hopkins. People call me the Hunter. Didn't choose my title. I work with the Order of St. Maria as a missionary.
Right, thank you, Mr. Hopkins.
Don't thank me. I do nothing for personal reasons. I'm a tool of the goddess like all missionaries. I'll eliminate these Grim until I die.
Right.
This town, it's a bed. A bed? Won't last. Especially if they worship Grim.
I don't think they were doing it because they knew it was a Grim.
Doesn't matter. They've forgone their souls. Bad sign. Seen it all over this area.
Claire's gonna pause for a moment and look at him.
These are dark times. You should preserve yourself while you have the chance. Renounce sin.
Claire will look at him a bit confused. The Grim got real spooked, so you might have trouble approaching it anytime soon.
I don't have trouble tracking Grim.
Thank
Thank you for your concern, though. I'll be relaying with my companion and will be dealt with.
Clara knows not to even...
marching off again with the belts and, thump of his heavy boots.
Clara already kind of gets the gist of, there's fucking no point even asking him, who his companion is. He'll just be like,
Come on, someone, you said? No, they're missionary or what? Hey, I'm talking to you! As he kind of starts walking off, and nearby faunus and stuff clear a path as he cuts through the village.
Clara will walk up with, a hand over his shoulder.
What the hell was that all about? A missionary!
I don't know if he'd be keen on answering much more if we barely even got his name.
Nah, I'd say nah. God, just help me. That man was strange.
He said he killed...
nothing like the vicar or nothing.
He said he killed 3 of them.
Yeah, I heard that. That's something. They didn't know they was called that. What the hell is he talking about that the Union's keeping it from him? Did he mean the Maria?
You think the church is working on their own to deal with them?
Well, I guess that's the only thing I could say after all that, right? I mean, the missionaries and all that do them old work. They normally go where the Maria and the sea shepherds and stuff would ask for their assistance and all that. They's huntsmen still, yeah, so it's not like they're always doing that, but...
Well...
Wait, if he worked with the... He said Order of St. Rose, right?
Yeah.
Well, that would be where all of Dragon and stuff came from. Damn. Maybe I could see if I could call the vicar or whatever and ask about him.
Yeah.
If she's free.
They'd definitely be more talkative. Maybe I could try getting in contact with Abraham and see if he knows anything.
Brian kind of sours at Abraham's mention and goes, I guess if you had to. How about I talk to the vicar and we'll go to the old vampire as a last resort.
I thought we already went over this. It's not a bad guy, Viridian.
Yeah, well... Look, there's just a... It's hard to ignore what he's got, alright? He's doing his best to renounce it, but it was born with a real unholy pact hanging over his head. I don't really admonish the guy for that. I feel bad for him in that. I don't know.
Viridian, I thought we've been over this 1,000 times.
Y'all says we've been over it 1,000 times. The fact's still true.
They're not curses, Viridian.
It is. It's not. It's from something that's not right, Clara. Y'all understand that sort of thing. Like these Lucis, right? They're an, No, listen to me for a second. Come on, I'm trying to...
No, okay, I won't interrupt you. You can go ahead.
They're, anomalies, right? Them Lucis are like weird things that shouldn't work this way, right? Grim, they all work one way, but they don't, yeah?
I'm not going to agree with you on this, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah? And them semblances, he says after a second, are like a mutation them ancestors did to them a long time ago and did something evil and made their blood do that. It's not right. That's... Semblance is your guiding soul, Clara May. It's the goddess's own personal little gift to y'all. It's our souls being allowed to come out of ourselves and really be us. It's like if y'all didn't get to have a name, it's taking that away from someone. It's not right to be doing that to them. Subjugating them soul to be a crafted one way, whether they want it to or not. It ain't right. It's supposed to be the one thing that's yours, y'all know? Special. Dirty and that's just wrong. I ain't saying it's their fault, but it's just true what happened to them. Y'all don't know what it does to a person. None of us do. It ain't good. Sorry, there's just no way around it. I don't mean to make you all feel bad about it, but it's just true. Y'all gotta accept it.
Claire's gonna pause and just like look at him. I'm not telling you not to talk about how you feel, but this seems like it'd probably be a pretty long discussion to go over yet again. So maybe we should wait till we're in a bit more comfortable setting. As Joe looks around at the town, as obviously people are giving them looks.
Rian lets out a breath from his frustrated sigh from his nostrils, and he kind of shakes his head and goes, "Yeah, y'all right about that. You know."
I don't think we're going anywhere, and I don't think these. Well, we'll have plenty of time to go over stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm just seeing all this worst stuff I could see with the goddess right now. Been a real nasty place. He was right about that. Let's help them. They need it here. And I can't get it off my mind.
Well, we've already done a good first thing in getting rid of those Ursa. So, doesn't seem like Lady Percival's home yet. So,
yeah.
I guess we should probably go catch up with everyone else to tell them that an escort's gonna be coming in a few hours. Then
Yeah,
hope we can
right.
run into Percival before that.
Right. That sounds alright with me then.
Oh,
Oh.
we should probably mention his friend into that huntsman. You know,
Yeah, I figure.
he found a way to get us to talk about things.
Right. Y'all, and shall we get like our stories a bit straight for kind of chuckles nervously. Let's figure out a way we could tell Gwen where it's less of like he maybe his semblance made us talk. How about that? That's a good one.
But if we run into him again, that might be easy to disprove, and that should be even more
I
mad.
didn't hear that guy. He doesn't like talking to people.
Yeah, but I mean, Verdian, that sounds like it does have at least a chance of just immediately blowing up on us. If we just...
I know what you're saying, but Gwen's already mad about a lot of stuff, right? Do we really need to
Wait, no.
jump on that grenade?
Wait. No, Verdian, I got it. So,
Alright, I'm listening.
if I try and talk about it in a log, Gwen's just gonna sniff it out. She's, you know, she's better
Yeah,
than
you're
a...
pretty bad at that.
Yeah, she's better than a blubber seal at sniffing out when someone's lying. So,
Well, I'd say maybe you make it easy, but go ahead. What? Don't look at me like that! Do you
What?
hear the conversation we just had?
all I'm saying is maybe we just don't mention them that we ran into them.
He did tell us a lot of stuff that did seem important, though.
Alright, how about you mention them when...
Between both points. Sorry,
Alright.
what'd you say?
How about when the driver comes around and I'm telling them about like where we're going, you can mention it to her and I just won't be there.
Y'all think I'm that stupid?
What?
I'm not taking this.
I'm not asking to take it, I'm saying you just do a better job at lying to her.
Miss May, I'm not a miracle worker.
So you're saying it's hopeless?
I'm saying that the semblance reading our mind plan is pretty good.
But
To be fair, we don't know that's not what it is.
But Freddie, that's not why I started saying things.
Well, yeah, only the goddess knows why you do that.
I'm just afraid she's gonna find out, and then she'll just be even more mad. I've already pissed her off enough today.
Yeah, you really have. Size.
I really like just not I really like just not telling her anything right now and hoping it blows over.
Yeah, I like that too.
Alright, that sounds like a good plan by me, and Felix won't ask anyway.
Nah.
I mean, they don't even know there's a huntsman in town. That guy already left.
They probably got them bellies filled with them elder stew or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's all gonna work out.
Yeah, I say so. We got this, he says reassuringly to himself and you.
As they can walk off confidently in their plan.
Yeah. They're fucking geniuses.
Yeah. Thanks, Felix. What great pairs.
Fuck you! Holy shit! What a fuck up of epic proportions.
Hey man, you wouldn't want Clara over there. She might have cracked.
Look, I'm sorry that Sad
and assaulted
Squad.
those kids.
If Clara was
Sad
with
Squad is sad.
if Clara was
okay?
with the old band, she wouldn't have taken no for an answer. Would have cleaned up the house.
And then he would have been.
Well, yeah, because
bombed
Clara
anyway.
doesn't realize that children are watching, going, "That motherfucker is helping him. We're gonna double fuck his house."
Felix, why do you get firebombed? I just don't get it.
Felix, they firebombed his house.
Felix, why'd they walk up and ask him if he wanted to trick or treat?
Felix, they
Hi,
shot
that's
him.
another
They shot
Lona
him.
reference for you know.
That's awesome. What did you say?
Felix,
It's another Lona reference for you.
Lona, thank you.
Felix, two unidentified faunus individuals shot him.
No,
can't be happening.
no, Ben, they'd hire humans.
They hired a human, so they couldn't
No,
be tracked back to
dude.
them. Why a human?
Yeah.
So it's not tracked back to us.
It's okay. I already have. I have the Sopranos ready. I'll be watching it after.
Watch it now.
Yeah, dude. I'm never gonna notice.
Do you want to break for dinner?
I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking retard, Your Honor. Your Honor.
Felix has a panic attack.
What if we run into a CIA man that used very, very intelligent tactics to get Claire to break?
I'm fucking retarded.
Okay, Miss May, you should kill your mom. This is why women don't like you. You should build a bomb.
Okay.
These instructions are hard.
Okay. Team Supernova will reconvene with each other after reuniting. As I imagine Gwen and Felix come up looking a little
They look very sad.
Gwen
probably looks more angry than Felix.
Yes, Gwen has her indignant, I cannot believe this just happened. I cannot believe it face, and she's like, looks like she's been like steaming this whole way through. And Felix looks like
sad. He just looks sad.
sad.
he just looks. He's got that slight pain expression on, and he just looks sad.
Meridian's coming up, trying to keep his face steely so Gwen doesn't immediately see through what they did. But he looks a little more concerned as he sees these two actually come up.
Claire will walk up with him and look towards him.
Y'all stepping something on the way over?
You guys alright?
It's just the
awful.
The elder, because of his cooperation with us, his house was vandalized quite heavily.
Was?
I'm so sorry the way you just said
it. Honestly, that I powered through it, but didn't know it said something.
What? What?
Because of us!
You said that in the pretend cadence. I'm sorry. It was!
Blow up!
You've gotta fucking help me out.
Okay.
I was being very legitimate.
I know.
Well, it was a pure-hearted mistake. Wasn't intentional. I understand. I'm recovered now. Okay.
Fuck.
Yeah. Vandalized. Spray painted. Windows broken. Frushi in his house. He's an ape lover, apparently.
Not to mention,
is he alright?
He may have taken a hit to the head.
Wait, that wasn't there before? You're telling me that was...
Looks like she wants to immediately go back and look for someone, and then just kind of stops and stomps on the ground again.
You have got to be kidding me!
Please, it pains me too, but we must not do anything further.
Person looks really distraught. He's like, y'all said he was just like a nice, like, rat-looking little guy, right? They roughed a guy like that up?
Yes.
All he did was just give us some soup and a place to sleep. I mean, he was the one that told us about the...
Oh, and don't worry, the tents are all gone now, too.
He was the one that told us about the Grim in the area, like, to start with. We might not have even stuck around to deal with them if we didn't hear from him.
Yeah, they would have had them Ursa crawling over their minds, let alone the Nevermore. He just kind of like does the like Fen reverse crossing himself as he mums a little prayer. Goes, I can't believe it. This is worse than I could have imagined.
It's awful, frankly. I offered to help him, but I feel as if that would make things worse for him at this point.
Bunch of kids were giving us the stink eye the whole time.
Clara's immediate reaction would be to help him, but they're like, you know, they're saying they didn't, and she's able to intuit, like, you know.
Y'all did the right, yeah. Nah, y'all probably did the right thing. If that's the sort of attitude they got for it, seeing you go back would probably have just been as bad, yeah, so...
I think everyone in town... I think everyone in town was just okay with that happening to him?
Who's to say?
Would probably say no, but to think that they would step out and stop it from happening, that is also up for debate.
Yes,
yeah.
Because it's easier to ignore it than just to stand up and do the right thing. At least for some people.
That's just... I'll tell y'all. Y'all might get mad at someone and want to fuck with them, but y'all never fuck with an old man's house like that. I mean, that just ain't right. Like, you could steal a pie or something, but that?
It didn't even do anything wrong.
Well, he associated with huntsmen. That's pretty bad here.
But we helped take care of the Grimm around here. We didn't do nothing to these people.
Well, I guess they can thank their little dear friend for that. Not you, Phil. Sorry, I meant the...
I understand.
Okay, good. I'm just...
By the way, Lady Percival wasn't in the house. But
Yeah.
See.
we did arrange for plans for what we're gonna do next.
Yeah, the weird robot fella got us a thing we'll go on and catch up with him, as long as he's not actually leading us into a ditch or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, transport's gonna come for us in about 2 hours.
Oh, can't come soon enough. I never want to see this place again.
That's good. I mean, most
Just-
likely need to leave now.
With the Grimm being dealt with in the area, I don't think we have anything to worry about right now.
Yeah, I guess not.
Although, the old man did speak of another huntsman coming in here.
Oh, you don't say? Really? Y'all saying he was like a... Well, I mean... I guessing he ain't gonna get the best reaction then, right?
Exactly my thinking. We probably should find him and give him a heads up before anything could happen.
Ah, well, I don't know about that one. I mean, we've only got a couple more hours and, wouldn't want to do any more damage on our way out. Y'all might be getting a little conspiratorial if they saw us associating with another guy who came in. Kind of like we're, passing off the hit squad, right? You know what I mean?
Claire's trying to remain silent.
Oh.
I think that is... Well, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Just finding him and telling him what he's in for might be the best course, though, to avoid something happening. But people... I mean...
I don't know.
Felix will kind of look at Viridian like, Viridian, I simply want to find the man and tell him about the situation here. It's...
Yeah, and I'm just saying, I mean... Y'all said them was looking at you with the old guy. We don't want to, like, ruin this guy's chances with him, right?
If he declares himself a huntsman and the old man already knew he was, then his reputation here is already shot.
What do you say, leader?
No.
Says Clark.
Claire will look at him being like,
A bit of a team this,
Claire will,
and y'all can make the last call on it.
Claire will literally look at him like, traitor.
Yeah, all y'all gotta say is yes or no.
Can you repeat what the decision is?
Clara.
Sweats for a second.
Clara, were you not listening?
He's in like a test of breath, like, oh my fucking god. And then he goes, I'm saying, if we should, let the poor man not get associated with us, so no, or if we should go...
No, we definitely shouldn't.
That's right. You heard her. No arguing with the chief.
Yeah, we don't have
Well, I
time.
must
It would only be...
disagree.
What the fuck happened? God damn it.
Felix will take a look at Gwen and be like,
God fucking damn it, Clara, come on!
What? I didn't do nothing! You're the one...
How could you not be... You could have just said, no, we shouldn't!
I was trying to play dumb, why you...
Were you not listening?
I was about to get away with it, why do you involve me?
No, we weren't about to get away with it!
She wasn't
what
gonna...
has occurred?
Yeah, we already met the goddamn huntsman.
Ah, I see why you took such caution telling us. He'll say,
Well, y'all understand,
He's
Clara is very,
He snuck up on it when Viridian broke into Miss Percival's house.
I didn't fucking break in, I opened the door to shout, you know what? Oh, I broke in? Well, guess fucking what? Clara May told him everything about the Lucis. There.
Viridian, what the fuck?
Clara,
This up first, and then you threw me under the bus. Get out of here. I can't fucking believe you guys.
That's not the point!
That's not the point.
Clara, please tell me this is a joke.
It was... No, I did... He already knew. He said he killed 3 of them.
Yeah, he did say that. He said a lot of interesting things.
He also apparently is...
Excuse it!
He works for the church.
Oh! She just looks at Brian. Oh, so you just told him everything when he said that? Well, I mean... Duh.
Oh,
Duh!
no. He's lying, clearly, right, Viridian? Felix will say, with pleading eyes.
He's a missionary. They only come from the Holy See or the Shepherds. They gotta know. Why the fuck would it be bad to tell them?
Viridian, we are following what we...
Alright, the goat by then.
He's apparently here to hunt and kill it, and seems to be very experienced on that.
Larme had already basically said everything by then. I wasn't doing anything that bad.
Verdine gave in and told me to say everything even more once he said that.
I'd already spilled it all out. It was fine.
I do hope killing it is not going to upset anything, but...
I can't fucking believe you guys.
This is ridiculous. I cannot believe this happened.
Is it really that to believe with Clara?
Well,
And
I think you had
no.
quite the large hand in it, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Verdine... No, Claire was like, yeah, I'm gonna pile on to appear stronger, but then it's like, no, I don't have anything to say.
So much for, our plan. Yeah. But,
Gwen, don't look that steamed. No, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just, everything's gone the direction I expected so well today. I'm just... Okay, did he at least say anything fucking helpful?
He said his name is, Hauser. Hopkins. He's with the Order of St. Rose.
the hunter.
Yeah. He also didn't, well, he didn't know they're called Lucis.
Yeah.
Apparently he didn't know anything about what we knew.
Yeah, sounds like what Miss Gale and everything, they had been talking with. Whoever knew in that department didn't exactly tell the, Fens and all that. So the Marine stuff got them own investigation going on there.
Yeah.
And you guys told it.
Well,
I mean, basically the only thing we said was we've seen one before in that, name.
He was also just kind of... I think he was already basically there. He's already here, knowing that one's here.
Yeah, the sightings didn't go out outside of their line of vision. Look, he was pushing. Cut Clara May some slack.
He also mentioned, just as he was walking off, that he has a partner here, but it took us everything we had to even get him to tell us what his name was.
Well, the Elder only mentioned one huntsman, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
she's looking to Felix for that because he was there for it.
Yes, he only mentioned one.
So, unless it's a faunus that blends in,
I'd be surprised. Most of them, missionaries ain't exactly known for being like,
what, faunus?
no, yep. I always gotta assume the worst. I'm saying subtle with them action. Like he said, he's decreeing what he's doing here. He's here to eliminate them and all that.
I don't think anything about that guy was exactly subtle.
Yeah, y'all should have seen him. He looked real fucking scary.
He's wearing, like, Claire will, like, imitate the mask with, like, her hand. He was wearing, like, a big beak.
I see.
Yeah,
What
like,
a strange...
like
outfit.
a big mask covering his entire face and, like, a really large hat. Like, his whole outfit was... Well, it stood out more than I think anything I've ever seen in terms of what a huntsman wears.
Yeah. He was a real weirdo, is all I'm saying, I guess. But, he's on a mission from the goddess, so I wasn't one to impede him. Y'all can't really give me guff for that, especially since we learned a little bit there, too. That means there's been 3 more of these things that we haven't, and Gale and everyone probably didn't even know about either.
And I mean, I guess it's not exactly what I think would happen, but as long as this thing isn't gonna cause trouble around here anymore, I don't think it's the worst thing for him to take care of it. As long as that thing's gone, I don't mind someone else taking care of it.
One kind of plays with her bangs for a second, thinking. Felix got anything immediately?
Felix will kind of sit there thinking a little bit too, and then be like, I suppose that, yes, this time it wasn't too bad to tell him, since he already knows about their existence. Perhaps we should keep it a bit more quiet in the future.
I mean, I told Clara May how to handle it next time. I think she's got it. She was doing alright here. She just stumbled at the last
Perhaps
part.
Clara should leave the room next time.
He said it on me, man.
Listen,
Clara, as he
Clara
laughs.
will look a bit more annoyed and just speak up. Listen, I don't think people are just gonna run up to me and ask, have you seen have you seen the White Grim that talks?
Well,
And if they
now
do?
you know they will.
If they do, I'm more prepared mentally this time, Felix.
That's good. That's
Felix
good.
will just shrug and be like, I know, Clara. I assume that you can learn from this.
Oh, see? He assumes that's a pretty big endorsement.
Clara will look towards Gwen because she's realized they're literally just agreeing with each other on haha.
Gwen just rolls her eyes and goes, like I said, at least we learned something here. Whatever, it's fine. I don't expect you to be able to hold yourself back.
Oh, thank you.
I wouldn't say thank you, but y'all got your own relationship.
So I guess it's mostly hanging around waiting for our escort. I don't think any of us are much keen on, I think, getting more of the lay of the land at this point.
Oh, hell no, yeah.
Maybe we can just hang out by Miss Percival's house while we wait for the escort.
Probably
Yeah.
the best.
I'd say so. Works for me. Let's just kick back for a while. Fuck this place. Seriously. I'm sorry, no, that was supposed to be good.
Yeah, fuck this place, seriously.
As I think I'm good for us to go towards the house. And whatever happens from there, either
Sit outside.
waiting a couple hours.
Yeah.
Sit on the porch drinking 40s till the thing shows up.
Yeah. I assume Felix doesn't have any more conversations he wants to get in the meantime either.
No.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm good personally.
Alright, let's make a little cut here so I can at least
A few moments later.
head. Here, you can start recording now.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys will wait in Redwall for your transport to arrive, get picked up, and will be en route towards where the current convoy's locale is, or into the meeting point you expect to. Is there anything you think you'll talk about on the way, or am I good to just bring you to the place?
I'm thinking. Do you have anything, Ben?
I don't know. I kind of want to talk to Gwen, but I'm not too sure if that's.
Yeah. For reference, you're on the back of like a truck.
Yeah.
So you might want to wait.
I think I'll wait it out for now.
Okay, that's good. Makes it easier because we'll get to the map. Okay. So yeah, you guys will eventually arrive near sun going down, and you'll find out that the current convoy is making a stop off and setting up a campsite since they're in between points. Since most of the logistics of this whole operation were thrown out the fucking window the minute that other migration came. So you guys are going to be, thankfully, in their opinion, dropped off with them, so there's even more security at the camp. Oh no, that was right. There's a comment. You will be dropped off by your transport vehicle at the campsite.
Nice.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, sweet, a schizophrenic.
Noah, I do think that sometimes we're a little too close.
Yes.
I think that I was thinking literally the exact same. I need to stop.
Don't worry, Ben. Whenever you get sick of listening to these quest NPCs, I'll be in here for you.
But Ben, doesn't this map seem a little big? Like something's gonna happen?
From Carl drive
What?
off.
Whoa, into the night?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I hope Grim doesn't come over to far over.
It's like a security convoy truck.
I just imagine a fucking, like, I know the monkeys aren't here, but fucking, like they just throw a fucking
Berengal?
Yeah, Berengal just, like, throws fucking rock from a tree, and just, like, it fucking beams the car and it goes careening into a tree.
Listen, dude, Skeeter he wants to do some night runs. He gets a lot of money delivering on it.
Whoa, bro. Bro,
Hey, actually, wait,
are you
bring the
guys
car back,
huntsmen? Do you know Crow Brandon? I was giving a ride once.
Do you guys know Crow Brandwood? He's like a toddler. It's awesome. Yeah.
Bring the car back.
Yeah, what's up, Phil?
Hey, listen, man. What's your name?
Oh, I'm like Skeeter.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Skeeter, I think you should stay here at the camp with us because it could get pretty dangerous.
Is this an actual thing that's happening? I'm so fucking lost. Did you actually want Felix to be like, hey, stay here, Ben?
No.
Like, we're trying to play the game
I'm
here. And you're just, like, telling me this. I'm like, alright, I mean, I'm not gonna say no.
I'm going insane because Ben literally perfectly imitated fucking Terry. Like,
Yeah.
like the cadence.
The way he does that, hey,
Yeah.
wait a minute, like, a little kind of quiet.
Yeah, like the cadence
You
was
want to
perfect.
stay here? I'm kind of worried about you.
Yeah, like the cadence was perfect of like kind of
It
doing
sounds psychotic.
doing a little bit of a
God.
pause and then like saying something but kind of questioning it yourself.
Oh,
Yeah.
God. Like I said, master at absurdist humor. Anyway, get him out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
No, Skeeter's staying tonight. You
What
talked
the
him into it.
Skeeter. Oh, he's gonna die, isn't he?
Well, I mean, it's your fault if
You want to
that
talk to me
Ah!
about Skeeter? You want to talk to me about surfing?
There's worker women over here. They're easier to pick up than children like you.
Oh, what? Children?
I'm like 19 or 20 or something.
Yeah, I'm like 32. That'd be weird. I'm not a creep.
A few moments later.
Alright, so Team Supernova makes their way over to the campsite. Skeeter has already parked himself down somewhere. And you get your welcomes from the workers and stuff. As they're happy to have you guys back, because these guys were very pleased with you making sure all of them didn't fucking die. It's nice to have more kids around who will help them. They'll make some room around the campfire around for you guys.
Well, get off the truck, kind of stretch a bit, and Clara will kind of like just go and take a nice seat by the fire, just trying to take some time to relax after everything. You know, Clara's current mental state is like, hey, you know, this is kind of a wacky day, but you said Huntsman said he'd just go kill that thing.
It's a wacky day.
Like,
Yeah, wow.
Like, when in doubt, like, that guy at least seemed to be confident in what he's doing, and if he can kill that thing, one less problem.
I like this much, but I believe in him.
Yeah,
Hey,
well,
Viridian
Felix is
trusts
so
him.
depressed, but, you know, it's fine. Felix is gonna sit by his best friend Viridian, if that's alright.
Yeah, sure.
Fuck. Look, I'm blind.
What, do you not see him?
No, there it is. Oh, for a second I didn't. I have Viridian blindness.
He's fitting in with the greenery, dude. What can I say?
Shut the fuck up.
I'm so funny.
Felix, you ever, like, notice how my name means green?
Oh no, dude.
The golden rule of RWBY, don't fucking...
Wait a second! Felix's color is purple. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Knew you were soulmates, yeah. You guys sit down by the fire. They've got, you know, things like hot dogs roasting over it on sticks, some apples and stuff. Some soup tins that are heated on it. And you guys can get some food that they're having. Percival has a loaf of bread she's downing.
we're gonna look, or I'm gonna look towards Percival.
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 My bad.
Percival. So we took care of all the Ursa and everything. Even a Nevermore went down out there.
It's wonderful news, she says in between big bites of bread. And she'll kind of furrow her brow for a second as she thinks about that, and Varric slaps you on the back excitedly and goes, "Ah, a Nevermore! Truly! Impressive work, Supernova!"
Well, I think we're all just happy we got it by the skin of our teeth, and, you know, it was taken care of.
Yeah, it was a real tough one, but we handled it alright. Shouldn't be bothering them no more longer, Brian says as she's worried that Claire keeps talking and wants to talk over her in case she says something that's obviously a lie.
I actually have a question. This is like
Sure.
more for Ben.
Yeah.
Is we obviously would have discussed this, but I actually forget. Or at least in the car. Do we address the fact that Hauser is even here? Like, to other people. Like, because there's not really a point to lie about it, but I assume we would have, like, gone over if we're even going to talk about that with, like, Varric and stuff.
I think we would probably. Talk
Yeah, I
about
feel
it.
like we would. I'm just going over if we, like, what the feeling
Just double checking, so I don't embarrass us. I remember Clara and Viridian were like, we should, like, check with our contacts at the Order of St. Rose and see if they know anything about it. But, yeah, sounds right what you guys would handle. I don't think there's any reason you guys didn't want to say he was there.
Yeah, it's like, check with them, but that's more about, like, okay, like, who is he?
Yeah, no, I got it.
Not like, how is he?
Uh-huh.
Or why is he? Okay.
Why are we here, Clara?
So, Clara will take a bite of her food while she's letting Ferdinand cut her off because she knows that she has a habit of doing bad things.
Uh-huh, yeah. It's a polite way to say it.
Before she takes a deep breath and then looks at, after chewing at, Sir Boris.
Mm-hmm.
When we got back, we also ran into a huntsman that's in the area.
Another one? Truly?
Um,
I'm surprised to hear that.
his name's Hunter? Hauser is his actual name.
He kind of rubs his chin for a second, thinking about it. And Percival kind of looks over and shrugs. He's none I've heard of. Not particularly, anyway. I can't say I remember anyone by that name particularly as well, but I suppose I've met too many at this point across Vale.
What was the order called, Viridian?
It's the Order of St. Rose, Clara May.
Right, he's one of them.
Ah. From... oh, fuck, I'm having a space.
Argentum.
Fuck, what's that fuck up? Yeah, it's from Argentum, but, Ah, from Vital, really? Interesting. I suppose there might be some reason that... He kind of thinks. Well, it's a small enough island. I imagine they have plenty of time to send missionaries out on their own time to anywhere else.
Well,
Still, I'm surprised to hear he's in this area of the woods. Oh, I wouldn't be. Sorry, I didn't say mercenary. I meant missionary. If I missaid that, the missionaries will go anywhere they can. After all, their mission is to help and assist with Grimm and spread the good word of their gospel in the first place. I don't think any sort of proclivities, even at one such as being a location primarily inhabited by Faunus, would stop them from attempting to assist them. It's not in their nature. Still, a bit queer.
I mean, either way, having him in the area is certainly going to help with all the Grimm activity.
It puts me at ease that the place isn't unguarded, at least. Oh, yeah, it's a real benefit and all, right? He kind of looks between Percival and Varric. Varric nods, eating part of the roasted apple. Oh, verily. Absolutely. 'Tis never a bad thing to have another huntsman and employee in the area. Calling upon another in a time of need is very necessary in this God, I've had a fucking break. In this profession, after all.
Well, he wasn't very talkative for a priest.
They're not exactly priests, Clara May. They're different, remember? Felix, you remember the difference, right?
I think it escapes me at the moment.
Y'all are hopeless. The missionaries are their trained warrior monks, basically. They're the ones who receive huntsman training. They're not priests. Those people are employed elsewhere. They're a special position.
So,
Like the vicar was.
right, so the vicar's also trained like that.
Yeah, the vicar is like an awarded role towards anyone in the clergy themselves. But generally, it's assumed that the upward momentum of within the organization that a missionary receives is receiving the title of vicar. And Vicar Rose was one of them as well, yeah. So, yeah. Well, good work, Miss Arnett. No, he said, well, good work there, Gwen. Yeah, it's for history class.
So that got us in the position that Abraham and the rest of them are going to probably end up being in.
I reckon, I guess.
Wow.
Ah, the young Dracule. What an interesting young man.
You know?
Well, I know of him, of course. Anyone should, really. It's not every day I would hear a story such as his.
I can tell you, as someone that's friends with him, him and his team are real nice people. We got to know them.
Well, that's lovely to hear.
We got to know them real well during the Bottle Festival.
Fraternization with the other teams is a good thing to hear about, after all. I'm assuming everything went rather well besides that one unfortunate incident at the festival.
Yeah!
You made the most of it, surely.
Oh, I mean, I'd say so, as Claire kind of looks around at the team.
It was an experience.
Glenn laughs a little ruefully towards staring at the fire, and Brian kind of puffs up a little bit. Well, yeah, we got the most out of it we won, after all. Trying to cover up his own uncomfortableness with the topic. Percival just kind of slowly looks over the rest of you and kind of lets out a little to herself and goes back to eating her bread and loaf.
So, what's the plan after we're done camping out here?
On the morrow, we'll begin traveling again. Percival, I assume now then you'd like to return back towards the area? Well, did that huntsman intend to stay in the area of Redwall?
I think so. He's probably gonna be in the general area from the sounds of it. He wasn't very talkative, but I think he'll probably stay in that general location, right, Viridian?
Yeah, he made the sounds of it like that and all. I mean, all the activity nearby and stuff like that. I mean, we heard it definitely would have helped clear it out like that, and he said a bunch of stuff like us dealing with the Earthside stuff would lead to less activity in general, or something. Sounded like he had a good reason for it. I'm a little, I'm good at dealing with and finding the Grim most of the time, but all that, after stuff and the Grimology sort of thing kind of fades from me. But he made it sound like it'd be good, yeah?
Claire's gonna give Viridian a look, being like, oh god, you're gonna give it away, don't talk too much.
Ryan squints at you and shakes his head and scoffs like he's offended at you. And Percival nods slowly as she's thinking, staring at the fire, and goes, well, I assume then that it should be under protection for the immediate sense, and it would be more fitting for me to continue the patrol route for now, splitting off if necessary to go forewarn anyone on the migrations, so I can attend to at least most of the rest of your deliveries.
Well, I think we'd all feel good having you around.
Yeah, it'd be a right good time to keep you around, Miss Chamomile. Huh. Well said, you two. After all, we're so much stronger all together like this. The Grim will be practically running from us, would they have the ability to. Yeah. Gwen kind of shifts and kind of coughs a little bit and looks over towards Felix and gives him a look.
Felix just looks over at Gwen. I should.
I'll chance it.
Yeah,
Give me
No.
a chance, actually.
No, I think I'll roll chance instead.
Go ahead.
Just
not the roll.
Just no fucking like justification.
ahead.
Just say I'm rolling chance instead.
I'm rolling chance.
And then you
Well, don't let me stop you.
and then you say you're sticking your hand in the fire with him.
just to feel something. Sometimes I let the map just to feel something.
Fuck you. I was just about to say just to feel something.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Ooh, looking good. Yeah, she's uncomfortable and kind of wants to, like, say, like, should we, like, fuck? She's kind of, like, looking at Percival a little bit, and you're thinking, like, oh, yeah, she's probably still uncomfortable about the old man situation.
Yes, I'm glad, because I was about to bring that up. Anyway.
Yeah.
Felix, well, looking over at Gwen, and then he'll look back at the fire and be like, Percival, if I may.
Of course. I don't see there'd be any reason to hold back.
I'm afraid that, well, while we were back at Redwall, we originally heard about the Ursa problem from a old man who, well, asked us to help. That's why we first accepted it. But I'm afraid that him being so friendly with us may have caused harm to him.
Harm? She looks concerned and more alert as she sits up a little bit and turns to you. I presume you mean Old Man Burmese?
Felix
never realizes he never asked a name.
I do not think I ever... Felix will be like, I suppose I never asked him his name, but... Felix will kind of describe him a little bit, you know, like...
Still not.
Look like a rat.
Yes, that's him. Pray tell what happened.
Well,
what do you mean harm?
When we came back, his house had been vandalized quite heavily, and I have reason to believe it was because of his friendliness towards us. And he was also harmed. He'll point to his forehead. Seems to have taken a blow there.
She lets out a long, almost neighing sigh. As she's, like, stood there, her armor kind of clinks a little bit as she leans forward, hands resting on her knees. And she shakes her head, a bit of the fire flickering in the light, illuminating the small bits of emotional frustration that flickers over her face. Which is a lot, considering how poor she is at emoting most of the time, and one of her ears twitches anxiously. Truly. After already causing such a mess, I suppose... it was to be expected that something could boil over even worse at this point. Such a troubling thing. I'm sorry if our incursion led towards anything like that happening, Miss Chamomile, Derek says, slightly more quiet than usual, as some of the workers nearby who are listening kind of look around awkwardly. None should be so sorry for the charity we received, no. Perhaps it is better, then, that I return to Redwall sooner. I cannot permit for something more to happen, and... should he be willing, she lets out another exhausted sigh and rubs her forehead. I'll have to ask Old Man Burmese to allow me to investigate further. Things like this shouldn't be happening.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I was hoping you would go check on him. We would have helped him in the moment, but I felt as if further, well, people seeing us talk may have led to further retaliation from them.
Yeah. Gwen kind of mumbles quietly, almost guiltily, and she'll look around at you guys and kind of shake her head. No, that would perhaps be the most accurate description, or no, accurate assumption in this case. I do not know the true depths of the vitriol instilled upon some of our citizens there, but should it go to this level, I don't see why it couldn't go further. Please do not feel guilty for this. You've done nothing wrong, after all. It just reveals how volatile times have gotten for us. There is none so village outside of the borders of the Glen that suffers so much as Redwall, but I cannot say it is the only one currently. Times are beginning to get much and much tougher for the citizens in the area. I suppose the Glen is looking all the more inviting for most, though I imagine it would be a difficult conversation for yours. Impossible at this point. Would they see a reason to it? Honestly, I'm not sure I do at this point.
As Claire will kind of like chewing her food and listening to this, being like, "That was a nice old man," and I hated it when Felix has said, "Yeah, it's kind of our fault that people are being mean to him."
Yeah.
Claire will just chew on her food a bit. There has to be something that everyone can do. I mean, Claire's gonna like bite into her bread a bit and think. I'm not trying to, belittle the problems everyone has, but as she kind of like looks out at into the dark trees and everything. I mean, I feel like people could understand there are worse things out there than each other.
Unfortunately, in this case, each other is the most troubling issue to deal with amongst the Grim, causing even more volatility among the ranks currently. The owners of the last vestiges of settlements outside of the Glen are still holding on for some personal reasons, I'd imagine, to themselves, or perhaps practical ones that I'm not yet, I'm not positioned to understand. But I would say the Glen would be the safest option for them currently, especially considering the current times. One would worry, though, that it would become even more difficult to find residency with the migration. You would assume that, but... And Varric kind of clicks his tongue a little bit for a second. 'Tis seem the governor is making ever more expansions towards the place, and is very excited to, convince those to stay. Percival just kind of hums a little bit, and Gwen goes, "But, I mean, people just don't want to move? Is that what you're saying?"
No.
Yes?
Varric just clicked his tongue. Can I try and do a rapport roll to kind of... Because he's speaking specifically like the governor, expanding everything, and I'd like to see if I can, kind of intuit more about how he feels on that.
Please go ahead.
DM says the character clicks tongue. Yeah, that's fine.
That's the correct mindset to have.
12.
Character emotes. Correct. I should roll. Incorrect. I know what it means. Yeah. Varric had clicking his tongue like that was obviously him stopping himself from completely slipping up and then trying to return to more voice of neutrality on this issue. But the topic of the governor's fervor to expand the Glen and entice others to come towards it from the area seems to rub him entirely the wrong way personally, in a manner unbefitting of Varric's normal joy and assistance, considering this guy was introduced as someone assigned to work with you from, one of the higher-ups in the Glen at the time. The treasurer.
Claire
so
will,
it's like, oh, okay, it's funny.
Claire will think for a second. I mean, the Glen's not even that old, right?
None so at all.
And it's already expanding so fast? Is there any... how fast do they plan on going?
Deeper and deeper into the mountains, a veritable shell and shield that will protect them from the outside world is the governor's dream, I imagine. One he continues to propose and justify at this point. Whether such a thing is feasible or the correct option with what he should be allowed is one question too many for myself, personally. But it makes sense. Housing would require much more space and infrastructure, especially in a domed city such as that.
Claire will kind of raise an eyebrow, not judging, just honestly questioning. Is it safe to be building things out that quick?
Safety and the expansion of civilization has been the trouble of Remnant since the dawn of time, I'd imagine. Though he would often profess that this is the safest route of expansion. After all, expanding into a wall doesn't get you much closer to the grim outside of the thinness of said wall. The trouble comes with finding finding the people to stock the insides. Well, you mean like, getting them to move out of their homes and all of that? Percival nods. The governor technically has authority over all the nearby settlements and provinces that he's attempting to sway towards the Glen itself. I believe some, though, would have objection, perhaps, with not just the sentimental abandonment of their own homes and land, but towards the secession of it towards the governor himself. Eliminating the local authorities and governments that exist on a smaller playing field give it just more land for the governor to make use of himself. After all, for this... and Percival will kind of trail off there, and Varric will peep up. After all, for this plan of expansion to work, you'll need more sustainable land to be able to fund and survive in the Glen itself. Farmland underground is very easily replicated with plant dust and all of that, but that would once again take up more space. Thus, the land outside is used for more and more structure and infrastructure that would benefit those inside the Glen. The beast feeds sign self.
So I'll take a bite of her food. And she's like thinking for a little bit. We heard from Mr. Irving about the governor, but we haven't gotten to meet him yet. What type of person is he? Like, how do people feel about him around here?
Well, you should have met him by now, honestly, if he hadn't been busy with a sudden uninvited guest at the time, so I imagine you'll be called to meet him soon, but as for the person he is...
that was, Ganymede, I think it was, right?
Well, one sec, out of game, I believe, that... you can still say this if you want, but when it was talked about, you guys were kind of guessing that, and Artie's like, well, I'm not at liberty to actually confirm that or not, but you can make your assessment. So it was there is some level of perhaps, it was implied there's some level of
yeah,
is that sensitive information?
Enoch Irving basically confirmed it without saying it when I asked him.
Yeah, exactly. Irving did it also. So it's do you care about the sensitivity with this case? I'm only bringing it up because it's been a while.
I think I would actually, if I was alone with Varric, it was just us, I'd probably not care as much. But the fact that there were a bunch of workers around, I'd probably not say going on that.
Why do you say this?
Not with Skeeter here.
Oh, Skeeter, the government plant. Right. Yeah. Right, so...
he's part of the Wave gang.
Probably, I mean, he's blue and purple, that makes sense. Right, so you're asking what kind of person he was.
Yeah.
And as he's saying, excuse me, Governor MacDonald is an impressive figure all around. His establishment of the Glen itself as a project and heading of it has been nothing short of, continually impressing and going beyond the expectations given towards him. This level of project was not one easily granted, and was not expected to result in such success, I would hazard a guess. He kind of chuckles carefully a little bit. After all, provisions in giving so much land and authority towards one of the governors is a bit of a responsibility, but as promised in the deal, the success it led to would lead towards more continued expansion of the project. So, the Mountain Glen project turned from a simple explorative use of refining an old facility used in the war, further and further until the point we have now. As the governor is very fervently supportive of his own wishes, it has transformed into quite the beast of itself. I suppose that tells you enough about the man as it needs to, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think a good bit. I don't think there are many people that could get something like this built so quick, just by their own desire to.
So,
it basically wasn't always intended to be on this scale. Quite right. The governor was intended to have dominion over the nearby territories as he does now, initially also as an elected group of the House of Nobles. But his direct project with the Glen itself and refitting the old facilities used there, and continuing along with it to expand into a larger base of operations, was none to the scale of a city, only a settlement at the time. But I believe ever since the first chance at his offering here and his political ambitions, I doubt this has been something that just fell upon him. No, I imagine he planned for this by the start. He's been very careful about placing himself towards the success of this place.
Huh.
He sounds like a smart ruler. Percival will say, kind of nodding a little bit. Should he be thinking this far and for the success of his people? I can't deny that. Oh yes, I don't think Governor MacDonald intends for the people of the Glen to be anything but the most successful citizens of the waking world of Remnant. After all, he's looking to make it quite the jewel of Vale.
As Claire kind of thinks. Well, I mean, certainly seems like he's getting there already. Well, I ain't never.
Kinda seems more like a geode, if you ask me. You gotta crack it open to see it, but I get what you mean. What? He looks over at Clara, who just like stopped talking.
What? Nothing. Just, you know. Have you done a lot of mining, Viridian?
Nah, I just know about rocks and minerals a bit. Yeah, who doesn't?
I don't know. Just thought it was kind of strange.
I thought it was an apt analogy. Yeah, I thought it was weird too.
I think it was quite poetic, Viridian.
Why, thank you, Felix. And of the most of our team, y'all are the ones who's the most artsy. So I know that means I did the right thing.
Felix will think about, like, he'll have like a face of like he wants to say something, then he'll just be like, nah, just shake his head and keep looking at the fire, eating a hot dog.
But I wouldn't worry too much about being intimidated by the man. After all, your position here is none so that you have to worry about his opinion too heavily, and I doubt he'll have the same level of expectations of a full operational huntsman team out of you all in the first place. So try not to be too intimidated in your meeting with him. Just put your best foot forward and all of that.
Right. Hopefully we'll get the chance to, you know, talk to him next time we're in the Glen.
Like I said, I imagine it'll happen as soon as possible after all.
Right. Well, then I guess we should try and get done with this delivery in the most timely fashion we can, then.
Certainly. Hopefully we haven't delayed the meeting needed for him.
Clara will just kind of go back eating your food, thinking to herself, well, he kind of delayed ours, so, you know.
Whoopsie! My actions have consequences. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no,
All right.
bad end.
Any more topics of discussion for your camp out?
I'm fine.
I think I'm good, yeah.
Alright.
I told Funny Horse, please help him.
So, yeah, Percival will now intend on the morning to go back to Redwall.
Go away.
Go, Gadget. Go,
Felix, the text message. He's been crucified.
Go, Gadget. Stop the crucifixion.
He's been murdered.
I'll never
He's
make
been
it there in time.
skeletonized.
I'll never
The
make it there in
skeletonized
time.
remains
Skeeter.
Of old man Burmese.
has been found.
No, dude.
It was the drones.
No, I'm messed up. Burmese isn't a color.
Fuck you, yes it is. It's a color. It's a rat breed, which is a color.
Okay.
Remember, Pen, you don't have to. It can be the most disjointed thing.
No power. Oh, fuck off. That'd be like saying, like, a cardinal isn't a name that means red. Dumbass.
No. I agree with the logic. I just think, like, you know, people know what a bird is of a rat.
I think you're just an idiot in revealing you don't know rat breeds. I bet you don't even know any of them.
I like the ones that eat cheese.
Oh yeah,
That's all of them.
Hey, I'm gonna make it cut here.
Yeah. Make a cut here, because I gotta interrogate no on this.
Make a cut here so I can cry for a little bit on open mic and then say, okay,
There has to
now.
be one breed of rat that doesn't like cheese, right?
Maybe like the hairless ones. I don't know.
I don't know. What did Kim Possible say about that?
Oh, right. That thing was a rat. Jesus.
There's a mole rat.
Yeah. It's fucked up. That's not a real rat.
Mole rats are real.
Yeah, but they don't say booyah.
Yeah, it's bullshit. Which means they're basically not real.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, so Percival will be leaving immediately in the morning, and then you guys will go on with the rest of the deliveries. This will take like 3 more days. And then
Good
we'll be
fuck.
returning to the city. Like I said, you kind of got put off schedule really bad.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like really bad, and now are dealing with like, you know,
hungry people.
hungry people, you know, a little more activity on the roads and stuff like that. Initially, this was supposed to just be probably at a good pace, like 2 days, but not only was the Redwall delivery not the route you were going to take the first time, but you were also basically held there at gunpoint by scared Faunus people, and then went to go help in the village, which made the caravan travel a bit slower because they had less guards, and then you had to find a new route. You know, they were being extra cautious since last time they almost died, even though you guys did well. They're like, well, we gotta repair the trucks and stuff, and, you know, things add up.
Yeah.
But yeah. I presume since you said basically there's nothing here, you guys are good for the rest of the route. And we will have you guys after that day be returning to the Glen.
Nice.
And you will be dropped off by the warehouse where the trucks initially had set out from. Let me just put you over there. Sir Varric will be excusing himself as he'll be staying with the delivery and doing some more like logistical things there. And you guys will be released with a successful pat in the back for your mission. He'll say he will catch up with you all next time for the required mission.
Okay.
Actually,
I'm gonna take like an actual pause here after you about them.
A few moments later.
saying, you guys are let out of the shipping warehouse and everything. On I'm trying to think of what time of day it would be. You know, I'm gonna say it's late in the afternoon on the day you come back. So I'll probably consider heading back towards Hog Street. Probably dump your shit and get like actual showers and maybe rest after that. But you are let out on the main thoroughfare area here. Oh, this Campfire's supposed to be over here.
Felix is also gonna be stretching a bit as he jumps out of the back of the truck.
Yeah. Viridian lets out a big old yawn. He's got his one of his tin cups, like, you know, survival cup things that he was drinking out of. He got some coffee at one point from some of the workers and made it on a little fucking gas dust burners thing. He's sipping and kind of looking a little bored and out of it. He kind of looks up, frowns. You know, I already kind of missed the sky and all that. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? We see the sky every day, Viridian. We're in Mountain Glen, and you're missing the sky already? Yeah, I'm just saying. Oh my... Why? This is cool! Oh, you two never shut up about this
Well, we aren't going to be staying here forever, so let's enjoy our time here now.
Brian grew up on a boat. Yeah, there's more sky on the boat. There's lights.
Well, the
What
sky.
what a question.
Well, I suppose it's nice that it will always be there. Felix will say, looking for something to say about the sky.
Wow, you should put that in a book.
I was not trying to be poetic about it.
I think things like that are already in books.
I do not think I'm the first one to have that thought.
Huh. Way to shoot yourself in the foot, Felix. Well, I reckon you gotta be to write a good book. Unless it's like a history book, in which case I think being repetitive's the point. What? What? Why do you want to go see that guy again? Yeah, I mean, but why? Like, you could just not. Oh my god, you are like you're regressing each and every day. Just don't drag me along again, please.
I think we should be a bit careful who we speak to, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking we gotta be careful of who May talks to. You're right.
I will not make judgments until I meet him. Felix say nodding towards Clara. But
wow, bold move. Yeah. But why don't we just go to our gross inn? It's not that bad. And... oh man, that's pretty rough looking. Oh. Marine kind of nods over across the street towards all the police cars. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's rough.
Can you see over there?
Oh yeah, you want to check it out?
Felix will wait for just a second and they go, yes.
We're gonna summon a little bird to land on your shoulder, and you'll get a cool zoom in as Raids put a bird nearby on the roof just looking down at the horribly mutilated bodies, specifically.
Felix will...
these are, as I described before,
yes.
from Yusuf's scene. This is where it is in the timeline, at least somewhere.
Something
yeah, and then
brutal.
people. Yeah, there's a scene down that alleyway and stuff. Damn, I guess they just found him a couple hours ago.
This is quite disgusting.
Oh,
I would not suggest looking at that. Kind of regretting it myself right now.
Hey, you asked. What, you want to see it? No, I don't want to see, like, what, like dead bodies? Ew. Ew.
Specifically.
Ew. You're saying ew to that. Bridian, you're saying ew. You don't think we're going to see a couple more dead bodies in our lives? I know we are. I don't need to invite myself to seeing them if unnecessary. Well, I figured it's like, you know, desensitizing training or something and all of that. No, I'm good, is my point. Do you see what happened? Well, am I a detective? I don't know what happened. Let me go ask one of the detectives for one of my birds. I'm sure that won't scare him off. Oh my god. Yeah, you sure? Right here? Premium seats.
It's a good choice, Clara.
Way to take the fun out of it. Guy sips his coffee a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, this coffee ain't really doing it for me. Let's go. He says as he dumps his cup on the ground and
hooks it to his belt again and starts walking off with you guys. And yeah. One just rolls her eyes at his vandalism.
Yeah,
But it's
Felix
a
will
city.
look
Can't just do that.
disappointed.
What? Ah, right, it doesn't rain here. Shoot. Walked her off.
What a fucking vandal.
Guys will make it 2 hogs straight. Take your time, take it in.
Take it in, dude. They got donuts.
Someone say donuts.
Faunus! Ah!
I'm sorry you guys are in the lower end of Mountain Glen.
So am I. Holy shit. I think you're forgetting someone. Hot dog salesman, dog.
Oh. Yeah, I bet. I thought you were actually had seen Mr. Bottom left down there.
Oh.
No, you actually did miss someone. I know! Isn't that funny?
Okay, can I go to the bottom of the map and stretch it out?
No.
You know, fun.
Hell yeah, man. Oh,
Wait a second. That's just...
yeah?
Sorry, that reminds me a lot of the actual character in RWBY.
Who?
What's his fucking name? The guy has no semblance because they forgot.
That could be a lot of people. Who do you mean?
The guy who's on Salem's team, he just fucked off in the last season. Remember,
What?
he's like, I'm going on a speeder trip. Mercury.
Oh, Mercury. Jesus Christ. Right. Yeah, it could be his dad. He's a character. He's the one who stole semblance.
It's very mean of him.
Mr. Black, is that you?
I think you're metagaming a little here, but sure.
I know Clara's gonna go talk to Mr. Brandy, let's be real.
You sound like you're judging him for that.
No, because
decision.
Blake gave me this whole talk about how Burke Brandy's like Clara's funny character and hers just stay away or something like that.
Blake cornered Ben in a Discord channel, told him to fucking stay away from him. I
Stay
guess.
away from Burke.
I know what faunus bring with them, misfortune.
I don't know why I read Faunus or Valish Child as Valish Chad. Fuck me. Let's get this underway. Felix will probably not talk to Burke Brandy unless Clara grabs onto his sleeve and goes, "Look at the cool guy! Look at his hat! It's funny." So unless that happens, Felix is okay. Thank God. I wouldn't want to step in on your Burke territory. I think Felix will be heading into the end, but he'll probably stop by to see Piper handing out, probably candy with like razor blades in it.
Hold on.
Survival of the fittest.
I'd like to extend a personal apology to the viewers for the fact that I've been muted for like the past conversation, like 5-10 minutes.
Pain.
Awesome.
Oh,
I just caught it. It was just the last exchange. It was fine.
Okay.
It was not the it was basically all the time after we took a break. What the fuck?
I was playing the clown music.
Yeah, it was only that last conversation. It's alright.
Awesome.
I caught it before I was in a fucking solo scene.
Cool.
Mario. Alright.
You got yourself together, yo.
I truly got myself together, bro.
Alright. Well, I think we all split up. I mean, Felix isn't
Let's go, team!
Felix isn't gonna tell anyone to fuck off, so if they want to follow him to see Piper. More than willing.
Hey, you guys want to come? Guys? As Clara walks up to Burke Brandy.
Already might stop to see Piper, I don't know.
Okay. Feel
Do you want to see Piper too when he sees that, or do you not give a shit? I'm just timeline-wise.
What do you ask?
What? I said, do you want to be going up with Felix to see Piper when he does? Or, like... do you want to be in that scene also? Because Ben opted out of talking to Bert. Do you want? Are you going to want to talk to Piper?
Me. Yeah.
And you specifically said, no, I'm good.
As long
it's
as,
not an offensive thing for me to claim. I'm asking, does Blake wish to participate in the scene also? I'm just curious.
As long as Ben doesn't have a problem with it, I would like to, yes, as Piper is a pretty important character.
Okay.
Fair.
But you have veto power, Ben. I kneel.
No, it's fine.
He sounds so disappointed.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't mean to sound like that. I'm sorry. I don't. I unironically do not care.
Well, okay. Well, since you're so neutral about it, can you do me a favor and grab the quest while you're over there?
Yeah.
I got it. Get the fuck out of here.
No.
Frozu, get the
No.
fuck-
No. Felix throws Viridian out.
Oh, fuck! God damn it. Yeah, Sklar makes her way. Sklar makes her way over to Officer Brandy. I'm glad that one hit. Constable Brandy. A group of nearby people kind of shimmy off. A worried-looking older couple and their young Valish man fan who has a T-shirt that has a picture of. Oh wow! I put myself into a pickle, haven't I? He just has a picture of. Oh, this is like a Takeo situation. If I was a fucking idiot, I'd say something really stupid.
No, what the fuck? What the fuck's going on, Noah?
Well, I like had an idea for something and went, no, that doesn't make sense. And then I'm like, oh no, I could say something really stupid. Like, he walks away and he has a T-shirt with a picture of something really funny on it. And I thought of like Eddie chuckling and going, yeah, Carrie, that's a good idea. And I started laughing at my own idea that I would say something like, here's a picture of the achievement on it. Like, you know what I mean? Like a shitty Rooster
I
Teeth.
love Achievement Hunter.
He's a picture.
Yeah.
Here's a picture of the Kirby.
There's a picture of Funhouse logo on it. It's like, yeah,
Ooh.
that's it.
Ooh.
Also, it's not Achievement Hunter, it's Achievement. They're a canonical band in the RWBY universe, but they would not be alive now, I think. I think they're a boy band. Anyway, what he actually has is a picture of the Team Jack logo on his shirt. It's a big Team Jack head.
They have a fucking logo? Based.
Well, you know, it's like the letters and shit. I imagine that would happen.
So it's the name Jack.
Yeah, but it's like the colors, but you know, like the unironic RWBY color logo. I imagine they do that minus like the anime pictures
It's good.
at the Vinyl Festival for merch.
Well, yeah,
right? That makes sense.
It's good marketing. And
Right?
we know one
Like-
thing from Gail, it's that she wants to make money.
I don't know if she would be in charge of that exactly, but yes, exactly.
She'd authorize it.
Right, yeah. I suppose
wants her
since it's
plate
in
mail.
vacuo, she's the commissioner and she demands her plate mail. No, it'd probably be the union, but that's taking a joke.
Which she's
too
on.
seriously. She is on. See, oh god, I should not drink seltzer. Anyway, you'll make your way up to Officer Brandy. Right. My actual point was it's a older-looking couple with their son as they kind of worriedly kind of walk off like they were questioning Constable Brandy on something. He kind of tips his hat towards them and then sighs a little bit as they walk away as his furrowed mustache kind of turns down in a bit of a frown and he shakes his head. He doesn't notice you approach.
As Claire will start to walk up. Howdy, Officer Brandy.
Oh, what? Oh! That was his voice, right? It was a funny British voice.
Yes. Jesus.
I had a panic moment of what the fuck is the accent?
Holy shit, this whole section's fucking you up, isn't it?
Listen, it's fine. Oh, good evening there, Miss Mac. Miss Sort. He'll tip his hat. I heard you all were out of town for a little bit. How'd that go for you?
I think it went pretty well. I got to lay the land around here. Did some escorting of some goods.
Ain't that some good words for some sore ears?
Killed more than a couple packs of Grim out there.
Ah, lovely work. Oh, we need less of them everywhere, basically.
Yep, I can only see the roads out there are a little more clean.
Good to know, that sort of thing. Oh, goddess knows we're going to need a bit more care around here with all the people who are stuck out on them before they can get here. Aye. I imagine all of you are still in good health then, yes? Where's that little Gwen girl with you?
She gets tired pretty easily, so I think she's making her way back to the bunk.
Right. She seemed a bit of a serious sort. Good lass, that one.
Oh.
A good team with you.
Oh, definitely.
Right.
Anything to report about the situation around here?
His face kind of cracks into a frown, and he lets out a tired sigh as his jowls crease in a frown. I would say a bit of one, yeah. Not gonna lie to you, Miss Laura. Things could be a bit more spiffy in the Glen today.
Anything I could help with?
I don't know if I could really ask for direct help on this sort of thing, but considering you're working for the governor, maybe, but, well, I suppose you wouldn't be minding hearing about it at least.
Oh, definitely, Constable. I'd love to at least, hear it out and tell you what I think.
Well, let me see. He'll step out towards, away from the middle of the street as a couple more people pass by, just for you to follow through as he kind of sidles up against the wall and sips at his little coffee a little bit. Well, tell you on the honest, got a bit of a issue in the Glen right now. Bit of a hotly debated topic.
Okay, will nod.
This afternoon, there was reported a couple that were murdered in the streets, you see.
As Claire will kind of, pause for a moment and think. That's awful. I think we might have come across that when we got off our transport.
Oh, down at the warehouses and things like that. Yeah, that would be where it was.
Yeah. There was a lot of officers and a whole scene going on around there.
Right. That's exactly the sort of thing. Now, in the Glen, it's not like it's a small city. We've got things like this happening most days a little bit. Got quite a few people in here. It's just a statistical thing how these go, yeah?
Yeah, I'm from Mantha myself, so I know how places like this can get.
Right, packed in like sausages up there, you all. Here. Must be awfully tight. At least we're a bit more spacious here, but we're getting close these days. Oh, I tell you what. No. He kind of loses a little more of his blush again. Well, I tell you, the tricky part of this is that we aren't expecting this to have been so much of a happenstance or a fit of passion. We don't have much of a suspect right now, I'd say. Even suppose the things were happening the day before, but they were hidden a little bit. Not too well, but it was in one of them alleys no one goes poking around for no good reason.
So you don't have much of a lead on who done it?
No, not only that, but, well, we got a lead on someone who might have done it. The problem is that person is someone we don't know right now. If you kind of pick up on what I'm saying, well, the PD's got a bit of a suspecting that we've got ourselves a serial case here.
A serial case?
Killer. Repeat offender. You know, serial killer and all that.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
Is it, like, what makes you think that? Is the method the same?
Well, I'll tell you what. If you'd ask me, he says as he kind of, like, lifts his hat for a second. He's balding mostly and kind of wipes off the sweat off the top of his head. He's like, well, the way I'd put it is, personally, from my observations at the scene and what we've been seeing down there, I wouldn't even be close to put this one in the basket of cases, honestly. But the subject of the murders fall close enough to what the boys are pinning there, and the chief didn't really take me opinion too straight. That's why I'm off here on
What
patrol.
What do you think this makes? What makes this one and those ones different?
Well, he kind of looks around a bit leerily and kind of leans closer to you, talking a bit quieter.
I can tell you in a bit more confidence knowing y'all huntsmen and all of that, but I'd appreciate not talking too much about many of these details. Not just for any sensitivity in police work, I'd keep that sort of thing to myself if I thought telling you would endanger it. But in case you aren't too familiar with common procedure and Valish law and arrest and authority, we normally keep this stuff a bit tight on the lip so it doesn't get out before we've got a handle on it.
Right.
It's part of the safety regulations for managing fear response and all of that.
Right. My lips are sealed, Constable.
I appreciate it. Honestly, the boys back at the station are starting to spark up a bit of a fervor over this ever since one of them journalists got a bit of a taste of the action one day and started whispering around and spreading a story. Sensationalized it a little bit, but unfortunately the boys and, dare I say it, the chief's starting to buy into the story, but they're saying, ever since they got a good shots on the body and started circulating them to some of the papers and all the reports, that they think this is the Ripper again. His face kind of goes a little pale and he shakes his head.
The
Really
Ripper?
idiots. Ah, yeah, you're not from around here, yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let me fucking. Can I do an acumen? It's up to you to kind of supersede this, but I basically say that like, Claire obviously would have a very limited time, but like she's interested in places she goes to, so
Sure,
she definitely like wouldn't be averse to trying to hear about things.
Yeah. The DC will be pretty fucking high.
Yeah. I'm not like saying
go.
I want to fucking know this.
No, go ahead.
Oh,
Please, I encourage you trying to roll at times. There's never a wrong time to really roll.
acumen.
I'll just mostly preface why I think it'll be difficult.
It's acumen, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, definitely not.
You're
Yeah, no
fucking-
idea. I mean, Claire can guess, like, reps people up, probably. I've never heard of him, but...
I'm not gonna say anything fucking stupid. I'm just gonna say I don't know.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I wouldn't have figured. He's not exactly a bit of a legend that goes too far out of the bounds of Vale itself. The city, I might add, before I add more confusion to things.
Right.
He was a bit of a spook, I'd say, back then in the day. A real creepy one crawling around the city. A story that would be there to scare the kids and all that, but, well, that's because ever since he stopped killing for a while, we figured he was already either taken out by someone else or just simply was arrested on something else we didn't know on. Happens a lot more than you'd often think, really. Someone gets arrested and it's just for a different crime and you can never pin them to what happened.
Noah, I would like to ask. I obviously don't know of the Ripper, and I'm not asking you to come up with any kind of name.
Okay.
But I hang out with Irene a lot. So, and this is kind of like her fucking wheelhouse. So, would I be at least, how familiar do you think it is okay for me to argue that I am with, like, this type of, like, criminal behavior?
Oh, like, familiar.
Yeah, with, like, the workings of, like, you know, fucking, like, serial killers and, like, this brand of criminality of, like, repeat offenders.
Oh, it's not like it's not an unheard of thing in Remnant A. It's not like rare to know exactly. Like specifics, obviously not everyone knows why serial killers do that sort of thing. But yeah, if you had ever like been curious on the subject, and I mean you've lived in Shade, so it's not like there's too many crazy serial killer stories, but there's guys who have done shit like that. Like, yeah, you could have a handle on it as much as you'd like for Clara, as long as you suspect it makes sense, obviously.
Yeah, I also feel this is something, like, I would talk about with Irene, like, at least off screen.
Clara's a vigilante. Makes sense.
It's like, you know, fucking, hey, Irene, what about, like, what are the criminals like back home? Because I was like,
hey there, Irene.
I never fucking dealt with that shit.
Yeah, I mean, this is directly her sort of interest.
As Irene is also telling me not to do vigilante work back home.
Yeah. Clara, it's fucking illegal. Don't do that. You're just gonna make a problem.
You can do it.
No, I can't. If you want to go into law and become an officer or someone involved, I would encourage that. That's my plan.
Oh, but Irene, I'm ANCAP.
Oh my god. How did you become a fucking ANCAP when we're from fuck?
I don't know.
Have you met my grandpa? Yeah.
Funny!
Funny!
Yeah.
Don't tread on me. I thought you said you were
My
an
morals
ANCAP.
are slipping away.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm whatever I like to be.
We can continue.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I have a friend who's, well, she's working up trying to become, like, a detective and cop and all stuff like that, back home.
I have those in shade. You sound surprised.
Well, she's from back home in Mantle, just currently going to Shade.
Oh, right. That makes more sense then, eh? Oh, that's a real nice bit of a friend you got there. Noble profession. Not to brag about my own, but knowing a kid's getting all up after it at a young age is something I'd say.
Yeah, and I actually talked to her a lot about this type of thing, so I'm at least somewhat familiar with, criminality.
I'm glad I don't have to offend your sensibilities by talking about it then, ma'am.
Yeah, and I even go around the streets of Shade, and, well, we don't really got a lot of policemen there, so I try and do my part there.
Oh, vigilanteism. Well, I reckon I'm sure the people appreciate a little help, but be sure not to get up to none of that business here.
You don't have to worry, Constable. I know the time and place for that sort of thing. Just
Alright.
in Shade, we don't have any rules against it. Or many rules at all.
Right, sounds like a bit of a miserable dustbin, I've always said.
I think it takes a particular type of person to stay there.
I would say it takes a particular type to stay there, and Fester's another kind of type there. Luckily, use one of the good ones, though, of course. Right, now, where was we? Oh, right. Kind of coughs a little bit. But what I've been saying about it is that, even in that were possible, which I would find highly unlikely, this one definitely isn't exactly perfect for the sort of fit for him. After all, I would say he'd never pick this sort of target in the first place. But I reckon he wouldn't be picking many targets. Anymore, at least. He'd have to be a bit more grayer in the air than I am.
So, he's been cold for quite a while.
Oh, I tell you what. Jack was a bit of an active one. When it was, not Jack, the Ripper, sorry, I just came, like, retarded real world knowledge, but Ripper was a bit active when I was, about a wee tall. I was 60, maybe, well, no, I was 6 when that happened, but it went cold around the time I was 8, I'd say, maybe?
Chloe will raise an eyebrow and look even more confused. Why do they think it's him? That sounds pretty far-fetched.
Well, there's no more famous bit of a Ripper than the Ripper himself, and the crimes of the gruesomest variety that fit close to what he performed, but, well, it's the victims that aren't always perfectly aligned with how I figured and how I knew him to act. Besides, they're too messy, I'd say. Kind of says a little bit, looking a bit pale, and kind of sweats a little bit as he pads his face.
Claire will look at him. I didn't get close or anything because it was an active crime scene.
Good.
What do you mean by messy, if you don't mind?
Well, contrary to how people may paint the picture, the Ripper's kills were, gruesome, don't get me wrong. Really terrifying, honestly, but, they were different than this. This is, well, they call him, or maybe, oh no, you wouldn't say or, you'd say him. Or they call him the Ripper because of, how gruesome it is and all of that, but specifically how they came out. Like you've, taken a bit of a, peel and split it in two, right? It'd be a bisection always, and it'd always be maybe not down an even line, or clean, but it'd always be a full the way through.
Right.
And I don't mean no fuck, what would be the police term for it? It's like post-kill.
Oh wait, sorry, what are you trying to find the word for?
Post-mortem, I get? Yeah, post-mortem.
Yeah, post-mortem.
I wouldn't say, and this isn't happening post-mortem, mind you. This is the method of killing. Most of the wounds and all of that would be superficial compared to the actual one.
Do we?
And these,
What's the cause of death exactly?
well, on these or the old ones?
I guess both. I mean, if you think if you think the amount's different in terms of this, then that shouldn't line up, should it?
Shouldn't. Well, exactly. That's the problem. The brutality is equal in gratuity, I'd say, but the method is a bit different. Ripper, well, they died because they're in bloody two pieces, after all. Not many parts of the body can survive that, and he never made sure of that. These, well, take today, obviously. He kind of gets a little low as he's describing details again. It was two people, a couple. Upper-class prince. The woman only had a bit of a throat slit. We figured that was the exact piece that was the method of execution, but afterwards a bit of a ribs and all of that parts were ripped open and splintered and all of that. Legs cut off by the knees and stuff like that. More of a stack of things rather than a rip. Weirdest parts, I'd say, I mean, this is going into some questionable territory on what did this, but most from the forearm down from the elbow all the way there to the hands and stuff were fractured and broken like they had been beaten or mashed by a hammer or something. The man, though, his body was just ripped into, his head was crushed like a bit of a grape or something. Must have been something pretty heavy, so they're figuring they had some sort of weight or something with them currently. But they was all smeared together in a mess. After that, though, most of the man's body was just cut into and splintered. Not as gruesome as the woman's, though. Which is why most are figuring the kill on the man, the husband, was more of a necessity. Like he had gone in to protect the wife from the killer.
Right.
After all, Ripper had only targeted women. Specifically specifically in Vale, it was a lot of sex workers and things like that. Though, as nasty as it says, the sound, there were a couple, babes. 3 or 4 reported at the time. Ripped up 2. The woman's, not random ones. Always had to be at the scene for that.
Okay, we'll pause. I'm gonna take this in. Constable.
Yeah?
So you're sure the bodies weren't, that nothing happened to them post-mortem, right? That someone...
On the Rippers? Yeah.
Well, what about on the
these?
ones today?
Well, having the faintest currently on these, but on the others that have been reported in the string, there have been a number of times where there's been FX done to them after the case. Like I said, doesn't really fit the Ripper's MO, really.
Right.
But Chief's saying that it's just been a developed thing. And that, well... honestly, I'm not sure if the Chief's just real set on this because the public thinks it's the Ripper again and he needs to quash it. And whoever's actually committing these, he'll just commit to the name, but I don't find right by it either way. And I figure it ain't right to assume he's the Ripper because, well, I'll tell you, from personal experience, nothing more terrifying than him.
That's a good thing.
Chief's trying to keep me off the case because he says I'm too personally involved in all this, but I think it's just because I question his authority too much.
Well, Claire will think. At least, as far as I'm concerned, Constable, you're making a compelling argument. Maybe he doesn't agree with that.
Well, Chief and I don't see eye to eye a lot of the time, that's for sure. But I suppose there's a modicum of reason in the closeness to personal case issue. Now, I'd say I'm a upstanding officer who could put my personal feelings aside and not worry about the sort of thing.
Can I ask you another question about the case?
Oh, certainly.
With the couple today, do we have an idea on how long between, time of death and being reported there was?
Oh, like I said earlier, I figure this body's... Now, they haven't been going through as much lab equipment as we need. It's been on site currently, a lot of it. But honestly, it was probably the other day, evening, sometime in the middle of the night or something. They were hidden by just a little bit, some covering and all of that, but there's a bit of a mess. The alleys and things that were shut off, they're a bit ways down the place where they was killed and all that, so it's a bit hard to stumble upon. Only vagrants and things like that normally travel down those. Well, I figured the reason this couple was down there was that a movie was released. Popular night at the end of the week to go to them. And normally some people will, if they're brave enough, use these to cut through the traffic and all that. So I figured that was how they got them there in the first place. Didn't seem to be any struggle getting them there.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I know it's not exactly the greatest thing to hear about. Believe me, it's got me rattled to the bones on this sort of thing. But I'm telling you, it's no Ripper, so there's never been a killer as fearsome as him, I'll tell you.
As Claire would nod. Well, Constable, don't think I'm exactly being hired here to catch a killer like this, but I'll make sure that, well, I'll make sure to report to you if I end up hearing something by, happenstance.
Yeah, I reckon I'd appreciate it if they're all in there. Just in the case that I might, do a little bit of digging in me own, it's a lot to ask, but you said you was willing to do, vigilante, as he says a little quietly, back in shade, right? So, you's, practiced in these sorts of things at all?
As Claire will nod. I figure me and, I work in a duo when I do this kind of work, and we're probably the best there is in Shade.
Right, so, how about the rest of your team? Think you could at least, inform them on that, should you, for instance, be asked to be deputized for assistance in a case?
Well, I don't think many of them would complain about this. If anything, well...
Right, I just reckon I know if you could say they'd be able to keep themselves handled in a, well, it'd be tenuous deputization, and if I was able to get acquiesced to assistance, I'd ask to be handled in the manner of professionalism expected by the law enforcement. I think they could, manage that, is my point.
Claire will look at him and nod. I think that they could for sure manage that.
Oh, right, that's... I tells you, this is a load off my mind. I'm sorry for asking for so much in this case, but it's just, personal, you know?
You're not gonna thank me for nothing, especially since we haven't caught this guy yet. And besides, I mean, if we're gonna be stationed here in the city for a while, it'd be wrong of us not to help out where we can.
Oh, well, that's a right good way to see it all. I just need to know, even if it ain't the real Ripper, I never had the chance to get back at him, but I'd like to be able to do something. An imitation, well, maybe that's as good as Mr. O'Brandy will get.
As Claire will nod. Well, Constable, if you ever need use of us...
I just want to ask, can you do a report roll for me?
Sure.
Thanks.
I didn't want to hit you with too many rolls, you know?
No,
Man, this is kind of personal to him.
Fuck.
My face one. R. Yeah. Yeah, like Ben said, it seems pretty personal to him. It seems like there's an underlying motive for why he's doing this. And he is saying, like, damn, this is for me, kind of.
Give me a second.
I gotta get revenge. I gotta get him back.
Give me a second while the old ticker works, and I press the buttons on the microwave to get the brain working.
I got to get the tongue clicked today, so I was just really surprised.
Sorry.
Hey, this proves you don't get 100% of them. That's all I'm saying.
I thought it was too. I thought it was too obvious, you know.
Yeah, so I shouldn't ask.
Yeah, obviously.
I don't want to be a loser. I already understand his motivation.
Yeah. So I don't need to ask. I'm just thinking how I want to word this. Give me a sec.
Like pale and worried.
It's hot.
As Claire will kind of look at him, trying to like be more, be like kind of understanding as she's trying to ask this in a very kind of more polite way. When your chief said you had a personal stake in it,
It's a bit balderdash, really.
would you care to elaborate on that?
I reckon I suppose I'd be owing you at least that, after all, if you'd be offering your help and all that like you have already. I suppose it would be a bit quick to say, but, well, I am, well, back in Vale, where I grew up in the city, like I said, I was just a little runt when he was active, the actual Ripper, but, I did have a brush with him. Witnessed him, at the crime, you could say.
Claire's like thinking on that and like just looking at him very seriously.
It was one of the back alley kids, you know. We had a lot of us back then. It was tight quarters and all that, not exactly soccer fields to run around in. So you'd play in a lot of funny places and all that. I think the sport... I remember it pretty fondly, obviously. Not fondly. I remember it pretty clearly, after all. I like to forget things on that day. We was up to some hide and seek and all that, and I was back then I wasn't getting that the lads who were with me always made me a bit of the butt. So, I had been hiding for an hour or two, figuring I'd been winning pretty hard. I mean, we was all young at one point.
Right.
Down in one of the alleys. I think it was by Tenpenny, yeah. When, come lumbering down the alley was a, well, they're not lumbering, come sprinting down the alley was one of them, well, Mama always told me they was, he kind of looks a bit embarrassed, working girls, something like that, prostitutes, or something, came running, shrieking down the alley a bit. And now, I know none of my friends would do that sort of thing, so I was craning my head out a bit to see what's going on. When, well, I saw why she was running.
As Claire will like kind of narrow her eyes and kind of look at him, and nod just for him to continue.
He was wiry git, tallish, but covered in a big old coat sort of thing, little raggedy, patched up sort of thing. He wasn't really running much, as the woman was stumbling. I figured she was probably on something, intoxicated or something of the like. She didn't seem too much wits about her or that, but maybe she was just scared after all. He just had to kind of keep up his pace and caught up with her as she fell. And, well, I'll tell you, it gets a bit chilly that time of year. It was the fall. Well, it wasn't cold enough for me to see this, but the way he walked and lumbered, the way he sort of took out breaths and sort of things, he'd open his mouth as he was catching up with her, taking some sharp breaths, and I swear it was like steam pouring out of that mouth of his. Sun was going down at this point a bit, so the city had a weird glow to it. Just about eve, when the sun was up, or when the moon was up, still a bit of sun peeking the ways. You could see it, a little mound of black, or tusseted old hair, kind of dirty like that sort of thing. His face was a little gaunt, but he had fangs, that I'm sure of. Like a fauna-sized figure. That's what I told him, at least. But honestly, officers had to double check with me, make sure I wasn't just making it up from the way they were, but it was nasty. I will never forget that sort of mouth he had. Nor those eyes. Rusty.
Claire will nod.
That kind of
deep rusty red. The one that's not red enough that you'd like it, but the kind that's really sticks out, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. He didn't look as old as I'd figured the Ripper did at the time, so I wasn't thinking too much of that. Plus, I mean, yeah, he looked a bit shambly, but it was the fashion of the place, so I didn't know what she was kicking a fuss up too much about until he got on her. She tried to get up, and he just grabbed her and slammed her against the wall. That's how I realized he probably had aura or something, because he was flinging her around into her. She was all screaming and all that, and being the little pudgy 6-year-old I was just trying not to make a sound.
Claire will just like think on that. I mean, it's not like anyone could expect a kid that young to do anything about that.
Yeah, still scared the piss out of me though, that you know. I'll remember she was screaming a lot, and he was muttering something to himself. Couldn't tell you what it was at the time, but she either got out or he let her run a little bit longer, and he hit her in the back of the head with something, and she stumbled again. And that's when I saw why she was running. He had a bit of a old-looking, dirty cleaver. Thing like a meat butcher would have, or like a leather worker. I think that's why they called him the leather apron or something.
Claire will feel kind of disgusted, being like, oh, you like kills people with cleaver, just drops them up.
Yeah. You know, I told you how the Ripper worked. It was never really clean, but it was always one. This is, it's not like I'm proud to say I was the first witness to the crime, to be able to report it, but I was. And, they had a bit of suspicion on if I was really coherent about it or not, but they chalked it up to a semblance at this point. She was getting up, right, on her knees a little bit and going off for a sprint, and he just held her by one of the shoulders and raised the thing with the other. I swear, his eyes didn't really change. He just looked like a wild animal. No, not like a... I didn't mean because he's a foreigner, I meant because...
No, I understand, Constable.
Right, well, you gotta be sure about these things. I mean, I meant it like a wolf. They don't look too, cheery or anything. They look like they just in their work. Like a wild dog. And he
looked like he was just going after his prey.
Kinda something like that. He, took it up, and he was hitting it in the shoulder with it once. And I thought I was about to see something pretty bad. I'd probably piss myself by then. But, it went just a spurt of blood as it hit his shoulder. I mean, this man had aura, so I figure he could have just driven it down easy enough a couple times. But when it hit her, it all flared up little red and rusted black. And it shot down her like the cut traveled through her and down and down and down until there was one little rigid line that lit up on her, and in that 1 second she split apart instantly. Like he had driven it all the way through. It came down and hit the stone.
Claire will like think for a second.
Just splattered everywhere.
I gotta assume that was probably a semblance here.
Yeah, that's what they counted it on later. Explained all the weird coroner reports no one was quite clear on. Like I said, always felt like it was so one way. They determined now it was. Another man later witnessed it too from a window, so they had a second report on it. Bit easy to trust one wasn't just one 6-year-old telling it, and after that the people had always figured, since they were prostitutes and all that, it might have been some sort of sexual thing. Rape before that or something like that. Awful. But no, it wasn't anything like that. He got up and stood over for a little bit and started mumbling again, saying stuff like, well, none of it was pleasant, but he took out another quivering womb, I think. Yeah. Hard to forget those words. He seemed satisfied, but he wasn't exactly grinning ear to ear or anything.
Claire,
and I swear.
Claire, thanks.
Yeah, sorry. And I swear,
I swear this on the goddess and all that is good in this world and all my heart that I would give up if I were lying on this. I said it then, they didn't believe me much. Not many do, but he looked at me. I mean, I was hiding behind some pallets and trash there. I probably wasn't as conspicuous as I thought. But he looked at me, and he stared at me for a while. Couldn't tell you how long it actually was. I was pumping adrenaline so fast I nearly passed out afterwards, but stared at me for a while as he was wiping a bit of the blood off of the cleaver on his jacket. And he just after that didn't say nothing, didn't look nothing, didn't threaten me or all that. He just sauntered off, passed down the alley, past me.
Claire kind of listens and like nods a bit.
Don't make sense, of course, if he had actually seen me. Should have taken care of me, right? But what they said.
From what I know, well, people who kill like this are usually a bit different from common sense. They can't.
Yeah, you could say that again.
It's not like he was doing it for well, what a lot of criminals do, just in the heat of the moment, trying to get some money or something like that. There's something harder to understand for people like you and me, Constable.
Yeah, I reckon. That's what all the training and all that literacy about this tells you. Still, there's something else to see, though, especially when it goes against common sense like that. That's why I figured...
And...
Well, there's no certain way this sort of guy is Jack. Or not Jack, sorry, Ripper.
Oh.
I mean, that guy was...
I mean, these bodies don't even look like they're afflicted by that semblance, yeah?
Yeah, but like they said, maybe he didn't need it or want it. It has the same brutality. No one matches that for sure, and the brazenness to be doing this just in the street, but, well, the real Ripper, not to really make it sound like I'm bigging him up, but he was a sort of thing that acted like a Grim. Just hunted for some reason and didn't seem interested in anything else. Him wouldn't have gotten that husband in, or any of the other people. Still, there's always a woman involved as the main suspect, or the main suspected target in all these cases, so that's enough for the journalists, and that's enough for the PD right now.
Claire will like click her tongue and like after he says that. Most of these types of people usually go after women. I don't think that's nearly enough to just hone in on one person.
Yeah. I don't know. You'd be surprised. There's a bit of a mix of it, honestly, once you start checking the cases and all that, but, well, none so needed to be real particular. I reckon it's exactly the sort of thing that comes from the biography, not the biography, from the area and all of that, metropolitan city and all that, the same sort of back alley target, stuff like that, and that makes them think Ripper. I mean, maybe it's an imitation Ripper, sure, but it definitely ain't him. They'd know it if it was him.
Right. Claire will nod. Well, Constable. I'll make sure to keep an ear open. And when you know you can... Well, we'll be around for when you need our help in a more official capacity on this.
I reckon I'd right appreciate that sort of thing. Thank you. As you can tell, it's a bit of an issue for me, and if the chief ain't gonna let me get involved in this and steer in the right direction, I'll figure, well, I ain't about to go against order, but as long as he doesn't know I'm doing some of my own personal investigating and I can handle my normal job without letting it get in the way, nobody's gonna complain in the end of the day. Especially if we catch him.
I mean, get this type of person off the streets, I think everyone will be happy with that result.
You got to. As exciting as it might be to hear about to some people, this sort of thing's a sort of poison. It'll bleed into the city and run it dry eventually, and I don't want these people to have to suffer any more than they think they need to. Glen's a safe haven for people, after all. It's a bustling little pearl in the city, and I want it to be as tip-top as possible. Can't let things like this be haunting it. I can talk a big talk, but I may be dealing with traffic duty a lot, but I tell you, no matter how small of a duty I'm given, I take it seriously. I don't need this sort of thing to be what I need, but I just know it's out there and I can't really sit still and not deal with it.
Claire will nod. And I think I'm good there.
Okay.
I think I will say goodbye to Constable Brandy. Sure that I will see him soon to hear more details about how we can actively help with this murder investigation if he gets, like, permission to do this more actively for our sake.
Yeah. As you're confirming that with Officer or Constable Brandy, he'll be very enthusiastic about it, but then he'll spy what he thinks is a dealer and say that he has a crime to go deal with if that he thinks, and he will get back to you later as he runs off with his funny run, and the dealer sees him and starts booking it.
Well,
they just run off.
Clara will allow that comedy scene to take place, save in the knowledge that he can probably handle himself.
Absolutely.
And I know you're going to go to the Piper scene. I would not like to be there at the beginning, and I'll just, like, basically jump in if I feel desire to.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I love this hot dog.
Oh,
So what quest did he give me?
dude.
Cruel at 11:22.
You gotta go kill a million boars to get the Sword of Ultimate Truths, bro. Isn't that so funny?
Awesome. All right, well, I'll get the show on the road.
Want the actual quest? He says, "You're not gonna steal from me like those other faunus, are you?"
No, I would like to buy 2 hot dogs.
Right. Well, if you happen to see a pearl watch with a little gold lining, I'm pretty sure those red striped or those white striped gangbangers came by and stole it off my cart a while ago.
I see.
I can guarantee you more than a couple hot dogs if you return it to me.
Felix will kind of be like, I think there was a police officer around here. Perhaps you should tell him.
What, Officer Brandy? Yeah, like he'd get anything done. That guy only knows how to man traffic stops.
And a random stranger on the street is better.
Random stranger. I think you mean winner of the Vital Festival. I know how to spy you out of a crowd, Felix.
And forgive me. I made a dangerous assumption then.
Yeah,
please,
forget that your reputation precedes you, kids.
Perhaps so. But I'd still like those hot dogs, and I'll keep a lookout for your watch.
Well, I'd never be one to deny business. Here you go. And no, they only get better than this. Especially for friends.
Right, thank you.
Yeah. And hey, say hey to Gwen for me. I liked her performance live.
She'll be delighted to hear that.
Sure they will be. Now, get on then, and enjoy the dogs.
Right. Felix would walk over and hand Viridian a hot dog.
What the fuck were you talking about so long?
The price of fame, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Seems everyone knows us.
I think it was free for us, personally. All we had to do was win.
Yes, I suppose so. But it's a bit annoying. But I suppose not the worst thing to happen, right?
Nah. You're right, these aren't the worst things. These are delicious. Oh, I told you, Vale's dogs, best kind. By the way, you seeing this shit? He says as he nods over towards the crowd of kids by this little park area. Like, very small, like, shrubbery area. And benches around it.
Felix will look over there and be like... Yeah,
as you look over, you see above the heads of the children as they're small, there's a little... you know, like those lemonade stand things where it's just like a framed area with a stand?
Yeah.
It's one of those things, but it's one of those puppet booth ones. And behind it, Dr. Hamlin is still in like most of her lab fatigues, or not fatigues, but like the lab coat and stuff, and her normal outfit. But she is currently performing a little puppet show for some of the children nearby, as she is stood off to the corner of one of the parts of the booth, as these two very nice looking puppets dancing on marionette strings that she's holding and kind of obscuring with the top end of the booth are dancing across the thing, evidently doing something funny because the children are clapping, cheering, and laughing at different intervals that she instructs them on through the story. I think scientists normally do, Felix. What the fuck am I asking you for? No, that ain't right, is it?
Huh. Well, no, but I suppose we all have a hobby.
Yeah? Well, you want to go see what's so funny about it?
Why not?
I know, right? Come on, he says as he finishes his hot dog and crumples it up and throws it across the back of it, or like over his shoulder, as it effortlessly lands on the ground, nowhere near a trash can.
Felix will finish his food and just be like, he'll just sigh as he sees it land, like, not even close to anywhere. And he'll look up at the hot dog salesman and just be like, he won't say anything, but he'll just walk over and grab Viridian's wrapper and throw it away. And then walk over begrudgingly.
Optional quest objective completed.
Reputation.
Yeah, exactly. Alright. So you guys will kind of come up behind all of the children as Piper is putting the finishing touches on this play as she's included a third puppet currently that she is split between one hand that she is somehow performing with. As there is a princess in the castle, a big mean Ursa Grimm that looks very adorable, and a hero with a big sword and knight's armor who is currently debating the Grimm and outmaneuvering him through tricks as the Ursa continues to ask for silly things as he is trying to impress the Grimm with a fairy tale-esque solution towards defeating him. As you hear Piper talking, doing a silly voice for the hero.
And then I'd say, if you take those free beans, you couldn't even lift them.
Well, I think, the Grimm says as he dances back and forth, I could lift all 3 of these beans. What's the hero doing? The princess model moves a little bit in the very fancy faux castle.
He's gonna just let the Grimm eat him and all the beans?
And all the kids go, no,
they're the beans, not the hero!
And the hero chuckles, as the big Grimm beast waddles over to him and just, like, opens the puppet's mouth and, like, eats the hero puppet. The strings getting cut off and tangled in the mouth of the Grimm puppet as the kids cry out in fear. I'll eat the hero, I'll eat all these beans, she says, chuckling to herself evilly as the Grimm as he goes over to eat the 3 bean props. As there's a few seconds where he eats them and goes, I have eaten the hero the beans, and now I have the princess and the castle, and nobody can stop me. And then Piper kind of does a dramatic little sign, looks over at the kids and goes, I don't know, kids, this isn't looking good, is it? And they go, no! Well, maybe if we ask the hero to save the day, he'll hear us there. Come on now, cheer for the hero, kids. We don't want it to end like this, do we? And all the kids excitedly, audience participation, cheer and start chanting for the hero and clapping. And as Piper's kind of throwing like a face of like, I don't know if it's going to work, the Grimm model starts to bulge a little bit. It's going, oh no! As a bunch of little plants from plant dust sprout out of him. And the hero's sword pokes through the inside and rips the puppet open and steps out of it. As they all cheer and goes, as the hero goes, oh yes, of course, grandmother's magic beans were able to save me and fix my silly voice. As the kids laugh among themselves, he goes up to the princess's castle and goes, Princess, I'm coming up to save you now.
Oh, well, that's good. I still don't know who you are, but I'll take anyone compared to that nasty old Grimm.
And that, kids, is what we call settling for a hero. And the two lived happily ever after, and the big old mean Grimm never ate another kid again. The end! And all the kids jump up and clap, as they were more impressed by most of the effects rather than any of Piper's very basic storytelling. As she animatedly has the princess and the hero puppet walk away off the side, and then she draws the curtains on her little, very small but fancy puppet show booth, as she then opens the curtains again and makes all the puppets do a little, like, audience bow things to the kids. Yeah, this is a weird fucking hobby, Felix. Well, the kids like it.
Yes, I mean, I suppose that's who it's for, right, Viridian? He'll say, like, nudging him a little bit.
I mean, I guess I'm just more surprised she's so adept at dealing with it. Y'all think this would be the sort of thing you gotta take a lot of time to do. Because the kids are cheering and asking for more. A couple of the children's parents nearby kind of wander over and start, like, picking up the kids and taking them away. As they're kind of like, no, we want to see more of the puppet show. They start leading them away, and Piper's like, no, kids, we'll see more. I'll be here again if you stop by and all of that. And, can you give me a chance roll?
Oh, fuck, can I?
Oh, sorry, wit roll. My bad. I forgot my new categorization. I got you excited.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
You can have a specialty condition of roll 2 take the highest because of Viridian specifically, because it's like a perception thing. And he'd be able to assist with that, in this case with his bird.
Oh, wit. Jesus. Okay. I almost put in the wrong thing there.
Yeah.
That'd be 12.
Nice, yeah. As Felix sees the kids wandering away, Viridian's kind of like taps him on the shoulder a little bit as a bird places on it, and there's one nearby kind of waddling nearby them, eating on the ground, trying to be inconspicuous. As you hear some of them go like, come on, like, that's very nice, we're leaving. It's like, come on, Dad, I want to see more puppet shows! We can see puppet shows from someone else. Come on! As the parents will kind of glare leerily at Piper, who just smiles and waves at them, either ignoring the clear disdain for their children being entertained by her or not, as they're all dragged off reluctantly. The one little girl looking back sadly and waving, bye, Miss Hamlin! Oh, bye, dear, I'll see you later then. And she'll wave happily, and bye, dear, I'll see you later then. Come on, get on, go to your parents. And then Piper will kind of sigh and scoot over to the side of the booth and kind of plop down on one of the benches and let out a sigh and kind of frown a little bit, kind of like with a bit of like, she's kind of like, damn, fucking, that was a depressing ending. She kind of rubs the bridge of her nose.
Right. Well, Viridian has given me such insight. Felix will kind of like give him a look like, oh, that's depressing. And then...
Yeah, I mean, it was just a puppet show.
Perhaps we should talk to her.
Well, I mean, we was gonna have to stop by the lab eventually. We might as well be a bit friendly anyway.
Of course.
Yeah.
Felix will go around the puppet box one way. We get the pincer maneuver.
Yeah, exactly. She'll blink a little bit as she hears you two step up and kind of look a little worried before she sees you two. Oh, kids, you're back in town already, huh?
Yes. We took a couple more days than we thought, but...
Oh, I've heard a little bit about that already, don't worry. I figure once you meet the governor, he's going to be a bit miffed about that. Nothing you can do about it. He's a bit of a perfectionist. Not your fault, probably.
Well, it could not be helped, Felix will say, looking at Viridian.
I mean, yeah, it really couldn't be, but Gwen's going to act like it could have been.
That is also true.
Got a little perfectionist of your own, huh? Yeah, she seems the type. The small ones always are. Oh, you kids wouldn't want a show too, would you? I'm quite in the theatrical mood today, especially since my audience got snatched away, unfortunately.
Yes, that was unfortunate. You seem to have quite the talent for this.
Oh, why, thank you. It's a little hobby of mine. I do love these puppets and all that, she says as she recovers the grim one, and you can see that the outside that was torn and broken was like a cloth, and there's like... The Grim puppet has like a black cloth she tied around it. It's more just like a mechanical inside that like wears a wireframe skin that can be torn. So the puppet isn't actually damaged for it and can be replaced. So she quickly takes that one off and digs under the booth to replace it. These little buggers are fun to make, and, well, I love to let the kids see them. They really appreciate this sort of thing.
I figure a couple people get too old to appreciate simplified things like this, but there's a real beauty in it, isn't it?
Well, the children seem to have really taken a shine to it.
Well, kids take a shine to a lot of things, but I'm happy to divert their attention away, and it's pretty fun. Yeah. Y'all just do this for, like, fun? You're saying? Oh, well, I'm not always working, am I? And besides, making the puppets and all that is a bit more than just fun. You made all these yourself, huh? I'm like that surprised. Just because I work in a lab doesn't mean I only work on boring things.
Yes, I'm sure she has quite the amount of free time every now and then. Felix will say, kind of nodding at her.
Every once in a while, yes, I have to look over Monty's shoulder quite often. But, you know, a girl's gotta have time to herself, and what better way to spend it on one of my hobbies? Besides, I use it for practice most of the time.
Practice?
Well, in case you were a bit keen-eyed, my puppetry work lines up a bit well with the strings, but for a couple special effects, I can't exactly have them there if I want to cut them. My semblance lets me work real nice with things like this. Little puppet strings and all that.
Is that so?
She holds a hand up over the little grim puppet without grabbing its actual marionette strings like she was using before. And the puppet stands up a little bit. The Ursa stands up and starts doing a little jig. Now, I'll tell you, I'm not ruining the effect. I'll still do this manually for most of it. I'd just like to have it there for little corrective things. Kids don't want the nice moments to be ruined by pipes taking a little slippy and tripping the doll down, do you?
Wow.
So I started making simple things like this when I was a bit younger to practice. And it bloomed into a little passion. You wouldn't make fun of a girl for liking puppets, would you?
Well, I think it is a creative way to train one's semblance.
Oh, yeah, that's the exact sort of thing Felix would say. I think it's funny, and I figure it's a hobby that's allowed to be called funny, right, Doctor?
Oh, yes, I suppose you could call it funny and break me a little heart.
She says as her ears kind of flinch down and a little tear comes out of one of her eyes, and Brian looks stunned and goes, "Jeez, I didn't mean that harshly." Oh, no, it's all right. I just get made fun of it for a lot.
Well, Viridian didn't mean it, I'm sure.
I heard him, and, well, he's just like the rest of them, I'd say, Felix.
You shouldn't put so much stock in Viridian's words.
She kind of leans forward to grab your sleeve and blow her nose on it and wipe her tears away.
Felix will just look really fucking annoyed.
Come on, if I wasn't having a little fun, you could have played into it more.
You was doing that for fun?
It's like he's never met an actor before.
Well, Viridian is easily... Felix will...
Don't you finish that sentence. I don't like anywhere Viridian is easily goes towards.
Felix will kind of just be like, yes, fair enough. I suppose it always will end up being an insult.
I'd say so. So, how was your chaps' mission?
Eventful.
Really? A transport mission being eventful? Now you're making things up. What happened? You fall on a rock or something? One of the tires blowed out?
Well, there was quite a lot of grim. We dealt with that well enough. It was, was taking care of the Ursas later, and the Nevermore that became a bit more trouble.
Nevermore? You kids took down a Nevermore? Like a baby one?
No, it was pretty big.
It was quite large.
Now I've heard it all.
You couldn't take out a Nevermore. What you going around telling fibs on that sort of thing for? Or are you really just that good?
Well, I suppose you don't need to believe us, but it is the truth.
Yeah, we, handled it.
Really now? She looks a little surprised as her eyes dance before you both, and she does a little clap. Well, and Hero's gonna say good on you for dealing with the Earthside, but I suppose dealing with an Evermore is even more achievement. I reckon that's a bit of fun, though I never known them personally to do too many dive bombs and caravan runs themselves. What? Did you drive by a cave and startle all the Ursa too?
Well, the Ursa weren't a direct threat to the caravan. So
Of course they weren't. I work on survey with Monty. I know that's not the sort of activity those sorts of Grim get up to. So you had a little jaunt on the side then? I could figure that out just by the Grim we said? Now you's lying to us. I know that. That's gotta be bullshit. Well, I'm not gonna say I couldn't be wrong, but I'm taking a pretty level guess here. Well, am I right?
Well, I would say that it was out of the way.
Aha! Y'all got a bit delayed on this doing something fun, didn't you? Oh, do not let the governor hear about that. Just blame it all on the migration paths and that sort of thing. Y'all will be split in two by that, man.
Thank you for the advice.
Definitely. After all, Monty and I are your go-to people here. We're supposed to tell you how to manage things, and I don't just mean with the Grim in the area, I mean the stiffs in the government, too.
We could use that help, I think.
Yeah, I'd say so. Oh, don't look so glum, you two. It couldn't have been that bad after all. Sounds like you were the regular heroes.
Well,
Didn't get treated like it.
Felix will instantly just like kind of turn his head away, like, God damn it. Yes, it was, well, one of the towns. It's not very welcoming, but it was no trouble.
What? The towns weren't welcoming of the governor's little elephant gifts? Really? Oh, gonna let me shocked.
Yes, well, it was, I suppose it did almost cause a problem, but...
Almost. Those are some particularly good words to hear. Don't sound so sore of it. If you got an almost, that means it definitely didn't happen. Just because you cut it close didn't mean you cut it.
Felix will kind of look over Viridian and be like, yes, we did manage to evaluate and deal with the situation correctly. I like to think so.
Y'all from around here, Miss Hamlin? Dr. Hamlin? There he is, kind of twitch a little bit. Well, considering how many generations could actually be around from here, I'll take that as a compliment either way. No, I mean, right. I meant like the area, I guess. She kind of thinks for a second and goes, that's a funny roundabout way of asking me if I'm from Redwall, but no, I'm not. Came from Vale myself, yeah? City girl, always have been. Right. Good to know. What's he getting on about? She nudges Felix a little bit.
Well, a particularly interesting individual might have been riling up the people of Redwall against us.
Well, should have known if you was going to be having any trouble, it'd be in Redwall. Place is bloody filled with live idiots. Yeah, that's what I said. Don't take it too personally. I think they don't like anything that's out of their little old oaky walls of theirs. They're a bunch of curmudgeons there. I suppose I can't blame them for fearing everything outside their walls. Nothing good ever came from a Velishman, especially to a Formless. Right. Miriam looks uncomfortable instantly.
Felix looks
her eyes sparkle.
Felix looks a bit more like confused, like.
And then she grabs him by the arm and shakes her a little bit and goes, "Lighten up! Bloody hell, Amis, you seem so sensitive to any sort of teasing. Come on!" He kind of shakes her off a little bit with a bit more resistance than he expected and looks red in the face, embarrassed at either from her grabbing him or just making fun. Yeah. Y'all play at a weird pace, alright? Oh. Dearie, thank you.
Right. I Felix kind of look over at Viridian and be like, let's forgive him. He's easily flustered.
Oh, bit of a cherry boy or something like that, or just not liking people in general. The hell's a cherry boy? Nothing. Oh, well, I'm sorry for teasing your armies. I'll promise not to do it as much. But I gotta have a little fun, right? If y'all gonna look so glum about this thing, someone's gotta be a little chipper.
It was a stressful situation, but perhaps we should lighten up.
Oh, you're huntsman in training, aren't you? Ain't you gonna always be in stress? You gotta get used to it now.
Well, Felix will kind of try to look for the right words to explain why that's it's a little fresh, but he'll just be like, I suppose you're right. We've been through many stressful situations, but this one is still a bit real, if that makes sense.
What, are they gonna become imaginary any minute now?
Felix will shake his head. Perhaps I used the wrong words. I'm sorry.
Maybe. I imagine you'll be running the stress wherever you go in Remnant, but a huntsman's gotta be expecting it the most out of everyone, right? Due dates on projects and all that really do get to me and get me in the bones and all that too, but I imagine I would be a bit more expectant to run something a little less fun if I was going out there to deal with Grim personally. That's why I keep to the research angle mostly. So, were you expecting everything to go perfectly like that? If that's the idea, you can pack up and change your profession now.
No. I do not think either of us think things will go perfectly.
I guess I expected better than that. Well, I suppose this sort of thing is why you kids need to get the experience, huh?
Yes, we're still technically in training.
Yeah, I mean, it's only our second year, I guess. Still, I mean... whatever. Whatever's right. So, you got stuff to report on the activity there or anything? After all, I know this isn't exactly the one you were answering to us about, but considering the sounds of migratory paths and all that, details on the Grim you all encountered and all that would be real helpful. Plus, any details on your mission should be relayed to us to some degree so we can see if we can help you in the future with anything difficult you run into. In this case, I suppose maybe a bit of an itinerary on where you're going might be good. But we figured since y'all weren't too curious about it, you had it all handled.
Yes, well, do you think that we were going to save that for when we came down to the lab, but no reason we can't do some of that here.
Yeah, after all, Monty needs to hear things once or twice to really get them to stick anyway, so me knowing now would be better, I suppose. Y'all really sure we should? I mean, I'm kind of tired. Viridian kind of complains a little bit.
Well, Viridian, then you can go. Then he'll point to the place they're standing and just be like, "You can go to bed then, Viridian. I'll stay here and make sure she knows the details."
Ooh, trouble in paradise. You know, it's not good for our partners to be on different subjects. Monty might be a bit of a head case, but I always know how to rein him in at least. Ugh. Yeah, I am going to take that opportunity if it gets me a little reprieve. Oh, I'm sorry, Viridian. Come on. Oh, there he goes.
Yes, well, he very easily flustered, as I say. Felix says as he sits down next to Piper. No, Felix
fun.
will, Actually, before he does that, Felix will pull up, like, bring out a scroll and be like, if I can ask you quickly about, Al.
Oh, a Monty's baby. Yeah, sure, of course. I worked a bit on him too, you know. Just a little bit, though. But I've been working with him for years now, so I know him well enough.
I imagine most things we do or say are... Well, he seemed to be quite, Felix will look for the right word and be like, what is the word I'm looking for?
Keyed in?
Aware.
Well, we installed him on your phones for a reason. He's a relay app that helps collect data for us, and helps communication for all of you, and offers a quick communication link towards us. Al's programming in the app we installed is bypassed by some security profiles we've been given as an establishment working for the government here that allows us relay through all communication towers on top priority, which means you get probably better signal than any scroll service you get out there. Not that you probably wouldn't, but it might be a bit choppy in some places. Besides that, Al's a database for research notes and all things we have on Grim and that sort of thing, and we'll be able to keep a steady connection between us and him. And you all. We gave it to you to be able to be a little navigational tool and that sort of thing. Record details quick and always have a stable sense of communication, and I'm thinking you'll want to keen on knowing that before, huh?
I suppose I did not know the extent.
You know, I thought winners of the Voidal Festival would be able to pick up on these things a bit quicker, but it looks like I threw you in the deep end, huh?
I'm sorry, technology is not my strong suit.
Really? I couldn't tell by your little sword. It doesn't even change into anything, I'd reckon.
It does not.
That's a pity. Awfully boring, don't you think?
I think it is... Felix will kind of look at her to determine, like, is she just, like, egging me on or something?
Absolutely.
Okay. Felix will just kind of then turn away and be like, yes, I suppose I do feel myself always longing for something a bit more, versatile.
Well, maybe you'll make it one day there, sport, she'll say. She pats you on the head cheekily. But enough about that all sort of thing. So any actual specific questions on it? What, Albin mean to any of you? He's got a bit of personality, I've got to say.
No, I think his personality is quite pleasant. It's just,
Isn't it? I have to say, I take a bit credit for it. Monty and I were some of the only people he talked to for so long, so he picked up both of our habits.
Yes, he's brought that up.
Ain't he just the sweetest? One of these days, he's gonna call me Mom.
Felix won't know what to say to that. I'll just be like,
She'll chuckle to herself, pleased.
Well, Felix will say, just like kind of tapping the phone on his hand, and be like, I suppose that's all I need to know, except I feel as if... Well, I'll say this. Al may have surprised us. None of us knew that he could speak through it, I suppose.
Oh, yeah. Well, I figured normally he'd keep that for emergency cases on anything that would seem dire and straight, even if you hadn't been asking. So I figure whatever came up must have been something he felt that would be irregular enough that he'd chime in himself, breaking his normal code convention. Al himself is pretty advanced in all that sort of thing. He's got rules and regulations, but there's some emergency unlocks that'll allow him to pipe up whenever necessary, should you have not given him permission. And if you explicitly turn it down, there's ways to make sure he stays quiet and all that. Oh, as for what he's listening to and all of that, well, it's not like we got a direct line that we're listening to on you all the time. Al saves up things locally on all your scrolls. You'd have to be giving us permission for things like that to communicate and relay them, sort of like a two-way thing. You could think of it as a smaller bit of a computer on your already Scrolls computer. Bit of a complicated app, really. But when you're dealing with... Sorry. But when you're dealing with surveying Grim and all of that, you need some more finely tuned communication technology. We use the same sort of things for multi-surveillance tools.
I see. Felix will look a little bit relieved. Like, then I suppose this is quite the tool you've given us.
So, you were talking about something embarrassing you're worried about getting out, then?
Felix will, he'll keep, inside he'll freak out just a tiny bit, but outside he'll just keep his face, stone cold and just be like, no, it's simply that he surprised us when the Nevermore showed up.
She lets out a wistful sigh as she puts her chin in her palm and shakes her head. Boy, if I could be a fly in the wall of that discussion, I bet. You huntsman kids have got to be real funny with what you get up to. After all,
Sure
dangerous professions lead to strange releases. I tell you, as a communal psychologist, I've done a lot of surveying on general groups of people, and huntsmen always have something real weird they keep wrapped up. Hobby or something like that.
Well, I assure you that that is not something you would find.
Boy, you're a dry one, ain't you, Felix?
I've been told that, yes.
Ah, hell. I suppose you need to be. An uppity faunus and minstrels have to get hanged, after all.
Felix will just kind of look at her like,
What? It's the truth, isn't it?
well, they're not treated well.
Wow, you really are too polite. I hope that didn't get beaten into you.
No, it did not. Afraid I lived quite the sheltered life.
Ah, afraid. Sounds like a good thing to me. The minute the roof came off my head, I was exposed to a bit of the sun's rays, and it ain't too pleasant here either. Way of the world, I suppose.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, don't be sorry. You're experiencing the same thing. Ah, well, just how we live, after all. But hey, at least we can see in the dark, right?
Felix will just look at her like, yes, I suppose that is useful.
She gives him a wry smile and shakes her head. Well then, anything else then, chap? Or should I expect more relays at the lab?
Well, I suppose I could give you some details now, if you wished.
And go under... Well, would that be going against your leader? Isn't she the one who's supposed to do things like that? That'd be pretty scandalous.
Felix would just kind of look at her and be like,
I don't know how huntsman teams actually function.
Well, Clara is quite trusting. I don't think she would be too angry at me, but now that you mention it, Now, I don't mean to say that Gwen has anything against anyone, but she's quite the stickler for rules.
Those types are always a bummer, ain't they?
Well, she has her good sides. But
well, I'll be sure to keep a keen eye out, because I haven't seen any of them yet.
Felix will give a slight chuckle, but like, I promise you, they're there. It's just, things have been quite stressful.
Right. Well then, don't let me keep poking and prodding you. You get some rest then. You've been on the trail for a while, and you could really use an actual shower.
Thank you. I will go attend to that.
Yeah, not every woman likes the earthy scent, but you can only do so much on the road. Good work on all of that.
Thank you.
Ta-ta, dear.
Felix will go inside the inn.
Nice.
Oh no.
I feel like someone's leering at you as you walk by, but, well.
No, I found him.
Oh, shit! Terrorist detected.
No, Felix goes, there he is! And
Falls in
and then Clara walks up and goes,
Teenage Mutant Ninja Funnest Teenage...
Viper sees him fall in and goes, ha! And then Clara goes, and Felix! And she goes, nope.
No, as she kicks the manhole cover over the hole.
Truly, Salem's Coven is...
Joker mode! Joker mode!
Piper's going Joker mode. Oh no, dude. Okay, Felix will walk inside the inn.
Yeah.
Unless he feels Yusuf's eyes piercing his back like daggers.
No. At most, he might feel like, someone's staring at me, but there's lots of people, so.
Was it you?
You can only.
Oh my god, he disappeared.
He ran off.
He disappeared like in Buffalo Dreams.
As soon as he fades.
cut back to Piper's like, oh, Felix, you passed out in the middle of our conversation.
Cut back to reality.
Hey, Felix went in here, and I guess he would see Viridian sitting at a bar.
Yeah, Clara will come in as well. I see.
Yeah, so I was also gonna walk into the bar.
All right, cool.
Oh no.
Yeah, I changed my idea.
What?
As everything you is, I'm out. Fuck this. This guy won't stop copying my moves.
Follow me.
Follow me, man.
Alright, yeah. You guys see your pal Viridian sat at the bar talking with someone, a man who is swaying off of his stool a little bit, downing a large beer and laughing, and kind of mumbling something once in a while, then laughing loudly again. As Viridian's kind of seems to be egging him on a little bit to say more. As Viridian also has a drink. Because he looks like a fucking giant.
You know, Clara will walk up and sit down.
Oh, Clara. He kind of whispers, you gotta see this guy.
Felix will also be like behind them. It's a safe distance away.
Yeah?
He's just kind of, the other guy's just like laughing to himself as his head hung a little bit. And then it's like, and they popped.
They pop. Pretty. What
He
is
leans over and he kind of looks at you confused as he didn't see you sit down and squints at Felix who's approaching the bar. As this guy has this grayish sort of like pale hair and like big thick eyebrows. He's unshaven, so he's got like a dirty looking like beard and scrag. He's got some sweat on his face from like drinking and laughing so much he's red in the face. He's got like a dark purple like button up that's like buttoned one layer up incorrectly, so it's kind of scrunched and there's some stains on it, and like dirty like black jeans that are ripped up and old and like big boots.
Yeah.
When did... Oh, shit. What time is this? Same time it was a couple minutes ago, buddy. That doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? You think I'm that stupid, kid? Come on. So as I was saying, yeah. Guys looks down, puts his glass down, and stares at it for a second. Brian looks over and goes, "This guy's fucking hilarious."
Yeah?
Yeah, I sat down and he saw him a little. Brian kind of pulls up one of his necklaces. He's got a little like adornment things he wears once in a while just for fun. It's like a little wooden thing he carved, like a kind of looks like a die, but it has in-cut layers, so it's got little scrapes down, smoothly worn. So it's like a, you know, like a square with different lines dug in deeper and deeper. It's like you know, like bismuth, kind of like layered like that.
Yeah.
Started saying he was a bit of a woodcutter himself. Then he started talking about this one time he blew a bubble on something he was finishing with one of the oils by accident. It popped and got in his eyes and nearly blinded him or something. I didn't even say hi. He just started going.
Yeah?
Ugh. Man, this stuff tastes like oil. The guy kind of mutters to himself. Hey, get me and his new friends something better, please, sir. And the cook across the way kind of rolls his eyes and gets him some, comes over with a shorter, like a tall glass. One, you know, just they have like, you know, rum or something in, and starts pouring him out some brown liquid from one of those poor liquor bottles. You know, line up some more bottles and pour them out for you two. He'll look over at Felix and kind of squint and go, "Not for the kid," and kind of mutters to himself and walks back to the other side. Meridian kind of shrugs like, "Oh, cool."
Clara will also shrug and kind of eye Felix a bit before starting to drink.
Felix will now just like go over and take a seat next to Clara and be like, "Clara,
Yeah?
It's like
Tell me.
for reference.
tell me, how bad do I smell currently?"
Clara will sniff.
It smells about the same. I mean, you guys have been camping, so you all smell this way. It's not like you smell like shit, but you know, you've been out camping. You've used water dust to probably clean yourself.
We've
but
been
not-
rough in it. I get you. I
Yes.
get you.
You know, like, a little rough, but not as bad as Viridian does normally.
Not as bad as this guy. Buddy, how long you been here? He's been here since the morning, the cook says scornfully as he moves over to deal with the other customers.
Started early.
Yep.
Nah, it's more like I started late the other time.
You know, have someplace to be, buddy?
Where else would I go? Home? That would just be depressing. He kind of mutters quietly. Hey, so... Okay. Here's another one. What did the... Diva say? No. Why did the Diva cross the street?
You saw something funny?
Don't ruin it for me, jeez.
Oh,
Kind of looks back at his drink depressed again.
Claire looks surprised.
Clara, what the fuck?
What was it?
I must say.
Why would you ruin it? It wasn't gonna be funny, but come on, look at this guy. He says as he's hung over his glass now.
What do you mean it ruined it?
You must respect others' jokes, Clara.
That was the fucking punchline.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry for a guy like me. I don't deserve any pity in the world. He's saying, like, mumbling more into his glass at this point. They should just take me out and shoot me.
Claire just like looks
hang
to
me
Felix
up
a bit and it's just like,
somewhere.
and just like mutters,
Kill me.
What in the brothers?
Juliet, I'm so sorry. He starts mumbling to himself and crying a little bit.
Felix will just look at the other two, like, very concerned. Like,
Bryn will look over and go, okay, he was funny until Clara got here.
It can't possibly be my fault, yeah?
yes, we might have to include me in that. It could be either of us.
You want to talk about it, buddy?
Talk about... And he kind of narrows his eyes like he's realized something, and wipes his face and shakes his head quickly. No, I don't want to talk about it. No. I don't want to talk about it. I'm not supposed to talk about it.
Are you supposed to drink all night?
Like I said, it was not technically all night, but, well, I mean, who would care if I did that? Besides, I don't want to go home.
Something bad happened at home?
Ready to look over at you like, why are you poking the hornet's nest? Or why are you poking the lancer on this one? Yeah, there's nothing. There's no one for me there. I'll just... Oh, God. He grabs the side of his face like it hurts all of a sudden, and he, like, winces. You see, like, veins on his arm stretch as he kind of lets out, like, a gasp. Maybe I have been here too long.
Maybe?
It's starting to wear off.
What,
Hey.
your buzz?
Buddy, he says, leaning over to Viridian. You got any... He looks suspiciously towards where the staff are, and he shakes his head when he realizes they're not nearby, and he leans forward. Saying quietly, but loud enough for you guys to hear. You got anything, like, better, like, you got any snatch or something? What the fuck? Marine looks nervous, looks his head around. Shut the fuck up! What the fuck are you talking about? What? It's just a question. You look the type. The fuck do you mean I look the type? No! Buddy, that's fucking illegal here. Come on! I don't want to get fucking arrested.
Yeah, I don't... No,
We just let you go.
No, we don't have anything like that.
I said anything about we. I'm just Romeo. I'm not more people. I'm not asking for anyone else.
Claire's confused because she was referring to us.
Yeah.
She's just like, wait.
The man seems very, like, half here.
I know, she's just like...
It's beginning to go beyond just drunkenness.
That's just like the most bizarre fucking response in the world.
He rubs his face and his eyes look pretty bloodshot.
Perhaps you should
do you need...
stop.
Do you need to lay down?
I don't want to lay down. My mind will get going again.
Gee, brothers. Claire's is like muttering like, what the fuck?
Brothers haven't done good for anyone. Bastards. Says angrily with a little growl.
What about the goddess?
That whore. Hey, watch it, buddy. Y'all might be up on something bad, but you just spin hate when you don't got none in your heart for love.
Claire immediately thinks like,
I had
God
love in
fucking
my
damn it.
heart, you fucking ogre. And look where it got me. I destroyed it. Fuck. Starts to cry again.
I think he...
Leaned over the bar.
I think this man needs help.
Yeah, no shit, Felix.
I could be a little less cruel about it, May.
What?
But yeah,
What the fuck?
you're being crass, alright?
I'm not saying that to him.
Yeah, well, I think he can hear you, or he's just crying about... Oh, God, he's just crying about that one thing still.
What do you guys want to do? I
I
don't
don't
want
know,
to
call the police or something?
You should most likely cut him off from any more alcohol.
Bryn looks over at him. Yeah, I'm not touching that.
Claire kind of like nudges Viridian so she can be the one sitting next to him.
Yeah, whatever. Bryn scuffles off his chair, sits down next to Felix.
So, I'm afraid I haven't introduced myself yet,
He
Mister.
burps a little bit as he looks over towards you. It smells awful.
Clarice is trying her best to remain composed.
Zeal roll.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
See how hard it is?
Yeah, okay. I was just thinking if I could argue anything, but I have such specific highlights. I spend so much time in the city of shit, it must be used to fucking drunks, right?
Yeah, right.
No. This guy's advanced. He's the advanced homeless drunk.
He does not seem good. Hey, he has a home. He just doesn't
I
want
was
to go.
about to say, he's not homeless. He doesn't
That's
want to go
why-
back.
That's specifically why it wouldn't work for you, because he has a home. Okay, yeah, you can easily get through his drunken, awful-smelling breath and all of that to get to your point.
What? Afraid I haven't introduced myself yet, and that's mighty rude. I'm Clara Mesor, leader Team Supernova from Shade Academy. This my team
God,
Felix.
you're huntsman in training? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I must be really drunk. That guy looked really tall, I thought.
Nope.
Did I...
Brian's real tall.
Kind of pulls his head up as he's leaned up against the bar mumbling and looks at him, squints and goes, okay, good. That's not my fault then. Hey, kid, I'm sorry if I said anything scary. Brian looks confused. He starts continuing on towards Clara. I don't want to ruin it for you kids, but that's a bad profession to be in. If you want a good, happy life, you should love someone, settle on something simple, and maybe pick up carpentry.
Claire kind of looks for her team.
That might be more specifically true to me, though. The last part.
Yeah. Were you a huntsman?
No, I'm not a huntsman.
Claire's thinking like, God fucking damn it, he didn't fucking answer the question at all.
He pauses for a while and goes, I mean, I was,
Ah,
but I'm not anymore.
so you're retired.
That's He pauses again. It looks like he's trying to like think, and it's like making it harder to talk. You can say it that way. That's on the papers, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, I don't think it's much of a class or anything. I don't think it's, well, something that would put anyone at ease, but we're not exactly foreign to some of the dangers that being a huntsman brings.
Shut up, kid.
Claire will like look at him as he says that, just like
I don't need some fucking kid proselytizing me about that shit.
Right.
Don't you? Sorry, I just don't want to hear it from. He kind of slumps again. Don't talk about it, alright? I'm not a huntsman after all.
Right. Well, I'll make sure to avoid it. It doesn't seem like
I came here to have peace of mind, and I'm just getting a piece of bullshit instead. What kind of fucking city is this? I thought they didn't need huntsmen here. Lottie fucking da.
Claire will think, and she's like thinking, being like, how the fuck do I word this conversation without talking about huntsmen? So confused. And she kind of
ain't going too good. He's mumbling towards Felix.
And Clara looks towards Felix and Viridian, being like, "Why don't you fucking take over from me?"
You hear that Felix go? You hear Viridian as you look over. Yeah, Clara's kind of fucking this one up. But
shut up.
Shall I try my
you
hand?
are.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh yeah, you'll do great.
Yeah, go for it.
Felix will narrow his eyes at Viridian.
What?
Well, someone has to help him, Viridian.
Oh, the lead. Well, team leader said do it, so it's in order now. Good luck.
We can play musical chairs.
Yeah.
Felix will look over at Clara and then look back at Viridian and go, "I'm not doing it because she told me to."
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Felix will get up.
Yeah, of course.
He'll scoot over.
Felix will sit near him.
The village man will look over at you and Clara, or Viridian and Clara, and shake his head and just get up and be like, "Well, they're having a fucking time. I'm good. Move. I don't want this." And he'll look over at you and he'll go, he'll squint and go, "What? Oh, fuck's sake, I thought you sprouted horns. You're the other one, right?"
Yes.
God, what are you, like 12?
I am not 12.
Why do they let kids be in this? You look like a baby.
I am quite young, but
Yeah, too young.
I
You even know
do
what you're
not
getting
think so.
into.
Yes, I do.
Ha, that's a good one.
Well, I'm. Felix will look back at the other two for a second and be like, "I'm sorry for whatever's happened to you to make you so bitter on this
I don't need
profession."
your fucking apologies, and I said don't talk about it. You're
right.
not too far away to hear that, right? Huntsmen shouldn't be deaf and dumb.
Viridian, he's failing.
They always are. Yeah, wow, what a surprise. Rain's saying as he's leaning over the counter as the chef and cook are distracted and refilling his own drink.
Well, I do wish that there was something we could do for you, but I don't think there is.
What do you think I am, a fucking charity case? Who the fuck are you people anyway? Some guy puts himself in the corner of a bar. He doesn't want some fucking ogre and everyone coming over to hassle him. This tastes like piss anyway. He says as he puts his glass down and tries to push himself out of his stool and just falls down, clattering, hitting the ground and rolling. He doesn't really react. His aura just flickers a little bit, and he stays there, motionless for a second. If he didn't have aura, you might think he might have fucking knocked himself out, but you know he's fine. He's just laying there, as the world's probably swirling around him.
Felix is just he's looking down at him and looking back at Clara and Viridian.
Clara's immediate reaction is trying to help him, but she stops herself right as she starts to get out of the receipt, being like, I don't. I'm actually not even sure if he'd appreciate that.
Perdian looks troubled as he's going through the same process. But he decides in the end that he's gonna try, even if he doesn't. It's like, I got it. And I'll go to reach down to grab him and pull him up. Viridian, like, grabs under one of his shoulders, and Viridian's, like eyes go wide as, like, he fumbles for a second, and he kind of sways, and he steps back, and his arm is just hanging limply at the side of his body. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck is this?
You okay? Claire looks
No,
concerned.
that fucking arm! Look at it, it's like fucking... What the fuck happened?
Is it broken? Does it hurt?
No, I done nothing, Clara.
I'm afraid that he's done something to you.
That's Viridian's, like, half of his face is freezing up and kind of going numb.
Like, Claire, like, grabs him and tries to put him on the seat.
Yeah, he like stumbles there as he's losing less and less capabilities in his body as he leans up against the bar. Yeah.
Felix, so is this guy face down still?
Yeah, he's pushing himself up slowly now, yeah.
Okay, Felix will just step like right in front of him and be like, "What have you done to my partner?"
He stands up and cracks his back really loudly, and it looks like he almost hurts himself from how many times he does it. Because it's like fucked up.
Sorry, that's very visceral to me.
Thank you, I'm glad. He stands up, he rubs his face, he's got like fingerless gloves on and all of that. And he's taller than you. He's not Viridian's height, obviously, but he's like 6'2". Yeah. He's a big guy, and he's still well built enough. And he looks over and he goes, I told him, a real man stands on his own 2 feet, and no one should touch an animal that's injured. 2 good lessons for you to learn. Dipshit, he says towards Viridian. Viridian's fully gone numb at this point.
This is not what I asked you. What did you do to him?
Why the fuck do you think I'm talking to you? Huh? He says as he sways and stumbles a few, like, feet. So his leg, like, stumbles and nearly falls over. He drags himself back up, grabbing this chair as these people nearby look nervous as he balances himself on it. I didn't fucking talk to any of you. Y'all are you're just fucking... Listen. You're gonna regret it. Okay? Messing with me. I'm a he vomits on the ground.
Oh.
I'm not a... Fuck. He's just numb, he says as he clutches his stomach. It'll wear off in a minute.
Thank you. Just turn to Clara and be like, just shrug his shoulders, like...
Dad always said once you vomit, you clear up a bit, but... Nah, I still feel like shit. As the chef has walked up and go, oh! God, it's Berkowitz! What the fuck? He looks up nervously and he goes, put it on my tab. You know it gets paid. I gotta go. I'm gonna do more. And he kind of starts stumbling out, bumping into this guy. He falls over numb on the table.
Kind of looks over more shocked at this random fucking guy getting touched and going numb.
Berkowitz starts making his way out as he's dragging one of his legs that seemingly isn't working right out of the bar. He stumbles and knocks over the coat rack and grabs the wall, and he looks back at you all, squinting. Remember what I said. And he doesn't elaborate as he makes his way out. As you're realizing that he's maybe even more drunk. He might just be high on something also. Viridian, like, eyes dance around in his head wildly. As he's just fully numb.
Claire looks at the chef. Does this happen often?
I'm sorry about that. That's Berkowitz. He's a regular, yes.
Claire looks at the other...
too regular.
She whistles, and from out back, a faunus worker comes out, and she nudges towards the vomit. He sighs and goes, God fucking damn it, why is it always gotta be me? Till you make line cook, it's always you. Yeah, that's Berkowitz.
He's, She leans over. He's a bit of a regular. He pays all his tabs and can be very generous on busy nights. just don't talk to him and he doesn't bother you normally. He's just a sad sack, okay? He's not so bad. You just got him annoyed. He doesn't like talking about his old work at all. In case you couldn't make out his horrible slur and disgusting smelling breath, he used to be a huntsman. Something happened, and that's about all I know.
Right. I think we got the gist of that.
Oh yeah, and from the profession, I don't think that's the sort of thing I can really blame someone on. So you kids better keep a sharp eye for yourself. Don't want you going down anytime soon. Good work in the tournament, by the way.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And I promise he wasn't lying. Your friend should be coming too. And 3, 2. He lets up and falls off the chair as he regains his mobility and kind of stumbles up to his feet. Yeah, there you go. She saunters back to go deal with more cooking. Fuck! Goddess, help me! As he realizes he stepped in some of the vomit, and the faunus worker just looks at him. Dude, just let me. As Ray waddles over the chair, and the guy wipes his boot off for him. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I just don't want you tracking it everywhere. Stumbles back into the chair. The fuck was that all about? I swear, it's like I lost all feeling in my body. Like, numb is numb. I got numb before, but that was really... Y'all ever wanted to, like, shout or something, but you just couldn't? Like, y'all in a dream, and you're doing that thing where you're in the dream and you're, like, trying to walk, but you, like, stumble all over the place?
Yeah?
I suppose.
It was like that, but in real life, so it was fucking scary. Hell.
Did say it was funny.
I'm just glad my mouth was open. I don't know if I could breathe if it wasn't.
That's one crazy semblance.
This guy hits the ground also.
Oh, thank God. Or thank brothers.
Yeah, I'll say.
I was hoping nothing bad happened to that guy. That was just an innocent bystander.
The attitude on that guy, I swear. Where's he get off?
I
So
guess
thought
being
it
a
was some-
huntsman is a sore subject.
I guess, but man, that was some weird shit. I mean, he was talking and I just thought he was a stupid drunk guy before, and he seemed nice enough, but it's like a fucking switch flipped.
I suppose he must have some real bad memories of when he was a huntsman.
Yeah, but where the hell does he get off talking to us like that?
That's clear, thanks.
Retired huntsman, my ass. He got scared off and quit. Ain't no huntsman that's supposed to quit.
Well, I don't think we should pass judgment until we know what happened, but he did not conduct himself in a good way.
Yeah, probably got his license revoked for being some fucking bum.
I
I do
don't.
find it strange he looked to you for drugs, but I suppose he was
Shut the
drunk.
fuck up. He says, quiet, hushing you.
Mm.
The hell he knows about Bandersnatch anyway? I didn't know they dealt that shit outside of Shade.
Did he say something? Oh, wait. Yeah, it's a full name. Yeah, that is kind of peculiar.
Yeah, I'll say.
Be a bad
That
habit.
one's not even easy to get in the first place.
It's kind of a bad habit to have, especially when you're not even someplace that's even remotely accessible.
Yeah, I guess, like, why? What do you mean by that? Does you got bad withdrawals or something?
No, well, yeah, but also, like...
How bad?
Claire's thinking, and fucking... Okay, this one, I would like to use wit, and now with the mermaid, because I'm sure out on my patrols I'd be familiar with street drugs, at least the symptoms of them, to identify if someone I'm dealing with is currently on drugs. So...
Wait, you're asking if someone's on drugs, as you're saying?
No,
Are you saying?
I'm using wit, or acumen, I'm sorry,
Acumen.
along with the...
How about your knowledge? Yes, okay.
along with the mermaid, to basically be like, yes.
Yes.
I can tell, like, what this withdrawal symptoms of this
Yes,
street drug
go
of
for
shade
it.
would be.
I get what you mean. now.
1d12, d1 plus 2.
I know what drugs are
Wait,
like.
fuck.
DH1.
Sorry, 2D1.
Oh, you just didn't do 2D. Sorry.
2D12 D1. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, you got a 1 and a 2. Okay. So 4.
Oh, I guess we're going there.
Well,
No,
I mean,
nothing.
Yeah, you
nothing.
rolled 1. I mean, come on.
No, I get it.
You're not sure of specific withdrawals of Bandersnatch, because it's definitely less common, like Viridian was saying. It's rarer. And
Well-
you've never busted someone specifically with it, but you know that it's a hallucinogenic, or a hallucinogenic, like, inducer.
Well,
And you know that it can be, it's supposedly addictive. You don't know if there's any hard evidence about it, because you know it's one of the, like, newer, quote-unquote. Because there's plenty of drugs in Shade that are like, oh, yes, the scorpion, the fire dust thing you snort. Yes, that's been around since time immemorial. But it's definitely a bit of the newer on the side, like,
Yeah,
designer drugs on the streets.
Yeah, good thing that's not even what I was actually planning on mentioning when I said that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll just get back into it.
You were trying to figure out if he was on it?
No, what Clara meant by that wasn't like, is he currently on drugs? Viridian said that's more of like a shade drug, and that's at least as far as we know. So what I was saying was, it's weird that someone in this city has an addiction to a drug that's not even, or like asking for a drug and seemingly
that's not even there.
seemingly looking for a hit of a drug that isn't even sold commonly.
Oh, yeah, you don't even need a
Vale.
roll to make that connection.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Viridian just started bringing up symptoms, so it's like, okay, I'll try and roll with that and see if I at least know that.
Sure, got it.
Yeah, so I'll just get back into it. It does seem weird, you know? Would he be asking for a drug that would be local? Like, why would he be asking for something that's not it? It's barely common even in Shade, and that's where it comes from.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I talked to him for a bit. I didn't catch his life story, but I mean, maybe he wants a little trip down to the Mind Palace or whatever those people call it.
Is that what they use for that?
Bandersnatch is used for like self-reflection by some people. They get you real in on your own stuff and lets you see a lot of stuff, you know?
And Claire kind of thinks and looks at Felix. He didn't seem like the reflecting time, did he?
Well, he looks so kind of. They were like, I suppose.
It seemed
he
more like
did
you. I would think he'd want to avoid that type of stuff in the way he was getting all angry at us, bringing up his past and all that.
It's true, but perhaps it is some sort of. Well, how do I put this? Some people do not always do what is the most healthy for themselves.
That's a nice way of putting what he's doing. But yeah, I mean, it also knocks you the fuck out, so maybe he's just too dumb to be buying anything locally that does that, but still, I'd imagine it's already rare enough. Probably cost a fortune here or something if there is a supplier.
Well,
But,
apparently he's good at...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's just a fucking idiot, right? Or maybe Snatch means something new that I don't know about here.
Apparently he has some money, because he seems to pay all his tabs and be quite generous when some days come around. So...
Well, maybe he wasn't such a bum huntsman after all.
Yeah, I mean, not like we had the opportunity to find out more.
Well, he certainly was on something else right now, but couldn't have been Snatched since, like I said, he'd be out cold.
He was getting there.
Yeah, getting there, but definitely not slow acting. But it would have hell been something if he'd been there the whole time. Maybe he did it in the bathroom. Rin just shrugs. Why am I spending so much time on that fucking weirdo?
Yeah,
Shakes
I
his
mean,
head.
if he's a regular, we are staying here for a while, so...
Oh, goddess help me, that's a...
I mean, it's...
Just when I thought we had something nice for once, he says, like, gesturing to the bar. Something's gotta throw a little pick in the plan. Caesar's always in the corner.
Well,
Eh.
we do not have to speak to him if we don't want.
Yeah, but Felix, think about who we're sharing bunks with. As she's referring to Team Iris, who's also here, being like, what are the odds that all of us will avoid talking to this man?
Yeah, exactly.
That is true.
Yeah. Jose probably wouldn't let someone go around saying huntsman or like he's not fit to be a huntsman either.
And
Agios too.
And
Rose too. Nebu would just get mad if he was belligerent at her. Yeah, there's something's gonna happen eventually. Why don't we try and let them be the ones who take the blunt of it though for once, right?
Well, I think Nebu will probably get in the position you were in, you know? Sees being friendly with free drinks and, kind of get roped in before she figures out what's going on.
Yeah. Nebu's a real sucker.
At least Gwen wasn't here. She'd probably get real mad at that guy who was saying that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
100%.
Honestly,
When walks up over, enters, God, the smelliest guy just bumped into me.
he bumped into you. Are you okay?
Gwen looks fucking confused. She looks very, Brian, are you fucking drinking? Yeah, well, shut the fuck up, Gwen. He says it. When the cook looks over for a second, he like smacks her on the back and she's like, ow, what the fuck? And he turns away and goes, don't ruin this for me. Come on.
As Claire just sips her drink.
She stares at you and shakes her head.
Oh, right. I should tell you guys. I was talking to Constable Brandy, and he asked me.
Pork pie?
Yeah, he was asking me if we could help out with the murder that happened.
What?
Well, he says a lot of people think it's the Ripper, but he's real sure that that's not what's going on.
Ain't the Ripper like a story myth or something?
No,
What the fuck kind of cop is he?
not really. The Ripper's a real killer. Just, it's been a while since he's been
Are
active.
you sure about that? I always think that them people was just making up a fun character to have.
No, really. Well, one, I kind of, believe it.
Yeah?
And two, the
Well, y'all believe a lot of things that are wrong.
Well-
I don't call you out for it.
The constable was talking to me about when he saw the Ripper when he was a little kid. And
Yeah, well, I mean, he might have seen a guy that was like the guy once, but like, it couldn't have been like the same guy so many times.
what do you mean?
What?
What do you mean, Viridian? Of course it could have been.
For, the Ripper's supposed body count is over the course of like, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like 5 years or something. I don't know. It's supposedly like 500.
I'm not
You
saying,
fucking really believe in that?
Viridian, I'm not saying everyone who died is.
No, I'm not saying everyone who died. I'm saying all the ones officially attributed towards him.
Yeah,
That was totally a cover-up thing.
I'm not saying they're all by that guy. I'm just saying he was out there doing at least a handful of them.
No, Clara, he was a scapegoat. Vale City people wanted someone to blame.
Claire's just gonna sigh and be like,
He shakes his head. Listen, it's a big issue, alright? Y'all
alright,
probably just
Claire-
first time you hearing about
Claire will
it.
turn her back to Viridian and look at Felix. Okay, Felix, he was real serious about need.
What the fuck?
Wait,
When
wait
your
a-
partner's being a bitch.
Clara, I must ask. So you were saying that this man has a personal interest in finding this Ripper, correct?
No,
Fucking believe.
no,
Right.
Felix, the guy that
Mhm.
killed the people that we saw when we exited that station.
Kind of sad music off.
Yes.
The warehouse area, yeah.
Some of the cops and like
hmm
the person Constable Brandy report to think it's the Ripper, but it's definitely not. Especially from what Constable Brandy was saying. It's just too many things don't line up.
Right. So does he have any idea who it may be?
No, not exactly. That's why he's asking me for help. Well, us.
Oh.
I see. This is what gets me. How does this involve us necessarily.
Claire will pause for a moment.
Well, Felix, we gotta go chase a ghost that didn't exist in the first place.
It's not.
Clara, I will remind you that perhaps I do like the antics that you got up to in Shade, but this is quite the big city.
Felix, this isn't antics.
You're right, it's not antics. It's just bad idea. One, some weird, funny cop is trying to get you involved in a murder situation, a serial killer.
He wasn't.
First, bad idea.
He wasn't He wasn't trying to get me involved. I just happened to ask if he needed help.
Oh, and he just happened to tell you all his problems and then need help. Yeah. Anyway,
I built a personal rapport with him.
What the fuck? Why?
I asked him if he needed help.
I know you did. I'm not stupid. I know how this entire talk happened.
A moment, Gwen. So he's on the case, correct?
Oh my god.
Well, he's been kind of sidelined because he has a personal connection, but it's not the Ripper anyway.
He
so
is a personal. How do you know it's not the Ripper, Clara? What's 500 and plus like 12? I mean,
the Ripper didn't kill 500 people, Viridian.
The Ripper did.
What?
Your real story.
God, brothers.
Maybe you should
What?
do a little research in the place you're staying in before you start listening to some idiot. Clara, you really think every cop is not just some blowhard with a rifle or a gun and a badge? That guy we was talking to, he could have been a cop. All you gotta do is do the training and all of that, and then them constables will put you in charge of some place. Y'all should have seen the sheriff we had back in Greenwood. It was pathetic. Sure would.
I see. Well, Clara, I'm sorry, but why did you offer to help him? It seems like something there's no possible way we could get involved with.
Probably so we can delay meeting the governor even further.
I'm not. Claire's gonna like look frustrated at being teamed up on, and just
Look, this way happens to Gwen every time. It's not supposed to go this way.
And put her drink down and just stand up. You know what? I'm gonna go to bed.
Clara,
don't be like that. Come on.
Yes, I did not mean to upset you, if that is what this is about.
You didn't?
I mean, I did a little bit, but I didn't think you'd be so soft-shelled today.
Listen, I'm tired.
Yeah, we're all tired.
Well, I would like to say, Clara, before you go to bed, that
You
if we come across
beer.
if we come across any information, we will pass it along to him, but I think we need to focus.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, that governor's gonna want to meet us. That's what they've been saying.
And
I was really hoping we wouldn't have to.
Well, I mean,
Why, Viridian?
Well, I mean, we can't just show up looking like dirty, right?
Oh my god.
Well, I'm just saying I hate dealing with blowhard politicians like this. They're never good.
Awesome. Good reason, Viridian.
Viridian,
You're gonna be doing a lot as a huntsman.
Oh,
Vir-
come on.
Viridian, a part of our job or our mission here is to talk to these type of people and, you know, present ourselves well.
Do I have to like every mission we have to do? No.
Well, yeah, I'm just telling you to, you know, make sure you're clear.
I know it is. I'm saying I'm not looking forward to it.
Oh, alright. Alright, I'm not telling you not vent.
Shakes his head.
It'll be alright, Freudian. I'm sure meeting him won't be so stressful.
Yeah, I hope not. Ugh. Maybe he'll be silly like the scientist or whatever. Hope he's not all needly like Dr. Hamlin.
We should probably stop by the lab after we're done seeing the governor.
Oh yeah, you just missed her. We were talking to her for a little bit before she got a little too funny for my taste.
She has her own sense of humor.
What, enough to scare you off?
I wasn't scared off. Like you said, I was tired and didn't want to deal with it right then. I swear, Faunus women always have some fucked up sense of humor.
Felix will just kind of look over at him. Like,
What?
do you not
Okay.
think?
I'm pretty sure I'm fucking right on that one.
That is very bold of you to assume, considering you only know, like, what, how many?
Enough, and I'm very well acquainted with them.
Claire's trying to think.
Very well acquainted.
I wouldn't say Eric.
You!
Felix.
Gross.
Felix will just look at Clara like.
Ugh!
Claire's
Alright,
like
what's
counting
that?
on her hand how many faunas of women she's acquainted with, and like just thinks, well, I wouldn't say Ares is very funny. Like, you know, she's more the serious type. She gets mad when I say she's funny.
Why do you always have to take everything he says literally and give it credit? That just encourages him.
Huh?
Ares is pretty funny.
Yeah, but she just steams up if you say that.
That's really funny. Plus, when she goes red, it matches her shell.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a walking comedy.
Claire, Claire just
Okay,
thinks on it.
I'm gonna take this as a graceful point to backflip out and go claim the first spot in the shower, because you guys seem to be enjoying the bar here. Don't enjoy it too much or someone's gonna notice.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Nah,
go.
there ain't no Felix is too young for it.
I'm gonna go sit by the door so I can get second place.
Cool. Come on.
Felix will just get up and be like, third place. He'll walk by Viridian.
No complaints from me.
It's Claire.
That means I don't have to worry about leaving a little bit of a mess afterwards.
Claire kind of looks at Felix. I don't think you got to be in a rush to get third.
Clara, I do not wish to be down here.
Yeah, it kind of smells like vomit.
I'm doing my best!
What?
Says the mop's still going.
He sighs
Sorry,
and gets back to work.
Should have a bit more respect for the working man.
I guess today's not my day.
I'll say.
Guys, making
Every
upstairs.
dog has its day.
This faunus.
Say that's a good.
This faunus a dog.
Yes, yes, of course.
That faunus?
I think as strange as it is, I think this is a good place to wrap up.
Not everything has to have a cliffhanger.
Yeah, not every.
everything has
What
to
about
have
the
a
cutaway?
cliffhanger.
What about the cutaway?
Not everything has to have a cutaway.
What about the cutaway, dude? Cutaway?
Cutaway.
Dude,
You
cutaway?
can't do it every time or it's too predictable.
It's Salem just going, huh, that's a good coconut.
Oh, no. The Salem sipping coffee? Huh? That's kind of random.
Like, I could improv one, but what's the point?
Don't feel like you need to improv.
I know, exactly. I know you're fucking with me, but I'm like, I could just throw one. I could be like, hey, look at this! But I don't think we always need one.
I could improv one. Yeah, I guess you could.
That's a weird session.
Yeah, I think it was
Sure.
weird for a couple of reasons.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Nothing.
If you ever
I
edit
had
in a way
fun.
that reveals that there was a span of time between the first half and the 2nd half of
You're
the
a
session,
fool. You fucked it up. You changed
You-
Skeeter.
you will fucking fear my wrath.
You guys.
Skeeter theory.
Oh.
Skeeter theory is gonna fuck us up.
Skeeter
What
theory.
do you guys mean? You know what I do when I edit. I literally just do a SpongeBob transition, and then it doesn't matter what span of time there's been.
Stop giving them a hint.
You do not. You do not edit in a SpongeBob transition.
Using
Have you not seen I do that every time? It's the same one.
Do you unironically do that?
Yes.
That's base. Like holy shit. Literally, Ben SpongeBob. I clap.
It works well because
I
it's
love
like,
SpongeBob.
It works well because it's just like a 10-second thing, so it's very consistent but like good enough.
Damn.
Yes, dude. Let's go.
Damn.
Yeah, it's good. Good work, Blake. Shit.
Did none of you notice? I've been doing that the entire time I've been editing for like the last
I
6
was not
months.
aware.
I mean, I've seen you do it once. I don't watch too many episodes back because the sound of my own voice makes me want to drill myself.
Yeah, no,
Shut up.
Every single time I do a cut, I play that.
Play the
transition.
outro.
Yeah, come on, man. Like, did you guys have fun today?
Yeah, I said I had fun.
Yes, I had fun today.
Okay, how about the first day?
What do you
I had
mean? What do you
fun.
mean first day?
Oh, we just spent like 2 minutes talking about this. I don't think this bit where we pretend this was one session works anymore.
Yes, I had fun at the session as a
That's
whole.
cool. That's fun.
I just love how
who
bad...
was the viewer question of this week?
Oh, fuck.
I got it. Viewer
Okay.
question. Here we go. All right,
Oh wait,
guys.
hold on. Blake,
Actually,
between you and me.
viewer homework. How about that?
Oh fuck! I was about to ask like, if you know
Homework.
this is real. All right, what's the viewer homework, man? I'm
Viewer
sorry,
homework. Look up Ray William Johnson's "Doing Your Mom." and
God,
give us your
shut
best
the
review.
fuck up!
Ben, what the fuck? Don't fucking talk about that.
What?
God, I
It's just
thought
a song.
it's.
Shut the fuck up. Ben.
I was like, oh wow, Ben has homework. Maybe it'll be a real one today. No.
What? That is real.
No, okay, my homework.
Yeah, Ben just sucks. Fine.
Oh, that, but unironically.
Okay, my viewer question. Sure, this sounds pretty good. What do you guys think, is gonna, like, this is kind of a thesis statement instead. It's like, a paragraph answer, like, response, not a yes or no.
Hey, yes or no? Hey guys, please write a paragraph for us.
It's like a more well thought out answer. What do you think is like gonna be the governor's like thing? Like, obviously not everything will be on the up and out, but like, what's his MO? What's his shtick? If you know what I'm saying.
He's gonna wear clown makeup.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking them.
Oh my god! Get put in your place, Benjamin. Holy
Here's my
shit.
viewer question: is Blake too mean to me?
God, we're giving them a goddamn pamphlet to take home.
I know. I'm sorry I asked. Shit.
I turned in the questions I answered all the questions and met them in. I did all the homework.
Blake, please stop. Blake, would you please?
If you like what we do here, please like, comment, and subscribe. Share around with your friends, and please check out our podcast that comes out every Sunday. Supernova Safari.
Holy shit! Sorry.
I was thinking Thursday. I was thinking
fuck?
Thursdays, but that's when we record. It's like comes out every Sunday. The Supernova Safari, where we go over role playing things. Currently, season 2 of the RWBY Groom campaign. That's just amazing. Check out the last episode from current time of posting this. That is in fact the funniest joke of all the podcast history done by one and only Noah. And if you check out all the, you deserve it. If you check out all the content on this channel and go, wow, I like that. Then in description below, you can find a link to the One Piece game, run by myself, played by Noah, and hopefully you could watch that and go, wow, I like that.
I'd like that too. That'd be pretty good.
Also, if you really want to laugh, Penn's favorite episode of the One Piece campaign is Session 5. He has a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun stuff there. Highly recommend. You don't need to see anything before it.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Stay safe, y'all.
Y'all. Oh god, I'm so tired. Tick tock tick. Is there like a hidden meaning to the song being the ending? Oh fucking no. I want to be Yusuke. What am I doing? I'm rambling. Oh, this is an actual homework question, everyone. Do any of you watch this, like the outros when I'm just talking? Because I don't always do this. And if I know that any of you are watching this bit, and like, paying attention to this, then I can use this time more effectively to personally message, like, reach out to you, the audience, as the editor of the Grim, and one that runs the Records of Remnant YouTube channel. I can more personally interact with you. I'm so fucking tired. I'm rambling. How much longer do I have? 15 seconds. Oh god. Stay safe, folks. Enjoy it as it lasts. More content coming at you in the future. Oh boy.